Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Seated. Members, there are a number of point of orders last week on a number of issues, and I will be writing to relevant members directly, but I want to make some general points. I know we are dealing with very difficult circumstances last week, but the House exists so that issues can be dealt with through the democratic process rather than on the streets. And all members need to respect the right of other members to express different views, even if they find them challenging or in some instances distasteful. But all members need to be aware of our standards of debate, good temper, courtesy, moderation and respect. And there was a number of occasions last week when the House did not achieve that balance, and the debate was not as constructive as could have been. Secondly, the House knows my views that members should be coming to the Chamber focused on conducting proper debate, scrutiny, in here rather than what can be used for social media. Thirdly, I had to intervene on a point of order made by Mr Gaston last week, and Deputy Speaker Blair had to intervene on a point of order made by Mr Buckley. And I'm concerned about the tendency of members to abuse points of order. So I'd remind the House that one of the signs that members have a genuine point of order to which they want a response is that they give the Chair advance notice, and our office is always open for that. Otherwise, other members may well have the suspicion that points of orders are being made purely for political reasons and sometimes for use in social media rather than having any procedural value. There's a lot of business over the next few weeks. Members abuse points of order repeatedly to waste the House's time with matters that should be raised during debates. They might find that the Chair is less likely to call them. Finally, I also take a dim view of members posting exchanges with chairs on social media. The Chair, whoever it happens to be, has a job to do, including intervening on members at times. It is out of order to challenge the Chair in the Chamber, so members should not take the backdoor route of doing it through social media. And again, in those circumstances, members may find that they're not called. Over the last 2 weeks, the House has been considering the Justice Bill. I think that's been a good example of qualitative Assembly scrutiny, with, for the most part, reasoned contributions, constructive exchanges, and with the Minister to probe issues, and I encourage members for that to be the norm. So let us move on. Colm Gildernew has been given leave to make a statement on racially motivated riots, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Whilst the Assembly will have considerable latitude in this particular matter of the day, I would remind members that there is a number of people who are in court now, so just be careful about the sub judice issue. Thank you, Mr Gildernew.
Cormac John Corley, and I raise the issue of these racially motivated riots that we have seen across the last week since we stood here last Monday. Communities have been convulsed in an orgy of racist violence. We've seen mobs roaming the streets, attacking people simply on the basis of the colour of their skin, and making people homeless in the midst of what already has been a homelessness crisis. We see vulnerable communities being attacked and terrorised, and families burnt from their homes. We see children in their bare feet being escorted into the back of police vehicles for their own safety. These are absolutely shameful and disgraceful scenes, and everybody in this chamber should be calling them out for what they are. I want to acknowledge, Concordia, the efforts that the community and voluntary sector have made over the past week to deal with the outfall of much of this violence, in trying to support families, in trying to find them somewhere to stay, in trying to remove them from situations of imminent danger. I also want to acknowledge the leadership that people have shown in their own communities, where they have rallied around people who have been targeted, they have supported them, and they have tried to assist them where they could. And I also want to acknowledge Housing Executive and Housing Association staff who have been working round the clock to try to address some of these issues. Regrettably, during an emergency meeting of the Committee for Communities, which I called this on Wednesday last, it became clear that that situation has been exacerbated as a result of what happened in Larne last year, and that some of the normal measures to respond have not been available, and that's absolutely disgraceful as well. I also want to send my solidarity to the Belfast Mayor, who has received death threats, Rosh Mayor Donnelly, just a new mayor coming into post and to be the subject of race threats. So we need to speak with one voice, and we need to be heard very clear in this chamber, members. This is absolutely unacceptable and disgraceful levels of violence. I have referenced communities, homelessness and housing, and Gordon Lyons, as Minister for Communities, for Homelessness and Housing, has been largely invisible and largely silent on these issues. And I would like to see the Minister coming to this House and making clear what steps he has taken to protect these communities, to condemn people being made homeless, and to provide support for those people who are desperately trying to provide housing for all of those affected.
Jerry Carl.
Mr. Speaker, the violent scenes we saw last week where loyalist paramilitaries and the far right ran amok across our communities, instilling fear on our migrant, asylum seeker and our black, Irish and British communities, have to be condemned and called out by everybody as a racist pogrom. Our communities are living in fear and have been for some time. At least 200 families have been burnt out of their homes, Mr. Speaker, or forced to flee because of this violence. We don't have an immigration problem, Mr. Speaker, but we do have a racism problem in this society. I want to extend my solidarity, Mr. Speaker, to everyone who's been under pressure and living in fear over the past week. Despite the racist, dangerous and violent actions of a minority, you are welcome here. Migrants and asylum seekers are welcome in this community. You belong here, and you're very much a part of the fabric of our society, and you make it better. As Suleiman, a Somalian, said on Saturday, he is not part of an alien culture. And I commend him and everybody who turned out at the largest demonstration, anti-racist demonstration in the history of Belfast, with some 20,000 people in attendance. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, across our society we do have a problem with violence and in our communities, and it's wrong to put that or to blame that at one particular community or one particular group of people because of their race or where they may have been born. I note how the same forces who were causing havoc in the last week, Mr. Speaker, didn't utter a peep when 30 women were killed over the last 6 years, disgracefully, in this society. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to extend my solidarity to the journalists who have been intimidated and threatened over recent days. It's important that the ugly scenes and the ugly face of this society is shown to people who live here and across the world. But journalists have been threatened and intimidated by people who can't defend their wanton violence or their far-right ideas, and instead they intimidate. So solidarity to journalists and crews. And also the way to deal with racism is not through more violence, not through more hate, and especially not by introducing and shooting plastic or rubber bullets on working class kids exploited by loyalist paramilitaries. There are huge questions also, Mr Speaker, with how the PSNI handled last week and refused to intervene to protect the people who were targeted and whose HMO addresses were being shared for some time. The state was nowhere to be found last week, Mr Speaker. The people who intervened were the community groups, were the solidarity groups, were the women's groups, the anti-racist organisations, political reps as well, and that's going to be the key to protecting our society and our communities and pushing back the far right in the months and weeks ahead.
Once again, extend I and my party's sympathy and solidarity with Stephen Ogilvie and his loved ones who suffered that appalling attack last week. That appalling attack was responded to by a number of people in a truly appalling way. Some people have talked about real people. Other people have talked about legitimate concerns. That phrase has been used again and again. Let me say, to be clear, people can have legitimate concerns about a number of policies. People are entitled to talk about immigration, even if I don't agree with their views. They're entitled to raise those questions. People are entitled to a political opinion that I disagree with, and they're entitled to ask questions, for example, about how the alleged perpetrator or the perpetrator of the initial attack was in this place. But I want to talk about legitimate concerns, Mr Speaker. I want to talk about legitimate concerns about what happened on the streets of this city and this region last week. On Tuesday night, I was phoned by my colleague, Councillor Donal Lyons, who was with a number of families who had been put out of an apartment building on Sandy Row. They were standing in the rain. He asked me if a key holder nearby I knew any. I said the only one I knew was me. So I went and opened my constituency office. About 30 people, including young families, including a 1-year-old baby who didn't have nappies. So I had to go home and get my own child's nappies to give to that family, sheltered in my constituency office. They were there for hours. We brought blankets. We made them tea and toast, tried to reassure them until we could establish where the council's safe place was and how it was going to be stood up. There was no bus transportation, so we drove them slowly in convoy across Belfast. A 9-year-old boy was in the back of my car, trying to talk to him with his parents, trying to imagine how that would feel for my nearly 9-year-old boy to be got up out of their bed at night by people trying to burn your house down. People trying to burn your house down. I drove past his primary school and he asked his mum whether he could go to school. He was going to go to school the next day because he said he loved school and he'd been awarded Pupil of the Week. We talk in the abstract, Mr Speaker, about people who live in our society, people who save lives, who work in care homes, who educate our children, as if they're abstract. And we talk about legitimate concerns. Communities have legitimate concerns. I have legitimate concerns when I have to drive children in the back of my car to a safe place because someone's tried to burn their house down. That's my legitimate concern. I have legitimate concerns when our entire society is shut down because of AI-generated graphics, when small businesses have to shut, workers have to lose wages, schools have to close. Those are my legitimate concerns, Mr Speaker, when those things happen. And I have a legitimate concern when we come here today to debate this and we don't have ministers to make a statement about it. The First and Deputy First Minister should be here. We should be hearing how these people are going to be housed because they are still homeless. And despite the myths, these are people on skilled visas, so they can't go to the housing executive in many cases. I want to know how we're going to de-radicalise these communities and protect them over the summer. There's a range of things I want to hear, but I only have 3 minutes. We should be talking about all this today. The First and Deputy First Minister should be here. This is an emergency. What happened in Belfast and our region last week.
Please. Thank you. Mr Brett.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, on behalf of myself, my colleagues in North Belfast and my party, I condemn without reservation the violence and disorder that took part in places across Northern Ireland. I'm very clear, and my party is very clear, Mr Speaker. Violence has never had and will never have any role to play in society here in Northern Ireland. I say that, Mr Speaker, not from the comfort of an armchair or speaking down to communities from on high that some people have engaged in, but someone who spent 3 nights on the ground in North Belfast, on the Shore Road, in Clough-Fern, in Glengormley, working alongside dedicated community volunteers to restore order and to support those who were impacted. Mr Speaker, I know the difference between peaceful protest and criminality, and what we've seen last week in many occasions was criminality. But equally and without hesitation, I will not allow the thousands of people in North Belfast who engaged in peaceful democratic protest following the grotesque attempted beheading of one of my constituents who wished to express their concern about an immigration system to be smeared as far right or as racist. Peaceful protest is the cornerstone of any free and democratic society. That is what the overwhelming majority of people participated in, and they not deserve to be condemned nor caricatured. And I do want to call out, Mr. Speaker, the breathtaking utter hypocrisy on show by some in this House. The party opposite is led by a person who continues to state there was no alternative to violence here in Northern Ireland. You cannot tell a community there was no alternative to violence and then condemn people for engaging in violence. I will not take lectures from political parties who only a number of years ago were willing to donate their own money to bail out protesters and criminals in the United States of America, but then condemn people here in Northern Ireland. I will not take lectures from people before profit. When the barbaric attack on October 7th took place, their first reaction wasn't to the men, women and children who were killed, but was to tweet to say victory to the Palestinian resistance. I will not take lectures from the SDLP, whose Member of Parliament for Foyle can tweet about Elon Musk and Israel, but can't send out a single tweet about the Protestant community in the Fountain Estate who are being besieged and 5 people arrested. We see your hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, I call out violence, I call out intimidation, but my community who engaged in peaceful and lawful protest will not be lectured by anyone in this House. 2 things can be right at once. Our immigration system is wrong, broken, needs fixed, but also violence is wrong.
Last week, a frenzied knife attack left a man fighting for his life and our entire community reeling. And I know I speak for every member in this House when I say my thoughts are with Stephen Ogilvie and his family. But despite that family's call for calm, their anguish has been exploited and weaponised by far-right and white supremacist elements, both locally and online. And what followed was an outrage, a series of race-based pogroms, masked men marauding the streets, kicking in doors, burning down homes and forcing children from their beds and into police Land Rovers, cancelled hospital appointments, closed schools and shuttered businesses, with families too afraid to walk the streets or lie in their own bed at night. And I want to say very clearly to members of our black and ethnic minority community who have had to listen to chants of "go home" from racist thugs this week, you are home. You are right where you belong, your contribution is valued, and you are one of us. Some have suggested that the violence was the result of people seeking to express genuine concerns about immigration legitimately. But AI posts urging men to wear masks, to dress in dark clothing, to prepare to be arrested tell a very different story. These were never protests, they were hate marches. This was racism, pure and simple. No ifs, no buts, and we must not fall into a trap of seeking to rationalise that or legitimise that after the fact. People in our community are, of course, entitled to their views on immigration. The system is not perfect. But what we saw this week was not a debate, it was not a conversation, it was not an exchange of ideas on the way forward. We never seem to get honesty about the complexities or the challenges associated with these issues, nor do we get any proposals or well-thought-out solutions. Instead, we get inflammatory rhetoric and provocateurs in this chamber whipping up hate and division. Mr. Speaker, that is especially dangerous when we hear members in this chamber talking of alien cultures or invasions. Statements which imply that people in our community are somehow less legitimate, less rooted, less deserving of safety than anyone else. Language like that does not calm tensions, it inflames it. And leadership means lowering the temperature, not fanning the flames. In Northern Ireland, we know all too well what happens when entire communities are scapegoated as part of tit-for-tat violence for the actions of individuals. But we also know that this place has never been defined by our darkest days. We are defined by the neighbours this week who opened their doors, by the volunteers who showed up, by the communities that stood together, and by the thousands who took to the streets of Belfast on Saturday to stand against racism. This is who we are, a tolerant, inclusive, diverse and resilient society, and we will not allow a vocal minority to drown out the very best of us.
Ambrose.
I'll say, as I said before, the brutal attack on Stephen Ogilvie shocked not just the people of Northern Ireland, but the entire world. It was savage and it was brutal, and I'm glad someone has been swiftly arrested and charged. We must let due process take its course. I spoke this morning to Matthew McKiernan, who was the have-a-go hero with the hurley stick, who intervened and no doubt saved Stephen Ogilvie's life. What a man he is. His humility on the phone with me this morning was simply inspiring and humbling. I'll address the issue of immigration in a moment. It should be important to say, first of all violence is wrong. Today, tomorrow and yesterday. The racist violence we saw was horrendous. I called people traitors who would chase nurses from our hospital when they're trying to treat our citizens because of the colour of their skin. Burning down a glider bus is just an act of wanton criminality. Forcing people out of their homes or burning homes because of the colour of the skin of someone who's in it is an act of racism and unadulterated racism, and I support the police service in rounding up everyone who was involved in that and bringing them to justice. But you've got to have consistency in your support for the police and the justice system. Mr. Carroll criticises the police for not intervening, but he also criticises them for firing baton rounds. He wouldn't have them have taser, he wouldn't have them having CS spray. There's many people in this chamber who want to disarm the police of every single option they have to deal with criminals and then criticise them when they don't intervene in the middle of a riot. There are also people who will vote today to change the age of criminal responsibility, that will actually stop the police even investigating those people up to the age of 14 who might have been involved in serious crimes, like burning down a glider, like burning an immigrant out of their home. That change will mean that it is not a crime to burn a migrant out of their home if you are 13 years and 300 odd days old. It simply is not a crime. That is the wrong signal at the wrong time. Now, I'll also say this. We should, as a body of political leaders, be able to talk about immigration in a non-inflammatory way, to separate legal and illegal and asylum, to be able to say that it is right to deport foreign criminals in the same way that if you're a UK citizen, it is right that the authorities in Europe or America or Canada would deport someone who commits a crime over there back to here. That is not racist. We need to be able to articulate these things and also be able to articulate the speed of our asylum system, the fact of deficiencies in our common travel area, the fact that many migrants contacted me this weekend and actually said, John, thank you for speaking up for us because we did this the right way. We went around immigration the right way, and therefore people shouldn't take the shortcuts and do it illegally. In summary, Mr. Speaker, my party always stands for the rule of law and order, unlike many others. I condemn the violence and I wish Stephen Ogilvie well.
Thank you
very much, Mr. Speaker. Unlike some in this chamber, I and my party have always been clear about violence. It's wrong, it's counterproductive, and it needs to stop. You will look in vain for any TUV representative who has said that there was ever no alternative to bombing, shooting, kidnap and murder. Sadly, the same can't be said of the self-styled First Minister for all. A political class which accepts that, and every party which partners Sinn Féin in government has accepted it, can't lecture others on violence without many people rolling their eyes because of their hypocrisy. Sadly for many, the existence of this place sends a message when it comes to violence that it worked for them, so perhaps it'll work for us. That mindset is the product of this Stormont. And there's another message which comes from the Open Border Brigade in this place. A message that we don't care about the issues which lead to the brutal stabbing and attempted beheading a week ago today. 7 days on, where is the statement from the Justice Minister telling us about what her department and her agencies are doing to stop illegal immigrants taking the route that the would-be killer took into Northern Ireland? How many buses from Dublin have PSNI officers stopped to check for illegal immigrants? How many people have ever been sent back to the Irish Republic because they sought to come here illegally? More tellingly, how many illegal immigrants have come by this route? How many illegal immigrants are living here today in Northern Ireland? Does the Justice Minister know? Does she care? That is the question. Or are the Alliance still on the same page that they have previously articulated in this place, that there is no such thing as illegal immigrants? Those are the issues which this House doesn't want to talk about, and the questions Mrs. Long certainly hasn't answered. And it's time that she did. There is much talk throughout our United Kingdom about stop the boats. In Northern Ireland, we also need to talk about stopping and checking the buses. We had policing devolved here to Stormont. What benefit has it brought? Our Justice Minister needs to come forward and tell us what she's doing about this issue.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The events we have witnessed across Northern Ireland over the past week have been shameful. A man was seriously attacked in a horrific attack. The person accused of carrying out that attack has now been arrested and charged. Our focus should remain on the victim, his family, and the criminal proceedings that will now follow. But instead, we have seen homes attacked, businesses damaged, families intimidated, police officers assaulted, and entire communities left fearful. None of those people were responsible for what happened last Monday evening. Throughout all of this, the dignity shown by the victim's family, despite the unimaginable circumstances they find themselves, have called for calm, peaceful protest. They have acknowledged the deeply valuable contribution that migrants make to our society, and they have made clear that this attack should not be used to divide people or fuel hostility. We should be led by their example, because despite their pain, despite their anger, despite their concern for their loved one, they have shown more leadership than most. They understand that attacking innocent people will not help the victim. They understand that targeting entire communities will not deliver justice. And they understand that exploiting a tragedy for other purpose helps nobody. I've heard from constituents who have concerns about immigration, and it would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. People are entitled to hold views on migration policy. They're entitled to question how immigration is managed. They're entitled to debate pressures on housing, public services and integration. Those conversations are entirely legitimate. But what is not legitimate is using concerns as an excuse for violence, intimidation or hatred. Many of the people being targeted in recent days, they're our neighbours, our colleagues and our friends. They work in our hospitals, our care homes, our schools, our hospitality sector and businesses right across Northern Ireland. The reality is that many of our public services would struggle enormously without them. Many businesses would struggle enormously without them. But their value is not simply the work they do. Their value is that they are people. They are individuals who have chosen to build their lives here, raise their families and contribute to our communities. What troubles me most is that much of what we're seeing appears to be driven by fear, misinformation and deliberate provocation. Northern Ireland has experienced significant demographic change in recent years. That is the reality. Immigration policy is a matter for the UK government, and people are entitled to expect leadership on these issues. But whatever concerns people may have, there is no justification for what we have witnessed on our streets. For too long, politics has been shaped by fear by one group or another. 20 or 30 years ago, that was sectarian lens. Today, in some quarters, that's racial one, and we should all know better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kathy Mason.
Cancorlia, what we have witnessed over this past week has been abhorrent. Unfortunately, so is some of what we have heard in this chamber this morning. Families have been terrorised, people have been forced and burned from their homes in the most brutal way. Scenes that take many of us back to the past. Men, women, and young, innocent children, for goodness sake, have gone to bed frightened in the very communities that they call home, their safe place. At times like this, leadership matters. Unfortunately, we have not seen this from all. What is glaringly obvious is the absence of leadership from our Communities Minister. While families were being driven from their homes, housing executive staff were working day and night to find emergency accommodation, somewhere for them to lay their heads that night. Yet deafening silence from the Minister responsible for that accommodation. While community workers and volunteers were on the front line trying to calm tensions and support those vulnerable families, and trying to keep our young people away from the thuggish behaviour. Many were looking to hear a strong and unequivocal response from the Communities Minister. They got no such response. While people looked to those in positions of leadership for reassurance and direction, many felt that that response was absent from some. That silence has been deeply, deeply felt. Many of those affected will have felt that they have been failed. They will ask where that leadership was from some when they needed it the most. The people carrying the burden of this crisis stepped up. Housing executive staff stepped up. Community organisations stepped up. Local residents stepped up. And many people will be asking a very simple question. Where was the Communities Minister when families were being forced from their homes? His silence is deafening. We must all stand together against racism. Hatred will not win.
Mr. Speaker, and I join with my colleague Mr. Brett in saying without hesitation that, as this party has always said, that violence is wrong. Attacking police who have nothing to do with the grievances expressed is wrong. Burning buses and cars is wrong. Forcing families from their home is wrong. It is wrong when those people are foreign nationals, and it is wrong when those people are from the local community. And we had both in East Belfast, sadly. People losing their homes for what and to what cause. Violence on our street is wrong, and unlike some in this chamber, I have always said so. At times like this, we have heard, and I believe there is, problematic foreign cultures that are present within Northern Ireland, and at times when we have that discussion, it's often juxtaposed with Christianity, and the idea of this as a Christian nation, some who aspire it to be more so. I have no truck with, and do not take any lectures in Scripture and Christianity from those who often spend their time opposing Christian values. But equally, I would say to those who have been involved in the violence, you won't rebuild a Christian nation by torching houses or cars or attacking the police. The only way to build a Christian nation is by following Christ. Otherwise, whatever you're seeking to build, call it what you will, but do not call it Christian. A more Christian example, I have to say, was present in the Ballybean estate, where a community have rallied round a well-liked Romanian family who were forced from their home. They've raised money, and while the family have had to return home to Romania, the local community have reached out and made it clear to them they want them back, and they have received thanks from the family to that end, and I hope to see them back in Ballybean soon. However, in condemning all of the violence, let me say that there are those across the chamber who want to use this event to quieten and shut down debate on immigration, and to, for those of us who wish to speak up for our communities, to silence us. That will not happen. They stood in this chamber last week, and for the first time they told us they were up for conversations on immigration. They recognised the issues. There was voices to be heard, and yet it took a night of trouble on the streets for us to go back to calling pretty much everyone that has concerns around immigration racist and far right. Members, I've said in this chamber before, the way to fuel racist and far right sentiment is to continue down the path of making the working class communities who carry more than their fair share of the load in this regard, to ignore them, to make them feel unheard, and to gaslighting them into believing that what they see with their own eyes is not true. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the emergency services who were present in East Belfast last night, particularly in Lendrick Street and McMaster Street. And I want to give voice to some of the residents there who are at this time sick of the attention they've been getting from journalists, from YouTubers, and ask for peace on their behalf.
Last week we have seen scenes on our streets of Belfast and beyond that do not represent who we are nor who we should aspire to be. The racist riots that tore through our streets were not just an attack on bricks and mortar, they were a direct assault on the safety, dignity and belonging of our ethnic minority neighbours. I would like to send my very best wishes to all those people who were displaced over the last week, and also to the people who were attacked on Donegal Avenue on the early hours of Sunday morning. It is absolutely deplorable that anyone's right to family life and privacy would be so grotesquely breached. We in the Alliance Party are clear. Belfast must be a shared city for everyone, but right now, for many people, our healthcare workers, our students, our business owners and our children, that is simply not happening. This past week we have seen the worst and the best of people here, and I would like to place on record my thanks to the Ormeau community and the Cook Centenary Memorial Presbyterian Church for their amazing donation drive over the weekend, and for everybody who made donations, and then for the subsequent dispersal of essential food and toiletries via organisations such as Annika to those people who are living and cowering in fear in our city. I was at the donation centre yesterday morning, and I heard about the immense pressures on issues such as baby formula, and I saw volunteers going out and buying it out of their own pockets so that those terrified new mothers who are living in their homes could get that essential nutrition for their precious babies. How horrendous. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to condemn the reckless and malicious targeting of vulnerable people through the online posting of addresses of houses of multiple occupation. This was nothing short of a digital hit list, painting a target on the backs not just of migrant workers and people from ethnic minority communities, but students, people who are short-term renters. It wasn't just those from ethnic minority communities who were in fear that they would be attacked in their homes. So the weaponisation of data highlights a critical vulnerability, and I would like to thank Belfast City Council for taking down the list. But I've also written to the Communities Minister to ask him to urgently review and amend Section 62 of the HMO Act. As it stands, there is a statutory requirement to publish a full unrestricted public register of HMO addresses, including the names of managers. But this was obviously exploited last week by racist agitators as a tool of intimidation. And Mr. Speaker, we need to address the imbalance between transparency of data and the right, as I said, to private life. So I just want to address one issue that Jerry Carroll made, and not to be contrary, but when I spoke to the PSNI on Wednesday afternoon, they had deployed 18 police officers just in the Holy Lands and Lower Lisbon Road area where those addresses were. I then was speaking to the PSNI on Friday.
Time is up.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Emma Sheeran.
Corlia, what we saw last week across the streets of Belfast was disgusting. Racism in all its ugly reality, and it has to be condemned outright from everyone across this chamber. And unfortunately, as others have touched upon, the leadership in dealing with that and in dealing with the poor affected communities did not come from the Communities Minister. It came from people on the ground, it came from activists, it came from clergy people and people within our different community and voluntary sector, and it came from residents who showed what the real spirit of Irishness is about and welcomed people into their homes and their community centres with open arms. We have heard doublespeak from the DUP and others across this chamber in recent days and weeks, and that has to be considered carefully as we move forward, because if we are going to deal properly with the scourge of racism that we seen in all its true reality last week, we have to think carefully about the words that we use, and it is not acceptable for people to conflate issues. We stood in this chamber at this very same time last Monday and spoke about an incident whereby a family of colour were targeted in a part of Belfast and had their business destroyed, and rightfully we all condemned it. And we did not see in the following hours every single white person in that community attacked, and nor should they have been, because that was not reflective of the people of the Shankill Road, and we've seen the real spirit of the people of the Shankill Road reflected in their condemnation and their welcoming of that would-be the business owner in their community. Similarly, it is not acceptable that all of our migrant community and our people of colour in Belfast should feel threatened in their own homes in the wake of one horrific incident. And I think we need to think carefully about the language that's used, because we have to show the world that we are a welcoming community. The Irish people went all around the world and made homes for themselves and built other countries, and it is our responsibility to show people who want to come here and make a better life for themselves that they have the right to do so. So we have to tread carefully as we go into these summer months and not allow that disgusting racism and sectarianism that is reminiscent of a time when other people in this country who were burnt out of their homes feel the same attack that they did in the past week.
Members will notice that we've actually passed our time some time ago for this, but given the significance of the issue that we're discussing on this, I think it's important that we allow those who have asked to speak on it to have the opportunity to do so. Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, this has been a long week for everyone in Northern Ireland, and most so for those who have suffered negative, life-changing events. We think of Stephen Ogilvie and the barbaric attack on him last Monday night. We continue to pray for Stephen, for his recovery and for his family. We think of people whose homes, cars and businesses were attacked, targeted because of their race, and others who also suffered from that violence, which was totally wrong. We think of people who are now living in fear, afraid to go out, afraid to go to work, afraid of what will happen overnight when they go to sleep. I visited many parts of North Belfast where terrible violence occurred this week. I've spoken to residents and others impacted by that and have helped them in any way that I can. The attack on Stephen Ogilvie has shone a spotlight on the issue of uncontrolled illegal immigration and on the abuse of the asylum system, and in particular on the lack of security at the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, between the UK and the EU. The Sudanese man charged with the attempted murder of Stephen had travelled through Egypt, France and the Republic of Ireland, 3 safe countries, before claiming asylum in Belfast in the United Kingdom. That is an abuse of the system. He arrived here claiming he needed a place of safety and needed our hospitality, but he went on to be charged with attempted murder. If he is convicted, the DUP will demand that he be deported and must lose any leave to remain. Hear, hear. Every country must have control of its borders. There are and there must be strict conditions on the granting of work and study visas in the UK. We do greatly value those who come here legally with permission to work in our health service, our public services, our factories and businesses. It is disgraceful that some of those have been targeted in violent attacks over this past week. We say again that is utterly wrong and shameful. The DUP has, however, constantly highlighted problems with uncontrolled illegal immigration. People are outraged at the numbers crossing the English Channel in small boats without permission and then claiming the right to stay. Our equivalent is the numbers travelling across the open border from the Republic of Ireland without permission and claiming the right to stay. The UK and Ireland are not part of the Schengen area. Authorities north and south must do more to secure our borders, and officials at Dublin Airport must stop exporting illegal immigrants on the bus to Belfast, telling them to claim asylum when they arrive here. So there must be greater cooperation between the UK Border Force and the Garda in these matters. I appeal also for the rejection of violence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very grateful that you have allowed us extra time to have this conversation, so thank you very much. 90% of those seeking international protection in the South came from Northern Ireland, so can we please address this misconception? And to blame the Justice Minister for this when she has no role in managing migration is frankly disgusting politicking. I've spent the last couple of days with people in my constituency, people who have been burnt out of their houses, who had their shop burnt down for the second time, with communities who are sheltering in a church. I saw a boy who was doing his GCSE in a church online because he was too afraid to go to school. So many children from minority ethnic backgrounds just haven't been going into school. One cancer doctor texted me and he said, how do I go into work tomorrow? How do I send my kids into school? The fear is palpable. And I have said I'm happy to have a conversation about migration. But when we bring it into these contexts, we're conflating the issues. We're making it seem like there's anything that justifies the violence, the hate that is happening in our society. And these riots will stop. But the impact on these children is going to last. We saw it, what happened in Ballymena. I know kids who just didn't go to their swimming lessons for months afterwards. They're feeling it. We can have a conversation about migration, of course, but it needs to be done in a sensitive way where we're not adding fuel to a really fraught situation. And to remember that we do not have a say over this. It is the Home Office. It is the Home Office. If we're going to talk about anything that needs to be done, let's talk about how we coordinate a response, because this is the third year that it has happened. It is the third year it's happened. What happens when people are burnt out of their house? Who leads on that? Who's the person in communities that is going to be the person coordinating? Why do 200 people have to be found houses by volunteers in a church? Why did Matthew O'Toole have to drive them to his constituency office? Why are people asking volunteers to do this work? Who's coordinating the response? We need to make sure that we have a clear, actionable plan in place for when these things happen. And I said last week that now wasn't the time to have a conversation about migration because I was absolutely terrified that there were going to be riots or there was going to be some kind of response. We have to be so careful with our language. We need to make sure that we have plans in place, we need to have sensible policy discussions, and we need to stop blaming people for really awful things happening in our society. To blame it on the Justice Minister is absolutely disgusting. We need to be beyond this. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I hope that we can have the courage and the empathy and the capacity to move beyond it, because there are people in our society who are terrified right now and they need our leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And firstly, our thoughts and prayers are with Stephen Ogilvie and his family. The scenes we have witnessed on our streets in recent days have been utterly shameful, and I think we all can agree on that. Families forced from their homes, businesses attacked, communities living in fear, people targeted simply because of who they are, where they come from, and what colour of their skin. And there can be no excuses or equivocation. Racism has no place in our society. Many of us have spoken about the need for political leadership, particularly those that stand in this House and spout deliberate lies about immigration policy. And I'm sorry, Timothy Gaston has left the House. But that is disgusting and it is irresponsible. And not all unionists feel like that. He only just had to listen to the words of Claire Sugden, who stood and gave more leadership in this House for the unionist community and for all of our communities a few minutes earlier. But political leadership alone will not solve this problem. What we now need is leadership also from our communities, and we have seen the best of it over recent days. And I'm proud to call them part of all of our communities. Because the uncomfortable truth is that in too many places, individuals and paramilitary organisations continue to exert control over our communities. They thrive on division, suspicion and fear. The vast majority of people want nothing to do with violence or hatred. They want safe streets, good jobs, opportunities for their children. Yet we continue to see young people drawn into disorder and criminality. Young people who have no lived experience of the conflict. Young people who should be looking to their future, but who are instead being taught to fear and to resent their neighbours. That should be a concern for each and every one of us, because if a generation born after the Good Friday Agreement has still been taught division, then serious questions must be asked. We must ask whether enough progress has been made in tackling paramilitarism and whether programmes such as TBUC, Together Building United Communities, in communities in transition, are actually delivering transformation as promised, because they're not. It's plain to see in these communities there is no delivery in transformation at all. The public are entitled to know what impact these programmes are having and whether they are achieving lasting change. Because we have witnessed this week suggests that many communities remain divided and too many people remain vulnerable to the influence of those who profit from fear and mistrust.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. My first thoughts are with every innocent human life who has been affected by this past week's events in Northern Ireland. To Stephen Ogilvie and his family following a brutal and savage attack, and to every other member of our community that has subsequently been caught up. I have always been clear, this party has always been clear, violence is never the answer, and there has always been an alternative. But I have listened in this House how some parties have attempted to put the blame of violence in the streets in this past week at our door, at the door of some political leaders that have been prepared to stand up, not now, but in times past, about an uncontrolled and illegal immigration system that is continuing to fail our citizens. I have never sensed a more out of touch political establishment that accuse people of highlighting legitimate concerns. It may be made light by Mr O'Toole, but I can tell you now, Speaker, it's genuine and it's heartfelt. Let's be clear. Let's be very, very clear. No political leader caused the violence on the streets of the last week. The attempted beheading of a Belfast citizen by a Sudanese national that travelled across the world to enter our borders. That's what caused the violence on the streets. It was wrong. There should always be political alternatives. I've listened to Sinn Féin as they've desperately tried to rewrite the script on illegal and uncontrolled immigration. They're fooling absolutely nobody. The general public know that the horse has bolted and they've left the gate wide open. Because I've been contacted by constituents and further afield, right across Northern Ireland, from South Armagh to Tyrone to Belfast, who have caught on to the sheer folly of Sinn Féin's position, of Brits out and everybody else in, as is absolutely on yourselves. You come to this chamber, you talk about we have no need to control immigration, you stand beside banners saying end deportations, open borders. It's ridiculous. I challenged the Secretary of State just this week. 1,000 deportations from Northern Ireland in the last year. The Secretary of State told us we didn't have a problem. Sinn Féin, the SDLP and the Alliance told us we didn't have a problem. I asked him how many came over the Irish border. He could not answer the question. Well, there's nowhere to hide. There's questions to answer. But let's be clear. Parties cannot come to this House and gaslight any member that has been highlighting these concerns for years. You must step up. You must do better.
Member, time's up. Now move on to member statements. I call Philip McGuigan.
Cian Collier, and I wanted to speak this morning as my party's health spokesperson to condemn in the strongest possible terms the racist attacks, threats and intimidation directed at health and social care workers within the last week. The scenes we have witnessed have been shameful. Healthcare workers who have dedicated themselves to caring for others have been subject to fear, abuse and intimidation simply because of where they come from or because of the colour of their skin. Such behaviour is utterly unacceptable and has no place in our society. Our health and social care system is facing unprecedented challenges. We continue to experience significant workforce pressures across all our hospitals, community services and primary care. Vacancy levels remain high in many professions, recruitment remains difficult and retaining experienced staff is an ongoing challenge. And against that backdrop, international healthcare workers have become a vital part of our health service. Doctors, nurses, allied health professionals, care workers, support staff and many others come from across the world and make an enormous contribution every single day. They care for our loved ones, support our communities and help sustain services that would otherwise struggle to function. The reality is our health service depends on their skills, dedication and commitment. Without international recruitment, many services would face even greater staffing shortages and patients would experience longer waiting waits and reduced access to care. In fact, our health service would collapse without them. No healthcare worker should have to fear travelling to work, wearing their uniform or providing care within their community. And I hope that no healthcare worker feels they have to leave their job here in the North and move away because of racism. To every international healthcare worker who has chosen to make their home here in the North, I want to send a clear message. You're valued, you're respected and you're welcome. Your contribution to our health and social care service is recognised and deeply appreciated by us all. I stand in solidarity with all those affected by these attacks, and I stand with the health service, with healthcare workers from every background, and with the principles of equality, inclusion and respect that must define our society. Racism must be challenged wherever it appears, and we must ensure that all our healthcare staff can live and work free of fear, intimidation and hatred.
Ross Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, Simon Harris TD boldly announced that Fine Gael will develop a blueprint for a so-called United Ireland by November. This is another grand announcement that we can file alongside the dozens, if not hundreds, of other such announcements over the years. For some nationalists in Northern Ireland, and increasingly the Irish Government, if you're looking for a convenient distraction, then you can always rely on the old faithful of banging the United Ireland drum. Meanwhile, back in the real world, support for the abolition of Northern Ireland has fallen to a 10-year low. Despite the predictions that Brexit would usher Northern Ireland out of the Union, we're now just short of 10 years on from the referendum, and the most recent University of Liverpool study shows not just that support isn't falling, but rather has increased over the last few years. So when Simon Harris tells us that all political parties are duty-bound to make a positive, credible contribution in preparation for what he calls unity, that's telling in itself. He's speaking, of course, to a Republic of Ireland audience. He's pitching to the voters in the Republic of Ireland because for Simon Harris, Fine Gael and so many others, a so-called United Ireland would actually be much more preferable if it didn't include Northern Ireland. Nowhere is that more evident than in the comments that all political parties are duty-bound to make a positive, credible contribution in preparation for unity. All political parties. That apparently is the framework that Fine Gael Northern Ireland Engagement Group, facilitated by Professor Deirdre Heenan, will be working on. There's certainly no doubt that their work would be much easier if you just conveniently ignore all of us who will continue to promote the benefits of Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom. Talking about a border poll is certainly much more attractive than getting on with delivering in government. I reckon perhaps that's the lesson Fine Gael have learned from Sinn Féin. We've been told that unity is just around the corner for longer than I've been alive. Indeed, if you were doing your 11 plus in the year the Provisional IRA declared would be their year of victory, you're now just a couple of years off collecting your UK state pension. And I will mention that many of my constituents never got to lift their state pension because of the terrorism of the IRA. The latest grand plans to abolish Northern Ireland will come and they will go, and the world, Mr. Speaker, will move on. And then, as is clearly the case now, the arguments in favour of Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom will be overwhelming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conor Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As work continues on tackling domestic and sexual violence across our government, it is vital that we centre our approach on the needs of victims and delivering justice for those who face such abuse. Victims need to be heard and treated with respect, and today I want to focus my statement on a group that can often feel like they are left behind in the progress that is being made: our older population. Today is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, coordinated by the charity Hourglass to raise the visibility of older people in the delivery of work and conversations around domestic abuse. The organisation calls for a proactive approach to safer ageing across the UK, lobbying to ensure that older people are not a blind spot in work to build a safe society that does not tolerate abuse in any way, shape or form. This is something that will only become more and more relevant as our population develops, as evidenced by the fact that as soon as mid-2027 it's expected that there will be more people aged 65 and over than children aged 0 to 15 in Northern Ireland. And this is actually already the case in where I'm from in Ards and North Down. The experiences and treatment of older people is something that we have to take seriously. In 2024, Hourglass research revealed that 1 in 5 older people in the UK are victims of abuse. And if you project this onto Northern Ireland, this means that over 100,000 older people here have experienced abuse. Every victim's experience is different, and forms of violence and abuse can include financial exploitation and coercive control, medical gaslighting, the withholding of healthcare, and of course physical and sexual violence. To be clear, this is not just about abuse between partners and those who have been in a relationship for some time. Hourglass data shows that adult children actually account for around 44% of alleged perpetrators known to them. Today, we must stand together to ensure older people are not overlooked when it comes to abuse. To quote Hourglass, "The next 20 years cannot simply be about better understanding the abuse of older people. They must be about creating real change towards a safer ageing society." We cannot minimise the experience of these victims, and we must work together across this Assembly to drive real progress on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Steve Aiken.
Indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Last week saw the horrific and barbaric attack on Stephen Ogilvie, an attack made, no matter the rights and wrongs, by a legal asylum seeker to our nation. It also witnessed attacks on our community perpetrated and incited from who really knows where, attacks reinforced and amplified by social media focused on many of the most vulnerable in our society. To just what end? On Thursday, the Health Minister and I visited traumatised citizens in my hometown of Ballyclare. Not only were these attacks made on health care workers, many of whom are keeping our care homes open and providing the only health care provision to many of our old and infirm, but these people are also here legally. What's more, they couldn't get the jobs unless they passed the Home Office and Health Service checks. Checks that are a lot more onerous than lots of armchair media warriors would believe happen. The further element of disquiet is that many of these attacked whom we visited are British citizens. Anyone who has undertaken the onerous and expensive task of achieving British nationality will attest to how difficult this is. They have spent thousands of pounds, conducted difficult exams, many of which some of us would be hard-pressed to pass, to be British. Not as a matter of convenience, but because they believe in and want to be part of our nation. They want to contribute. They are contributing. And they have exactly the same rights as every other British citizen, because that is exactly what they are. Attacking people because of the colour of their skin, their perceived religion, even though many of them are pillars of the local Christian churches, whilst being evidently British, is beyond ignorance. Northern Ireland is an integral part of the United Kingdom. Not the nation of the 1950s, but of now, of Liverpool, Manchester, Edinburgh, Bristol, Exeter, you name it, is how our modern and proud nation looks. For our own future, we must never forget that. That the young and others on all backgrounds are so easily swayed by the false narratives pumped out on social media is worrying. Whether it is the endemic anti-Semitism, the anti-Islam, the racial stereotyping, the breadth of near-incessant fake news, we have seemed to have lost our critical faculty to challenge this. The conversation I had last week with somebody who was being radicalised to go out and riot to prevent what they said was creeping Islamification of our society couldn't get round the paradox that we're being manipulated in large part from a bot from Tehran, Serbia or St. Petersburg. That, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the sad reality of these AI-induced attacks on democracy. It plays on the vulnerabilities, the gullibilities, but above all the prejudices of far too many. It is well beyond time the question is asked who actually benefits from this disorder. Why are those who do this so keen to undermine Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom's image? That is the critical question we should be asking. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I join with colleagues across the House today in calling out the hate-filled, racist, violent scenes that showed their ugly heads across Belfast this week and in other parts of Northern Ireland. It was absolutely appalling and almost unbelievable that such scenes would be happening in our communities. This needs to be called out. There is no dressing this up. There is no hiding. There is no trying to explain this away. This was absolute and utter racism. And anybody that took to the streets covering their faces like the cowards they are, who attacked people's homes, burned people out of their homes, who attacked healthcare workers, who stopped cars wearing masks to check if there was any one from an ethnic minority within the vehicles travelling across our towns and villages and cities. They are cowards. They are thugs. They are racists. Racists. Racists is what they are. And we, in this House, need to be completely united in calling that out for what it is. There is legitimate concerns out there about illegal immigration where it occurs. And this is the forum to which we are elected to where we have those conversations. It is not on the streets. It is not burning public transport. It is not attacking people because of the colour of their skin. Those scenes have haunted our communities. It set them back. It has traumatised people. And it also sends a signal to the rest of the world that you can't visit this place. The cheek! The world opened its doors to Irish and British people in very difficult times, put their arms around us, welcomed us in, gave us opportunities, gave us a life. There is not a mass illegal immigration issue in Northern Ireland, and anyone tries and dresses that up needs to have a good hard look at themselves, or at least go and look at the facts. What we have in Northern Ireland is a health service that is built and protected and sustained by ethnic minorities, people who care for our citizens on a daily basis. The scenes this week are utterly disgusting. And if anyone wants a bit of clarification as to identify racism, 30 women were murdered in Northern Ireland, 30, by white men, often within their own homes. Where was the mass outrage? Where were they protesting in the streets? Where were they attacking the emergency services? It didn't happen. Ask yourselves why. Ask yourselves why. Those responsible for what we have seen this week should face the full consequences of the law and realise, very painfully, that this is unforgivable and will not be acceptable.
Okay, call Jim Dolan.
Corlia, I rise today to express serious concerns following the publication of an RQA inspection report into emergency general surgery pathways in the Western Trust. Myself, along with the majority of people across Fermanagh, have long held concerns about the temporary removal of emergency general surgery from the South West Acute Hospital. This report confirms that a temporary solution has gone on for far too long. These arrangements have now been in place for almost 3 years, and patients and staff are continuing to bear the consequences. Whilst the report highlights progress in some areas, including improved patient transfers and positive clinical outcomes, it also identifies significant concerns around communication, governance, staffing pressures and the monitoring of patient outcomes. Crucially, RQIA has highlighted the need for better information on outcomes across the entire patient pathway. Until that work is completed, important questions remain about the overall impact of these arrangements. Frontline healthcare workers deserve enormous credit for the professionalism and commitment they continue to show in extremely challenging circumstances. However, for many people across Fermanagh and the wider South West, the reality remains longer journeys for treatment, additional pressure on families and continued uncertainty about the future of services. Temporary measures cannot continue indefinitely. Patients and staff deserve certainty and confidence that services are planned around safety, need and equality of access. The Western Trust must now fully implement the recommendations contained in this report. I have contacted the Minister for Health asking him to ensure that the resources, workforce planning and infrastructure are in place to deliver a sustainable long-term solution for emergency general surgery in Fermanagh and West Tyrone. There must now be a clear pathway towards the return of emergency general surgery at the South West Acute Hospital, delivering safe, high-quality care while ensuring people in Fermanagh and West Tyrone have fair and equitable access to the hospital services they need and deserve.
Thank you. I call Paul Frew.
Deputy Speaker, Sean Mulholland last week, as was her right, raised in her member statement the issue around using petitions of concern. As is our right, we have tabled a petition of concern on something that we feel very concerned about. The UUP as a party also states how important justice and the rule of law is, and their party policy is that the criminal age of responsibility should stay at 10. Their leader, John Burrows, claims a change in that age would be dangerous. We agree with him. And he and his deputy leader, Diane Armstrong, has signed that petition of concern. And I thank them for that, as I thank Timothy Gaston and our colleague from North Antrim who has signed it also. But John is either the leader of the UUP or he is not. So I ask the other members to my left and who are listening in their offices to please sign the petition of concern. Go along with your party policy and make sure and ensure that we do not see a change in the law today that will be detrimental to our people, to the victims of crime, and to young people out there who may be targeted by criminal gangs. We do not use this petition of concern lightly, nor should you, but nor should the members of the UUP use this as a wage against their leader. I would ask the UUP to put their dysfunction to the side and to sign the petition of concern, which is consistent with their party policy, and let's ensure we retain the age at 10. I will blame the Alliance Party, the SDLP and Sinn Féin if this law changes today and goes on to the face of the Justice Bill. But the public should know that that happened because of the dysfunction of the UUP. I would ask them to think very, very carefully over the next couple of hours. Thank you.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the attacks on our international healthcare staff, and I want to begin by saying my thoughts are with the victim of the brutal attack in North Belfast and his family, and I hope he recovers well. Violence has no place in our society. Over the last week, Northern Ireland has made headlines around the world for all the wrong reasons. Images of families fleeing their homes, images of homes and businesses being attacked, images of buses and our infrastructure burning. And those images have travelled far beyond these shores. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has expressed alarm at the violence, the racial hatred and the divisive narratives that have fuelled these attacks, and rightly so. As a nurse, I feel the need to condemn these attacks in the strongest possible terms and to highlight the specific impact it has had on people who care for us when we are at our most vulnerable. Over recent days, we have heard deeply troubling accounts from international healthcare workers in Northern Ireland. Nurses afraid to travel to work, healthcare staff fearful of getting identified in public, people who have dedicated themselves to caring for others now questioning whether they have a future here. Without international healthcare workers, our health and social care system would not function. In some cases, the overwhelming majority of staff have come here from other countries to build a life, to contribute to our communities and to care for our loved ones. Every day they treat patients and they do so with skill, compassion and professionalism. So let us be absolutely clear. When a nurse is intimidated on her way to work and chased by masked men into the Ulster Hospital, that is an attack on our health service. When a care worker is made to fear for their family's safety at racial checkpoints that are set up outside our hospitals, that is an attack on our health service. When talented and dedicated professionals begin to consider leaving Northern Ireland because they no longer feel welcome, that is an attack on our health service. The overwhelming majority of people in Northern Ireland reject racism, reject hatred and reject violence. We value those who have chosen to make their lives here. We value those who have chosen to care for our communities, and we recognise that our health service would collapse without them. To every international doctor, nurse, care worker, healthcare assistant, porter, and allied health professional working across Northern Ireland today, or anyone else who feels frightened or intimidated by the events of the last week, this Assembly should send a simple message. You are welcome here, you are valued here, and you belong here. Thank you.
John Burrows.
Speaker, I want to address Simon Harris's so-called blueprint for Irish unity and his claim that there's a duty in all parties to work towards Irish unity. This is a stunning example of tone-deaf statecraft. Under the Belfast Agreement, Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom until a majority say otherwise, and of course Articles 2 and 3 were repealed from the Irish Constitution so that the people of Northern Ireland could get on with making this place work, make it peaceful, make it prosperous, and not have a third-party country start making claims again on Northern Ireland. We dress this up as the Irish government seeking a united Ireland, but let's call it what it is. It is one sovereign country seeking to break up another sovereign country, not simply saying we respect your right to have a vote, and if that comes, that we will have a vote down south. No, it is an attempt to change the Constitution actively by the Irish Republic. And we have heard those on the nationalist and Republican side chastise the UK governments and Prime Ministers if they dared to say they were pro-unionist. And once again we see double standards. But let's be very clear, I have no fear of Mr Harris's blueprint, nor of anyone who seeks to make the case for United Ireland. Here's the reality. The people of Northern Ireland withstood a bombing campaign and a shooting campaign and a murderous campaign from Republicans, equally bad from Loyalists, and that didn't change their mind on this. Every opinion poll shows that there is no increase in the support for United Ireland, because what the political class and the media commentariat elites don't get is that for most people in Northern Ireland, as in the Republic of Ireland, they just want things done. They want access to a GP, they want access to a scan when they need it. They need a good place for their child at school. They need jobs and opportunities and skills. These are all the things that make people tick. But unfortunately, the bubble that some people live in, they think that people spring out of bed in the morning and think of constitutional change. Northern Ireland is at its most peaceful in 50 years. Bombings and shootings and public disorder at their lowest. Economically, we're part of the 5th or 6th largest country in Earth, which gives us economic security. We are part of the 5th or 6th largest country in terms of military might, which provides for our national security. I would give Mr Harris a piece of advice. Instead of a blueprint for Irish unity, he should get a blueprint for national security for the Irish Republic, because they still rely upon the United Kingdom's military prowess to keep that country safe. I believe in Northern Ireland. I believe in its people. They are a great people. This is a great place, and they have a great future within the United Kingdom, and we can make it prosperous for all. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Aoife Finnegan.
We were watching TV when I noticed the barrel of a gun coming through the front door. Those were the words of 17-year-old Anthony Reevy as he recalled the night his family was slaughtered by the notorious Glenanne gang. Within moments, Anthony, his brother John Martin and Brian were caught in a hail of gunfire as masked men burst into their home in Whitecross on the 4th of January 1976. John Martin was killed, Brian was killed, and Anthony, having witnessed the horror unfold before his eyes, would later succumb to his injuries. 3 innocent lives stolen because they were Irish and Catholic. Listening to Anthony's account, you could be forgiven for thinking he was speaking about the hatred and violence we have witnessed in our streets in the recent days. The targets may be different, but the actors are the same sectarian mindset, the same belief that fear and violence can be used to terrorise communities. The difference in the Reevy's case is that those responsible were not only loyalist gunmen, but individuals linked to the very state forces supposedly charged with protecting the public. 50 years later, the Reevy family are still fighting for the truth. What has emerged in court is nothing short of scandalous. The court heard that crucial documents relating to the Glenanne gang and the weapons used in these murders were withheld from previous investigations, including the Historical Inquiries Team and Operation Denton. Information that should have been available to investigators was kept hidden for decades.
The court heard how British Army issued Sterling submachine gun, they say stolen from a UDR base, was used in the murders of the Reevy brothers and linked to a series of other killings. It also heard evidence pointing once again to the involvement of serving members of the UDR and the RUC alongside loyalist paramilitaries. Perhaps most shocking of all is that the Ministry of Defence held information relating to the disappearance of that weapon and failed to disclose it in previous investigations. Families were told investigations had been completed, reports were written, conclusions were reached, yet vital evidence remained buried in state files. This was not administrative oversight. This was information held by the state and withheld from those seeking the truth. The courage, dignity and determination shown by Eugene Reevy and his family over the last 5 decades have been extraordinary. They have never given up and they have never stopped demanding the truth about who murdered their loved ones and why crucial information was concealed. Last week, the British Prime Minister said that the state must hold itself to the highest standards. The evidence heard in court last week shows just how badly the British state failed that test. The Reevy family deserve truth, they deserve accountability, and 50 years on of obstruction, concealment and delay, they deserve justice.
I think I've made that clear. I call Alan Robinson, and you have 2 minutes.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the announcement by the Prime Minister this morning that the Government intends to introduce a ban on social media access for those under the age of 16. The DUP is supportive of efforts to better protect children and young people online. We have all seen growing evidence of the negative impact that social media can have on mental health, well-being and childhood. Research has highlighted links between excessive social media use and increased levels of anxiety, depression, sleep deprivation and exposure to cyberbullying. While social media can provide opportunities and connections, we cannot ignore the risks that many young people encounter online. Of course, many young people use social media responsibly and benefit from it. Equally, many parents work hard to supervise their children's online activity and set appropriate boundaries. However, the reality is that parents are increasingly finding themselves in a battle against sophisticated algorithms designed to maximise engagement and screen time. That is an incredibly difficult challenge for any family to face alone. For that reason, it is right that government considers whether greater safeguards are required. At the same time, any restrictions must be accompanied by continued education. We cannot simply legislate and assume the problem is solved. Children and young people must be equipped with the knowledge and skills to navigate the online world safely. Online safety, digital literacy and awareness of online harms must remain a key priority within our schools, homes and wider areas. That said, we need to see the detail. Announcements make headlines, but legislation must be practical, enforceable and effective. Questions remain about age verification, enforcement mechanisms and how any restrictions would operate in practice. We should also learn from the experience of Australia, where concerns have been raised about loopholes, the ability of young people to circumvent restrictions and the challenges associated with age verification technology. Those lessons should be carefully examined so that any UK-wide system is robust and commands public confidence. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, the next item of business is the point of order. Mr. O'Toole.
I had obviously been hoping to get back in on a second member statement, in part because an urgent oral statement requested by me, and I'm not challenging the Chair's decision, but I am asking for the Chair, the Speaker's Office to look at guidance, was turned down to the First and Deputy First Minister. I have very real concerns about the lack of accountability over the response to the riots. I had wanted to address some of that in a member statement, but despite my role as Leader of the Opposition, understanding orders, I was prevented from getting in under a member statement. I would like to ask the Speaker's Office to go away and look at privileges offered to the official opposition at moments like this, because I frankly do not think it is a defensible position where the First and Deputy First Minister have not come in here to give a statement. The Communities Minister is facing questions, but he hasn't come to make a statement proactively, and the Leader of the Opposition is prevented from making a follow-up statement on it. So I would ask the Speaker's Office to look at those rights and privileges, given the seriousness of this situation.
That, Mr. O'Toole, will be looked at. I can also assure you that I should be able to make a robust enough defence of how I selected the speakers. Members, the Next item of business is the introduction of the Charities and Bracket Amendment Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move the first stage.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to amend the Charities Act Northern Ireland 2008 in various respects.
Thank you. That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Members, the next item of business is the introduction of the Harbours Bill. I call the Minister for Infrastructure to move the first stage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to amend the law relating to harbours and harbour authorities.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Thank you. Members, just to take their ease for a moment before we move to the next item on the order paper. Members, the next item of business is the final stage of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill. I call the Minister of Finance to move the final stage. Point of order, Mr. Aiken.
There isn't 10 of us here.
That's been dealt with, Mr. Aiken, as you can hear. As you can hear. Members, the next item of business is the final stage of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill. I call the Minister of Finance to move the final stage.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. Final stage of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister of Finance to open the debate. Minister.
Last can call you. Today's final stage debate concludes this part of the legislative process for the Fiscal Council Bill. Members will be aware that this legislation is necessary to place the Council on statutory footing and to secure their independence. I will begin by thanking all members in the Finance Committee who have scrutinised and continue to do the debate on this important piece of legislation. During the consideration stage, members agreed that the Fiscal Council has already made a significant impact on improving the transparency, scrutiny and understanding of our public finances since it was established in March 2021. This bill will enable the Council to continue its work operating independently from ministerial, executive, committee or departmental interference and enabling its right to access all government information which it requires to deliver on its functions. During consideration stage, it was determined that we ensured that the Council's independence remained paramount. I want to ensure we did not set up an independent fiscal body, at the same time legislate with a long list of asks that it must do. Where would that leave us in terms of the body having the discretion, flexibility and independence to determine its own work programme, free from political interference and in line with OECD principles and best practice? I would emphasise again, however, that the bill does allow the Council, should they consider it worthwhile, to consider the issues raised in the amendments at consideration stage around the programme for government, the impact of the budget on the economy and the cost of duplication as part of their assessments. During evidence from the Fiscal Council, the Council Chair confirmed that he was content with the bill, and I am assured that this is the case given his extensive experience within the fiscal context. The legislation provides the Council with a very broad and flexible remit to assess and comment on our public finances and their sustainability. In this bill, it stipulates that they must take forward 2 reports annually, a budget assessment report and a fiscal sustainability report. It is then for the Council to determine its work programme in their professional opinion, with the resources available to them in terms of other reports which they consider impactful around public finances. This means they can flex and change their focus on the important issues as required over the years. I look forward to hearing members' thoughts and comments in this final stage.
Thank you, Minister. And I call Matthew Toole, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Pleased to be able to speak on the final stage of the Fiscal Council bill, which is something that we paid significant attention to in the committee, and indeed it's something that I and other members have been talking about for several years now. The bill is not an extensive one in terms of its size, but it is significant in what it seeks to achieve. By placing the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council on a statutory footing, it delivers an important commitment. In fact, it completes an important commitment born out of the New Decade New Approach Agreement and provides a clear legislative framework for the Council's functions, independence and governance. The committee undertook a detailed and extensive scrutiny of the bill. It sought written evidence from key stakeholders, carried out an online public survey, commissioned research and took extensive oral evidence from a wide range of organisations, including Scottish Fiscal, economists, academics, the Scottish Fiscal Commission, the Irish Fiscal Advisory Council, the OECD, the NI Audit Office and the Fiscal Council itself, as well as the relevant departmental officials. I want to put on record the committee's sincere thanks to all those who contributed to our scrutiny. The input enabled the committee to scrutinise this bill thoroughly, including from a comparative perspective and with reference to principles of transparency, integrity, accountability and effective governance. I would also thank the departmental bill team for constructive input throughout the process. Throughout the scrutiny, the committee's focus was not on whether there should be independent fiscal oversight. There was broad support for that principle, but on ensuring that the framework established by this bill achieves the correct balance between independence, accountability, transparency and practical operation. Members considered carefully the Council's statutory functions and the arrangements governing how it will assess executive budgets and examine the sustainability of Northern Ireland's public finances. The committee also examined closely the provisions relating to governance and independence. Members explored issues regarding appointments, access to information, reporting arrangements, accountability mechanisms and funding structures. A recurring theme throughout scrutiny was ensuring that the Fiscal Council remains operationally independent. The committee welcomed the explicit protections within the bill that provide the Council is not subject to the direction or control of ministers and must operate transparently, objectively and impartially. And it is, of course, worth saying that the committee will continue to engage. It will be regularly taking evidence from the Fiscal Council, including hopefully in the not-too-distant future, and we will of course be able to ask the Fiscal Council about its view on whether the provisions and the promises made in the bill, including the interpretations of the set out in the explanatory and financial memorandum, some of which have been altered after engagement by the committee, have been upheld and are being upheld. The committee also secured, as I said, a number of important assurances and clarifications through the scrutiny process, including commitments that reports, accounts, data statements and relevant notifications will be shared directly with the Committee for Finance and laid before the Assembly where appropriate. The committee gave careful consideration to whether amendments should be made to the bill itself. I'll come on and talk about that in my own remarks in a party capacity. Members were mindful that changes to governance arrangements in this context could have wider implications across other arm's-length bodies and therefore approached potential amendments with caution. Ultimately, the committee as a whole concluded that the bill provides an appropriate framework alongside the clarifications and amendments to the bill's explanatory and financial memorandum provide an appropriate framework for the Fiscal Council to carry out its role effectively and independently. So, Mr Deputy, it's important to put on the record that those changes to the EFM came as a result of engagement by the committee. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee completed detailed scrutiny of this legislation ahead of schedule, I think I'm right in saying, and is content that the bill provides a strong basis for providing fiscal transparency, strengthened accountability and improving better informed debate on Northern Ireland's public finances. In closing, I thank again everyone who contributed to the scrutiny process and acknowledge the constructive engagement shown throughout. The committee completed detailed scrutiny of this legislation and is content that the bill provides a basis for improved fiscal transparency, strengthened accountability and better debate on Northern Ireland's public finances. I'll just say a few remarks now with my other hat on, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is actually an important piece of legislation that we are completing today. It's a piece of legislation that the Finance Committee has, in this and previous iterations, been talking about for an awfully long time. The Fiscal Council was a commitment made, a new decade, new approach. It was established in 2021, around 2020, and has established itself as a vital part of the policy and scrutiny debate here in Northern Ireland. And I think it has proven that it can improve the quality of scrutiny, and I would think, as someone who's probably participated in every single debate on the budget since I've been in this, since I've been a member, that its work really has provided an additional point of scrutiny and clarity for members here, for the media, for the public writ large, and so putting it in statute, ensuring that it will continue to exist, is really important. I welcome the fact that the Minister, including after jostling and prodding from the committee, introduced it. Actually, I think it was his predecessor who introduced it, and now he's completing the legislative stages. So it is welcome. I'm not trying to take credit off you, Minister, for there was I'm not sure whether it was you or Keith Archibald. I don't have that information at my fingertips. You both did very well in getting the bill through. There you go. I'll say something. I'll say something nice. So it is welcome. I do want to make a few points about amendments that were not taken, because I think they would have improved the bill. I think we are at a moment where the public are seeing there's a real crisis in how we do budget making here. That crisis, by the way, is not simply the product of poor decision making and bad politics and a dysfunctional executive, though that's a large part of it. It's also the product of a cynical and dysfunctional attitude from London. The cynical and dysfunctional attitude from London reinforces and contributes to the dysfunctional and chaotic approach of this executive. And having an independent fiscal watchdog gives clarity to the public about the choices that are being made and not made, and it gives some degree of clarity when it comes to claim and counterclaim which are made, for example, about Northern Ireland's funding position. We know, for example, we had something called an open book exercise published recently, which some of the numbers may not have been wrong, but some of the numbers clearly were stacked up and written in a way that was designed to provide a very jaundiced and slightly deceptive view of public finances here. One might wonder why it was agreed to in the first place. The fact that we have a fiscal council, that's a product of a devolved fiscal settlement which requires this constant bartering back and forward in a dysfunctional way between London and Stormont, and an executive which cannot sing from the same hymn sheet and cannot agree a budget. And of course we now face the risk of a 5% cut on last year's budget this year, because the executive doesn't appear willing or able to pass a budget in time for the summer recess. We have a better grasp on all of those things, even if we don't want to have a grasp on them necessarily. We have a better grasp on them because there is an independent fiscal council which is able to provide clear analysis, evidence and numbers. I had hoped that our opposition amendments on providing additional economic analysis to clarify the economic impact of certain policies, whether that was on employment, productivity or whatever, would have been supported. They were not. I had hoped that our additional amendments on programme for government, giving the public certainty that the programme for government could have been looked at part of the Fiscal Council and how the budget delivered, could have been great. It weren't. Cost of division was also rejected, or the cost of duplicating public services. I deeply regret that, and parties voted against them. It has to be said, not the Alliance Party or the Ulster Unionist Party, but the two big parties voted against those amendments, and I regret that. I should just say, in gentle rebuke to the Minister's statement that it was political interference to try and amend the bill in the first place. We're legislators. We come here to scrutinise. Make no apology. We are debating dozens upon dozens upon dozens upon dozens of amendments to the Justice Bill. That's not political interference in the Justice Bill. That's legislators legislating a piece of primary legislation. That's our job. So I make no apology for doing it. We had, of course, tried to get an amendment in asking the Fiscal Council to provide the same kind of independent costing of opposition policies. The Minister is very keen on the opposition providing fully costed policies. I tried to do it via this bill. We didn't get it on the order paper. I won't complain about that, lest I be slapped on the wrist and accused of questioning decisions of the chairs, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But in total, despite what I think are modest lost opportunities to improve this bill, we do have a bill which will become an act after this. I welcome that. I thank the officials for working on it. It's our job now to keep working with the Fiscal Council. I would encourage all members to engage on their work, which is really strong. And I would also say that the Finance Committee will be continuing to engage with the Fiscal Council to ensure that all the promises made around their governance are kept in implementation. But we're pleased today, though we had wanted to improve it, we are pleased the Fiscal Council is passing its final stage. In my case, I've been talking about it for 5 or 6 years now, so I'm very pleased it's passing final stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Jim Dolan.
The establishment of the Fiscal Council 4 years ago was a positive development for improving the scrutiny of our public finances. I'm pleased that we have now reached the final stage of this legislation, following a year of debate and engagements about the shape of this legislation, which puts the Fiscal Council on a statutory footing. This will bring it into line with what is best practice in other jurisdictions, safeguard its independence and protect its scrutiny role. Evidence provided by similar bodies from neighbouring jurisdictions during the committee stage has been helpful in providing us with an understanding of how they operate and what we can learn from them. At the same time, however, we must also be conscious of the differences that exist between us as a region and others in terms of the economic and financial powers of our respective legislators and therefore the role of various fiscal bodies. I feel this bill is reflective of our own financial framework and how the Fiscal Council currently operates, while also enabling flexibility for the future should we receive additional financial powers. It is important, therefore, that the bill allows for the Fiscal Council to evolve should more decision-making powers be devolved. I know this is something the Finance Minister is keen to pursue, as like me, he believes that the interests of all of our people are best served by those that they have elected. The OECD stated that this legislation has been developed with the principles for independent fiscal institutions in mind, which is the fundamental foundation for the Fiscal Council. In conclusion, this bill will maintain and indeed strengthen the Fiscal Council's independence, providing it with the basis to assess the sustainability of our public finances.
Thank you. Diana Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And at this final stage, once again, we in the DUP welcome this bill to give formal legal status to the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council as an independent body scrutinising Northern Ireland's finances. And the bill delivers on a commitment previously made in the New Decade New Approach Agreement, providing clear legislative framework for the Council's functions, independence and governance. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister, thank the Department of Finance officials, the Finance Committee staff and my colleagues on the Finance Committee and all who gave evidence to our committee throughout our scrutiny of this bill to see it here today. The DUP has been a consistent voice throughout when it comes to the need to transform Northern Ireland's public finances, and in particular we continue to lead on calls for a fairer fiscal framework underpinned by Treasury funding that it meets the objective need of our vital frontline services, and never more so than currently has this been evident. And I welcome the combined executive's work on this and the united messaging in taking forward this continued case for our funding here to Treasury. The Leader of the Opposition has set his stall once again on criticising the position with the budget, yet offering no constructive solutions. If the SDLP were in the executive, would they impose and sign up to a budget of catastrophic cuts? The statutory grounding of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council will further bolster its ability to carry out the independent scrutiny of our financial situation here, continuing on the excellent work that they have been doing. At this time of economic uncertainty, unprecedented pressures are facing our public service delivery. To have this legally binding oversight body in place clearly should help the efforts to place our finances on steady footing, and looking forward, it should spearhead transformation that we need here. We all know as public representatives there's nothing more important to our taxpayers and our constituents to be able to see the transparency and accountability when it comes to public money. We need to be taking steps together to restore public confidence, and to date we've had the Fiscal Council demonstrating the positive impact that they have had in improving transparency, scrutiny and understanding of our public finances, and their wide ranges of reports far exceed what they are required to do. We've seen many reports from them, including that on the Northern Ireland Water funding model, showing and demonstrating it's neither fit for purpose nor sustainable. This clearly shows the range available to the Council and its ability to scrutinise across departmental remits, addressing uncomfortable truths that hamper our collective ability to deliver for households, communities and the economy. And their challenge is so important to us. The Fiscal Council have helped us gain a better understanding of our public finances. The critical value of the Fiscal Council is their independence. Financial reviews, opinions, presentations or bids which come from within government are often shaped by a particular perspective or perceived to be. If where it currently sits, it's sitting within the Department of Finance and the Department of Finance presents a position, it could be perceived that the Fiscal Council's position within this may bring forward the Department's view or the Minister's view or a party political view, which I am not suggesting in any way has been, as the Fiscal Council have been excellent, but that perception will rightly be removed by this legislation, and we need to ensure the independence of the Fiscal Council is paramount. And this point on independence is one that has underpinned our position throughout the progression of this bill and the positions that we've taken on the amendments as they've come through. From where the Fiscal Council sits within the department and the perception, as well as the budget parameters and governance, has been key. The independence of the Fiscal Council and the clear status is important. They have been in operation since 2021, as outlined by others. They've demonstrated their professional operation and status, but they have been operating through the Department of Finance, and this bill is setting them apart. We believe in the importance of their professional independent discretion in selecting their topical work without political interference, which they have proven to do exceptionally time and time again. We believe in their ability to apply scrutiny in its fullest forms on all aspects of public finances, and we've clearly supported this throughout their work. Other parties saw this bill as an opportunity to try to bring forward political points to the bill, to mandate specific pieces of work of the Fiscal Council, and when they did not get this passed, they framed false narratives around it. We had the SDLP trying to bring forward to mandate the Fiscal Council produce costed analysis of the opposition's proposals, which is somewhat unsurprising as the Leader of the Opposition never misses an opportunity, both in this chamber and in committee, to make the call for additional funding for opposition services. And we just have had a point of order earlier today where he's asked for a review of privileges available to the opposition. So the theme coming through, but that didn't pass with this bill, as I believe the focus should be on the independence of the Fiscal Council. Then we also had the Alliance and SDLP wanting the Fiscal Council mandated to produce reports on the cost of division without defining this term or the scale of work in terms of the annual staff resources. The Fiscal Council already has the scope, it has the professional discretion and it has the bandwidth to consider all of the costs of duplicating services, which in the previous round in this House I said I fully supported right across the board, especially in the Department of Health. They have this within their work where it's relevant, and they don't need a specific mandate or applied staff to do this. The Alliance and the SDLP amendment would have involved more costs for the Fiscal Council and potential duplication of their own work. We believe that the Fiscal Council should be a fully independent, professional scrutiny body who set their own work plan, not prescribed by political parties, and we have been clear on this throughout, and we believe that the Alliance and SDLP amendment would have involved more cost. We welcome the scrutiny by the Fiscal Council, but at their own professional discretion, not by political intervention. Yet the array of false claims and social media rolled out from both the SDLP and the Alliance Party following the last stage to say that anyone blocked the Fiscal Council for doing specific pieces of work is in fact quite the opposite. We fully support the Fiscal Council having full and complete professional discretion to do any work that they select and define. Nothing is blocked, and to be perfectly honest, that is precisely what that bill in its core essence is doing, allowing full scrutiny in its fullest form on an independent legal basis. And it is important to put in this Fiscal Council on this footing, to have it the independence and that credibility to do all of this is at the centre of everything that we have decided as we have applied our scrutiny in the DUP to this. We fully support this bill, and as I said, we support the delivery of this commitment previously made in NDNA. A separate point that has come up through this is that on the DUP we have long made a call for a reduction in quangos and arm's length bodies, with some 140 in operation, which we feel is ridiculous for a country this size, but we recognise that the Fiscal Council does not fall within this category. The Fiscal Council has already been in operation since 2021, demonstrating their professional operation and status, but they've been operating through the Department of Finance, and this bill is just setting them apart in status. Their operation, their structure, their funding is already in place. This is about the governance and the independent credibility and legal footing of them. It's not a brand new body being set up. Like the multiple new commissioners that are being established at running costs of at least £1 million a year for an array of different causes. The Fiscal Council is a professional organisation already in existence that deserves this full legal status. So we believe that the Fiscal Council, as I said, should be fully independent. We support this bill and we welcome the further progression of it today. We thank again the Minister, the Department and all who have worked on this, and we congratulate the Fiscal Council for their excellent work and look forward to continuing to work with them in the future.
Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Ulster Unionist Party welcomes, of course, the Fiscal Council Bill. It's something we set out many Stormont houses ago. It seems to be so long in the distant past that we've forgotten how far it was in the past. But it was always clear that we needed to be able to see what our government was doing and measure it effectively if it was coming forward. We have seen time and time again that we haven't had the ability to properly scrutinise what's come through and to look at the various figures, to look at everything from the estimates, look at spending and spending lines to do that as well. That's why we in the Ulster Unionist Party supported when the leader of the SDLP brought forward his amendment. That's why we supported it in this chamber. We did it very clearly because there needs to be a degree of economic analysis applied to that. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think the other key issue is that the Fiscal Council Bill was designed to be able to deal with when we were in a steady state, and about analysis of when we were doing budgets and doing budgets appropriately and following the appropriate system. But yet again, we're now in a situation where there is no budget. We also know that from various correspondence going back and forth from the departments, that the rules and regulations that are laid down in the Northern Ireland Act, there seems to be a definitive approach to ignoring them and going on and spending anyhow. And in that case, bearing in mind the virus of the Fiscal Council Bill is for the Fiscal Council to examine this funding as it goes forward within the framework of a budget and a budgetary process, yet again we are outside of the scope of that. And I do hope that the Fiscal Council take their interpretation and their ability to look at these processes as wide as possible. Because I believe in the discussions we had with the Department of Finance over the various things and what has been mentioned in the exploratory memorandum, there is that degree of flexibility within the Fiscal Council to be able to achieve that. This process will only work if there is openness and transparency. And it will only work if the Fiscal Council is able to get hold of the appropriate data and be able to report it back. The purpose of the Northern Ireland Assembly, in particular the committees, is to scrutinise departments. But it's quite clear that we don't have access to all the data. We don't have enough information about the arm's length bodies in sufficient detail to be able to scrutinise those. And sometimes the granularity, to use that horrible phrase, of the information that is available to us isn't appropriate for the task ahead. I would like the Minister, when he's making his closing remarks, to state what direction has been given both to his department, but more importantly, as his department is the lead for finances across all the Northern Ireland executive departments, that they will provide and cooperate fully with the Fiscal Council going forward, so we're able to get a degree of analysis and rectitude in looking at where we are and where we need to be. I'll draw remarks to a close because I think everybody else has sort of stately cleared where their views are. But the final point I would make is we've fought hard to get the Fiscal Council on a statutory basis. We need to make sure that they're not being squeezed out or just being pushed into the corner just because it doesn't support some political parties' narrow views on how they want to do financing and financing ahead. That, I think, should be the message that comes from everybody in this Assembly, because the Fiscal Council is there to support us, and bearing in mind they will probably be one of the few people who will be guarding the guardians, and we should be supporting that. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Dargie.
saying, just like everybody else, I welcome the final stage of the Fiscal Council bill. It is good that we have got to this point, and obviously there's been some constructive discussion through the committee and at each stage within this chamber as well. And as others have highlighted, this is putting the council on a firm statutory footing from where it was when it was established back in 2021. And I suppose one of the important points, I know it's been kind of raised here today in terms of some of the amendments, it was always important from the outset that the Fiscal Council does operate independently from executive, from departments, from ministers, and indeed, yes, even from the opposition as well. And that is an important point, that it's for them to determine the work that they carry out, because it is about increasing transparency. It is about adding to the public debate that we have around our finances. And I don't think that's something that we should shy away from. That's something I know Sinn Féin welcome, and it's key to the discourse in terms of where we are, as Steve Aiken has mentioned, in terms of the budget at the moment. Because I think it is important that the general public, when we're looking at these things, that we aren't financed on the basis of need when you compare to Wales and to Scotland. And I don't think it is acceptable when we're looking at the Fiscal Council and its work that we're treated as second-class citizen when you look at the budget that comes from Westminster, comparable to what happens in those other jurisdictions. Because if we did, we would have an additional, anywhere between an additional £1 and £3 billion, which would go a huge way in terms of some of the pressures that our public finances are facing at the moment. So I do welcome greater scrutiny from organisations such as the Fiscal Council, and I do think that it is important that they look at these broader issues going forward, because I know there has been some attempts, as has been touched on earlier, to misconstrue or to say that this was about trying to stop at looking at the cost of division. I mean, I've spoke about these issues. I don't shy away from these issues at all. I think they are important issues, and I have highlighted actually the cause of poverty is much greater. It's almost double the cost of division, and I think they are important areas that we have to look at. And I think it's all the more important that we have a Fiscal Council that is independent, because there is nothing in this bill that will stop the Council from looking at any of these issues going forward. The two statutory areas that they have to do is to bring forward a budget assessment report and a fiscal sustainability report. The rest of that, in terms of their operational decisions, is down to them as a council, and I think that is the right course of action, and that's why I think we have this legislation today. We have that right balance, that if the council want to look at other wide-ranging societal issues, then they have the independence to do that, and that ensures that there's that confidence of such a body within the wider public as well. So again, I just want to thank the Minister that brought this forward. It was obviously, I should highlight that it was a Sinn Féin minister had initially established the Fiscal Council through Conor Murphy in 2021, and we will continue to engage proactively with that council and with others as we discuss our public finances. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, as question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, and the next member to speak will be Brian Kingston. Just take your ease.
Thank you. We now move to questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Question 8 has been withdrawn. I call Gemma Dolan.
Tackling bovine tuberculosis is a key priority for me as Minister. The impact of the disease is having on the farming community is unacceptable. The cost, both to the individual farmers and government, is unsustainable. I was therefore pleased to endorse the Bovine Tuberculosis in Northern Ireland Blueprint for Eradication, which was co-designed alongside key stakeholders on the TB Partnership Steering Group, which I established last year. The public consultation on potential wildlife intervention options, which is a key pillar for the Blueprint for Eradication, alongside measures on people and cattle, is being finalised. I expect to launch the consultation on this in the next few weeks. The consultation, which will be open for a 12-week period, will provide stakeholders and the wider public with the opportunity to consider the available evidence and share their views on the options set out. The responses received will help inform my decision on the way forward. As I've said previously, any decision I will make will be guided by the science and the available evidence. There is no preferred option at this juncture. I would encourage all interested parties to participate in the consultation to ensure that their views are fully considered as part of the process.
Ms Dillon.
Minister, TB is an issue affecting the entire island, and it's important we're working collaboratively on this. Can you outline what engagement you've had with your counterpart in the south?
There is significant engagement, whether it's through North-South Ministerial Council or with myself or by officials on an ongoing basis, and on a practical measures in terms of that regionalisation initiative that we're now delivering through the Shared Island funding. I'm committed to respecting the fact that we live in one single epidemiological area. This is something that's a challenge north and south. That Shared Island initiative is absolutely critical, and we'll continue to engage at both official and ministerial levels on this key issue.
Minister, currently around 19,000 cattle a year are slaughtered due to bovine TB. Can you, Minister, give an update on any clinical trials in England and Wales regarding a vaccination, and if any similar such research is being done here in conjunction with them, and maybe a wee PS as well? The issue of the spread of TB through deer.
Thank you, Patsy. In relation to your latter question, that would be more of an issue in the south of Ireland than it would be in relation to the north, but I acknowledge that deer is part of the wildlife issues that we need to consider in regards to this. In relation to the vaccination programme, DEFRA are conducting a trial in regards to this. It's being conducted in north of Wales, as far as I'm aware. I would hope to visit that over the summer to see how that is progressing. It's important we consider all available interventions around this. We'll obviously have to be respectful of the fact that we are under EU law in Northern Ireland and how we will go forward in terms of any future rollout, but I am watching this with interest.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank the Minister for his answers. TB is costing farmers over 96 million per year, according to a recent report between the Ulster Farmers Union and the LMC launched just 2 months ago. When will we see direct action, Minister, when you know many farmers right across the country, including within our own constituency, are continuing to face massive issues with TB?
Minister.
There already is significant action being taken in regards to this. We've increased the level of testing. We're going out to procurement in terms of that biosecurity advice to farmers. We are doing this in partnership with people, and that's why it's important we have that stakeholder group. We're going to go out and consult in relation to wildlife intervention and want people to come back to that consultation, but I want people to be assured in terms of the three pillars of people, cattle and wildlife. Interventions are being taken in regards to this. I recognise the cost to farmers, not just in terms of financial costs, and the report from the Ulster Farmers Union has set that out in a very stark manner, but also the mental health costs in terms of a breakdown of your herd. Also there's an issue in terms of the budgets of my department, but fundamentally I'm on the side of the farming community. I recognise the challenges around this. These are complex issues, but we're determined to push forward and implement that blueprint.
Alan Robinson.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
My officials have ongoing discussions with SES about various planning issues as and when needed, and I hope to meet with representatives of SES in the near future. Some of the recent engagements between officials and SES have related to habitat regulation assessment requirements associated with poultry applications, including transboundary movements of land, transboundary movements or land spreading of poultry litter.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Could he provide the House, does he intend to, when he meets with shared environmental services, does he intend to discuss any additional staff may be required to meet increasing demand for environmental assessments linked to planning applications?
So I will be meeting shared environmental services on Wednesday of this week. I'm respectful of the fact that this is a shared service set up by the district councils, so the authority for this sits with those district councils. At that meeting, I've asked for a representative of NILGA to be there because councillors have a role in regards to this. I get the frustrations that people have in terms of shared environmental services, particularly in terms of the inability to get clarification in response to issues, and that's why I've asked for this meeting to occur on Wednesday, and I'm going to seek to find a better way forward in regards to this, because there's real frustration within the agriculture community in regards to shared environmental services and the need to turn around queries around this.
Finnegan.
Corlia, and appreciate the response that the last member has got, because there has been a lot of discussion around the shared environmental services and even the role in which they play, and getting clarity around the decisions that they make or don't make, and the whole up it has in planning. So is the Minister exploring any reforms or improvements on how shared environmental services engages with his department on planning matters?
As I've outlined to the previous member, I am respectful of the fact that shared environmental services is something that was set up by the district council, so ultimately remit sits with them. What I would say to members in the House is that we all have representatives on NILGA in terms of that collaboration across local government, and they have a role to play in terms of finding a way forward in regards to this. I'll do what I can, but I also have to respect the nature of local government. I will be having that meeting with shared environmental services on Wednesday and seeking to find resolution to these issues. But ultimately, local government needs to step forward in a collective manner to allow us to resolve these issues.
Annie Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Minister what impact reapplications has in slowing down the processing time for the DAERA planning response team?
The impact is very significant. My department is actively seeking to improve its planning performance rates, but those reapplications and reconsultations increase planning caseload and put pressure on performance. It is therefore vitally important that in terms of those reconsultations and applications that they include the environmental data and information required up front in order to avoid the need for further information and going backwards and forth. This is a key issue for me, and it's important this is addressed by the people who are putting the applications in the first place and district councils who are then having to contact the Northern Ireland Environment Agency.
Cameron.
Please.
The Sustainable Agriculture Programme, through its 4 key outcomes of improved environmental sustainability, enhanced productivity, stronger resilience and an effective supply chain, provides the core policy levers to deliver emissions reductions over the first carbon budget period and plays a central role in meeting statutory obligations under the climate change legislation. The policies and proposals for emissions reduction in the agriculture sector included within the first Climate Action Plan and the emissions reductions that these could deliver have been discussed on a number of occasions with the Agricultural Policy Stakeholder Group and individual processor organisations. An agri-food focused stakeholder consultation event, which included presentations and a discussion on both the agriculture sector input and land use change and forestry, took place as part of the Climate Action Plan consultation held last year. The stakeholders were also invited to the Met Office event held in the Loch Gallery last week to hear at first hand the impact of climate change will have on our sector and the importance of working towards our climate change targets. Engagement with the APSG and other agri-food stakeholders and climate action will continue as we move towards the development of subsequent climate action plans and an agricultural sectorial plan.
Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, it will not be lost on you that our agri-food industry is a prize asset economically in Northern Ireland, supporting over 100,000 jobs. Your climate change aspirations need therefore to strike an important balance between protecting the environment and ensuring that one of our most important sectors continues to grow, thrive and provide food security to our population. The industry, I feel, is not convinced your current approach does that. So, Minister, is it time to adjust your sights on the climate targets?
I'm very aware of the importance of our agri-food sector to our economy, but more than that, just in terms of the rural way of life, and we are seeking to strike that balance. The legislation that is being implemented is legislation that was passed by my predecessor, and in the DUP manifesto of 2022, you were trumpeting it. So your change of approach in relation to this is not in line with science and evidence and the mandate that we have to deliver action around this.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers to this point. Despite the attempts at distraction from the actual level of the climate crisis, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister if he can give us some more information on the impact climate change is actually having on Northern Ireland farmers and why timely action is necessary for a just transition?
Thank you, John. The locked-in impacts of climate change are already being felt in the agricultural sector through increased frequency and severity of storm events, increased rainfall, extreme heat events and droughts, and new climate-sensitive pests and pathogens. Changing weather patterns are affecting crop yields here across Europe and damaging farm infrastructure. Unpredictable rainfall and temperature extremes are disrupting traditional farming cycles, where extreme rainfall and flooding events have caused significant damage to farmland, infrastructure and agricultural assets across Northern Ireland. As a result of these extreme weather events, risks such as soil erosion and nutrient depletion threaten the long-term sustainability of agricultural land. Water scarcity during prolonged heatwave dry periods can impact irrigation and the availability of fresh water for livestock, which adds to further pressures for farmers. We've seen the prolonged heatwave and the impact that they can have in terms of grass growth and in terms of silage production. These combined impacts are expected to hinder productivity, limit economic growth in the agriculture sector and adversely affect rural communities, highlighting the urgent need for adaptation and resilience measures in response. That's why we have launched the Northern Ireland's Climate Adaptation Programme in its third version, and we're committed to implementing that, taking heed of the science and evidence and the imperative to act.
Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, farmers and the agri-food sector accept they do need to adapt to the challenges of climate change, but they're asking for clarity, for support and a just transition. What more can you do to support the sector, and what more can you do to support the apple growing industry in County Armagh, whereby the crazy reality now is that 90% of our apples are imported and we have perfect growing conditions here, including in our orchard county?
As a department, we are committed to supporting the agriculture sector in relation to climate change. That is delivered through the Sustainable Agricultural Programme. Over £300 million worth of funding support that is given. The only part of the UK that has that ring fenced, and I was delighted to do that. But what more, we're also setting up a Just Transition Commission to ensure the views and voices of farmers are heard as part of that transition towards decarbonisation. And in addition to that, there's a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, which is in its second year, supporting farmers in terms of the adaptation and the changes that are needed. I'm committed to doing this in a just and fair way. The realities are there, and we owe it to the farming community to deal with climate change in a fair and just manner, and that's what my department is doing.
The Minister's draft climate action plan can be found on the DAERA website, where it lists a 21% reduction in agri emissions by 2030. The colourful document states this will be achieved by a reduction in livestock numbers of 22% in dairy, 17% in beef cattle and 18% in sheep, pigs and poultry. Minister, is it now time for you to come clean with the industry that the proposals you are taking forward will lead to destocking on farms, either through the draft climate action plan or the other measures you're bringing in through NAP?
The Climate Action Plan, which is from 2023 to 2027, does not recommend herd reduction. What we're doing is we're following a way forward in terms of that science that we can use to deliver productivity, but also in terms of greenhouse gas emissions reductions. We're working with the farming community to deliver that, and it is important that we take heed of the imperative to act, but we work with people in terms of the Sustainable Agricultural Programme and this assistance that we are given around this. To deny and to deflect from the realities of climate change is a gross dereliction of responsibility to our farming community, who are feeling the effects of it now, and that will become even more acute as the time ahead if we continue to do that and listen to your friend in the White House, who is in a position of complete and utter dereliction of duty in terms of facing the realities of climate change that are affecting so many people, not just in Northern Ireland but across the world.
Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Speaker.
With an overall performance rate of 65% for statutory planning applications during 2025 to 2026, I recognise that Northern Ireland Environment Agency's statutory planning consultation performance has in recent years fallen below expected standard. My officials are committed to doing better through delivery of the Northern Ireland Environment Agency's Planning Improvement Plan, which was formally initiated in January of this year. This improvement plan places strong emphasis on getting decisions right at the earliest stage. Updating standing advice, including new advice for single dwellings, has been developed to improve clarity, consistency and proportionality in responses. Early evidence indicates that performance is improving, even in the context of sustained demand. From the 1st of April of this year to the 29th of May, my department has received 688 statutory planning consultations, with 96% of these responded to within the statutory target. The outstanding 155 cases are also on track to meet a similar performance rate. Tackling the planning consultations outstanding from 2025 to 26 remains a priority. As of the 29th of May, 91% of consultations received during this period have been responded to. My officials are aiming to clear all the remaining outstanding consultations by the end of September of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. And the Minister will know this is an issue right across Northern Ireland, including within our own constituency, where long delays, even today, to NIEA consultee responses are simply curtailing economic development, amongst other things. In the last 5 years, your department's performance rate ranged from 59% to 72%, which is simply not good enough. Minister, when are we going to see real improvement and action beyond just words?
So I will write to the member to set out the actions we have taken in relation to the Planning Improvement Plan and the further actions that we're planning to take. We're putting effort to this because we recognise that you need to get prompter responses, but this also requires other parts of the planning system to help us, whether it's in relation to applicants or in district councils, to ensure that we're not having those high levels of reconsultations. We also need to make sure that people are paying heed to the statutory advice around this, so that they can understand when they're putting the application in, it's more likely not to require an elongated process. I would say that part of this requires resourcing, and in the current situation, without a budget and the uncertainty around that and the financial situation we're in, resourcing of the department is going to become even more acute in Northern Ireland. So we need to be able to have a budget, and we also need to have a situation where we can properly resource Northern Ireland Environment Agency to do the job that it is seeking to do.
Minister, I met one of many farmers at the weekend who told me he had spent so far over £20,000 on a planning application and still no decisions made yet. Minister, has the department carried out any assessment of the financial impact of the delay in responses on the farming community for those who are trying to get approval for essential projects like slurry storage or new or improved livestock housing? Thank you.
So I am conscious of the frustrations around this. Some of this also relates to a wider issue with regards to policy and the need to reduce our ammonia emissions in Northern Ireland, and that's something we're working intensively with stakeholders so we can agree a way forward in regards to that. There is a significant and sustained response here from NIEA in terms of this Planning Improvement Plan. We're seeking to be able to turn these around in a quicker manner, but there is a role to play and should make sure that the applications, when they come in the first place, are in this place where we can actually give that prompt response without having an elongated process, and that's something we're seeking to do.
Minister, can you outline the situation regarding reconsultations of NIEA by councils on planning applications?
So from the 1st of April 2015 to the 20th of May 2026, my department has received a total of 61,969 planning consultations across all of the planning authorities. Of these, 26,241, or 42%, have been identified as reconsultations. Reconsultations can range from one reconsultation, or in the case of one planning application, 16. We have been asked 16 times for Northern Ireland Environment Agency's view in relation to this. Now, whilst the majority of these cases can be resolved after one reconsultation. The upper end, as I've said, is 16 times, and this is something that needs to be addressed. Through the delivery of the Northern Ireland Environment Agency's Plan and Improvement Plan, work is underway to address poor quality consultations and reduce reconsultations by planning authorities by enhancing biodiversity checklists, to defining competent person for completing surveys, and developing support tools for planning authorities.
David Loughlin.
I recently met with local government representatives to discuss a variety of issues around the dilapidation bill, and my officials have also maintained regular and extensive contact with council officials throughout the overall bill progression. I have consistently highlighted that whilst there is no discrete funding provided in respect of this bill, the powers within it are discretionary, giving the councils the flexibility to avail of them as resources permit.
Thank you, Minister. Most councillors that I actually speak to want to use the powers contained within this bill, but they are worried about the costs to ratepayers. What can you do to actually reassure them on this issue?
Thank you, Sinead. So the dilapidation bill will consolidate and modernise outdated Victorian legislation to help regenerate our cities, towns and villages by giving councils the powers to better tackle the issue of dilapidation. There has been significant engagement with local government, and I want to thank them for that constructive relationship. The bill includes discretionary powers equivalent to those that are now long established in Great Britain and Ireland. We've met with council representatives on a number of occasions, and we've agreed to bring forward a number of amendments in pursuit of those meetings that we have had. Also, the committee, as Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, had an extended committee stage, and we're engaging with local government around it. I would emphasise that these are discretionary powers. The bill does not impose new statutory duties or financial burdens on councils. We also intend to publish statutory guidance, giving greater clarity than what is the present setup, and we will continue to work with local government in the development of that guidance.
Buchanan.
For his response so far, but Minister, given the absence of clarity on funding for the councils, do you not accept that this bill risks being legislatively sound but financially undeliverable by councils?
As I've outlined, these are discretionary powers, and I think it would be really important to take a wider perspective in relation to this. If you have dilapidated buildings in neighbourhoods, towns, villages and cities, that is going to take them potentially off the rate space, but also is going to make the area less likely for people to invest. So it's in the interest of district councils to see the legislation being used, to see buildings being brought back into use, to be refurbished, and not having those neighbourhoods blighted by dilapidation. And that's what we're seeking to do, give the councils those discretionary powers so they can use them. Obviously, when they're considering use of the power, they will be considering whether they're going to get cost recovery associated with it, and there's additional methods in place as part of the legislation to allow them to do that. I want to thank the committee for the scrutiny that they gave associated with this and their engagement with local government. This will be a good piece of legislation for councils to use so that we can address an issue which many of us in the House have been raised, which is in terms of those dilapidated buildings across many constituencies.
David Honeyford.
Mr Speaker, dilapidation is a major issue in damaging our high streets and holding back economic growth and regeneration. I thank the Minister for coming with me to Drumore, my own area, to see that and the regeneration that could take place there. But can he explain how the bill will empower councils to actually tackle this for our wider community?
Thank you, David, and it was good to be in your constituency and seeing what the potential power of the bill will be, because this legislation is what this House should be doing, which is enabling people to do good for their local communities. Most of the current powers available to councils are from the Victorian era and are geographically fragmented, so councils tend to make little or no use of them. The dilapidation bill will consolidate and enhance these powers, drawing on successful use of legislation in other jurisdictions, which ensures that we tackle dilapidation at an earlier stage. Councils currently have limited powers in this area, but the bill will provide them the necessary powers to take steps, if they wish, because it is discretionary powers, to require buildings or land to be cleaned up where the condition adversely affects the amenity of the area.
Jan Armstrong.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, you mentioned that there would be no financial burden on the local councils in carrying out their scrutiny and their actions. Now, I represent an area with lots of small villages, and in many cases there are buildings in severe cases of dilapidation.
Can you assure me that equal weighting will be given in the exercise of the Council's duties to those small villages and not just the larger conurbations?
You raise a correct issue. What we will have alongside the bill is that statutory guidance in terms of the exercise of the powers. And I think it's important we understand this isn't just something affecting cities and towns, but it's also affecting villages. And this is going to give the powers to councils, discretionary powers, but I think it's important that the councils actively consider these. We can intervene at an early stage to ensure that this situation doesn't emerge, because we've seen too many neighbourhoods across Northern Ireland where one dilapidated building becomes a second and a third, and that's why it's important it intervenes, and that guidance will hopefully help give people an assurance in terms of exercise of the powers.
Annie Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 6, please.
My department has launched a 12-week public consultation on proposed measures as part of the Bathing Waters Policy Review for Northern Ireland. The consultation seeks views on a range of proposals to modernise and improve the Bathing Waters programme. These include how bathing water information is communicated to users, the length and flexibility of the bathing season, the introduction of a risk-based approach to bathing water monitoring, revised criteria for the identification of bathing waters, improved monitoring and management of candidate sites, the removal of automatic de-identification of sites, ensuring monitoring locations better reflect actual usage patterns, and also the consideration of wider stakeholder recommendations. In addition, the consultation provides an opportunity for members of the public to propose new bathing water sites through a dedicated application process. My department will also shortly host an information webinar to provide further detail on the proposals and to clarify any queries from the public. The consultation closes on Friday, the 21st of August.
Mr. Donnelly.
And thanks to the Minister for that answer. Could I also ask the Minister what role EDMs and near real-time reporting will play in keeping users of our bathing waters informed on water quality?
Event duration monitors could potentially play a key role in near real-time reporting and therefore improve both transparency and keeping users informed of water quality at bathing waters. These technologies monitor the event and duration of spills from combined sewer overflows. This could improve public messaging, enabling more informed decision-making by bathers and enhancing public confidence in the bathing water programme. My department is working with Northern Ireland Water on a pilot initiative to explore the use of EDMs with enhanced data reporting to support more timely identification of pollution events at bathing waters. The aspiration is to have a public-facing version of this pilot within the next year. As part of the Bathing Waters Policy Review, my department is considering how best to strengthen communication with users. Any future approach that involves EDMs will build on the existing bathing water dashboard. This provides a one-stop shop for bathing water information that is accurate and gives sound public health advice.
Colin Gillinew.
Question 7, please.
Mr.
NEA commenced an investigation reporting the report of a gas leak from Granville Eco Park Limited, anaerobic digestion facility which is located in the Granville Industrial Estate. Granville Eco Park Limited holds a waste pollution prevention and control permit which is regulated by NEA. An enforcement notice was issued to the company on the 28th of May in response to this incident. As an investigation is ongoing in line with DAERA enforcement policy, I cannot comment any further. I can, however, tell you that the gas network company have confirmed this was not a gas leak, and Granville Eco Park Limited have confirmed that it was a leak of the odorant used in the gas to grid process.
Mr. Gillinew.
The odorant is in the form of a gas. This company are charged with managing gas safely. What reassurance can you give the community of Granville and Eskra that that facility is managing what is very dangerous gas safely?
So I understand your concerns in regards to this. I will check with officials in terms of the engagement that has occurred with the Health and Safety Executive in regards to this. This is an ongoing investigation, and it's important we have sensitivity to that. But I get the concerns around this. I will inquire with officials and I'll write back to you in terms of that safety issue that you raised.
The Gaston. Andy Allen. Minister.
Capacity and sectorial skills shortages are well recognised within the forestry sector and is a common feature throughout the UK and the Republic of Ireland. This is primarily due to the increasing competitive demand for forestry competencies to achieve ambitious tree planting targets set by respective governments to meet societal benefits and contribute to climate change mitigation plans. My department is due to publish the Northern Ireland Tree Planting Action Plan, which is a collaborative approach and has been co-designed with sectorial stakeholders to deliver the strategy of 12% forest cover by 2050. The plan includes consideration of education and capacity building to support sectorial resource planning and ensure forestry skills and capacity are developed in line with the needs for forestry technical staff, contractors and managers across the supply chain, including for the next generation. This will involve my department and stakeholders promoting forestry as a career, opening up opportunities and access to forestry education and training skills for the Northern Ireland sector. The absence of formal provision of forestry education in Northern Ireland requires innovative and bespoke solutions. My department's Forest Service is currently assessing opportunities to develop forestry education and training opportunities, including apprenticeship and graduate trainee forestry schemes and recruitment programmes.
Move on to topicals, and Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I represent a significant rural constituency. Farmers fully accept within that constituency the responsibility to protect our rivers, our land and the wider environment, but they cannot control the weather and they should not be punished when prolonged wet conditions make slurry spreading unsafe, unsuitable or environmentally damaging. Does the Minister accept that rigid deadlines without practical flexibility are putting law-abiding family farms in an impossible position, forced to choose between breaching rules, risking penalties or spreading in conditions that could actually do more harm to the environment?
So I'm taking from your question, it's in relation to the closed period for slurry spreading. In regards to that, there has been analysis of the science around that and also the importance of to improve water quality and safeguard our watercourses. I do that in acknowledgement of the good work that farmers do across Northern Ireland, and there's many examples of that in terms of environmental stewardship. The focus of the department, therefore, is not to change the closed period, but also to look at other issues such as the planning process associated with covered slurry stores. That's something we're actively engaging with stakeholders in, because that also relates back to our obligations to reduce the levels of ammonia in Northern Ireland, and that's something we're engaging with stakeholders on, and I am hopeful there will be conclusion to that in the short time ahead.
For the answer to that question. It is important, Ministers, I'm sure you'll agree, that we give our family farms all the reassurance that they need. They're extremely frustrated by the delay in process to get storage, etc., through the system. What are you doing as Minister to deal with that issue and assisting farmers get the storage that they need so they're not left in an impossible and risky situation?
So I'm very conscious of the law around this, and the department was investigated in 2023, and the report from the Office of Environmental Protection who undertook that investigation is on their website. That's a situation where we were acting unlawfully. We're now in a situation where that is not the case, but we need to deal with those practical issues, and that's where we've been engaging with stakeholders to get understanding of the challenges and practical solutions on the ground, so that we can find a situation where, particularly in terms of those covered slurry stores, that we have a planning process which enables that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the NAP stakeholder group will publish its recommendations as this House enters summer recess. Internal briefings within the industry have resulted in farmers contacting myself with grave concerns with what is being proposed. Can the Minister update the House on what he plans to do with hen litter from layer houses, as it's currently being proposed to ban the land spread of this valuable byproduct come 2030?
I'm very grateful for the work that all stakeholders as part of the Task and Finish group associated with the Nutrients Action Programme and the commitment that has been over the last number of months in terms of finding a way forward in regards to this, which is workable at a farm level, which have practical measures which meet our legal obligations within realistic timeframes. There's been a significant amount of work undertaken in regards to this, and that work will hopefully come to a conclusion soon. That report will be published, and we will undertake a further consultation in regards to those measures. It's important we give space for that work to be completed, and then we have that consultation for people to give their views in regards to this. And I have the utmost respect for all those within the room who were able to take part in that process, and particularly chaired by Karen Brosnan as an independent facilitator for the group.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I didn't have the benefit to see if the Minister delivered that answer with a straight face. I can only think that he didn't. after it's been exposed that a poor culture existed at AFBI, with video evidence showing slurry being blown into a local forest amongst other breaches? When will all the data behind the NAP proposals be published to allow the industry to robustly scrutinise this? Minister, to be brutally honest with yourself, both yourself and AFBI have little to no credibility left within the agri industry, and that answer that you provided sums it up nicely.
When I come to this House, I come to this House to give my answers in a truthful and an honest manner, and I take great exception to you seeking to impugn my integrity in regards to this issue, but sadly I'm not surprised. In relation to AFBI, AFBI is DAERA's key science partner, delivering the majority of DAERA's scientific needs, and is a key contributor towards the needs of the department, but also in terms of programme for government opportunity outcomes. You will know from my statement in the Assembly in April that there are a number of key challenges facing AFBI at the current time, most notably in relation to their laboratory facilities following an inspection report, and also in terms of allegations about farming practices at the Hillsborough farm and the data breach. You'll also be aware of an independent review of AFBI, which my department and AFBI have been considering. I've published the outcome to that review, and we will continue to implement both the actions I set out in April and also the actions arising from the review. A senior partnership, governance and oversight board will support the advancement of this work, underpinning enhanced departmental support and sponsorship for AFBI as we jointly implement the required improvements. Through the steps that the AFBI board and the executive team have taken, and through the additional oversight mechanisms which are now in place between AFBI and my department, I am confident that AFBI will be able to continue to deliver high-quality science services for the department and for the wider agri-food sector. I would say in closing that I come to this House and I do my job because I seek to serve all the people in Northern Ireland diligently and also to deliver for people. I do not come to this House to divide people, which is what this member seeks to do day and daily.
Question 3 has been withdrawn. I call David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague Pam Cameron has dealt neatly with these issues regarding agriculture. But can I ask the Minister what engagement he's had with other ministers to resolve the roadblock to progress in terms of critical infrastructure caused by unrealistic net zero targets, and when we can expect some common sense?
So I am very conscious that there is an ongoing court case in relation to an appeal associated with the I5, so I'm limited in what I can say around that. But in terms of the member's question, whether I've been engaging with executive colleagues to change our climate change targets, the answer is no.
Mr. Brooks.
Well, I say shame on him, because this will be the first of many court cases, no doubt. It is hampering the A5, it will hamper the North Street interchange. Experts say that it will affect pretty much every major road project that will be proposed for this place. So is he willing to continue to risk both lives and economic benefit, or will we see some common sense coming to this issue?
So the legislation, the member may conveniently seek to forget, but the legislation was passed by my predecessor, your party, sorry, hold on.
Your bill.
Order, the Minister be heard.
It was a bill brought forward by a DUP minister, and you... And it was passed unanimously at final reading in this House, and the DUP put it in the manifesto, and we're trumpeting the legislation. So for yourself now to come and change your tune in regards to this situation, the shame that you should have is you collapsed these institutions for 2 years and didn't allow us to progress legislation and the important interventions that we're seeking to take around this. And if you want to see progress in relation to this, agree the first climate action plan, which I'll bring into the executive in the short time ahead.
Minister, there seems to be an increasing prevalence of animal carcasses being dumped in my constituency. Can the Minister clarify what his local teams are doing to try and combat this issue?
I am very concerned about this. There has been door-to-door engagement in terms of encouraging people to have any information in regards to this, to bring it forward and report it to the local DAERA Direct office. What I have said around this, and I will repeat it here today, is that the vast majority of farmers dispose of fallen livestock responsibly. So those that are engaging in this are doing great disrespect to the farming community. There's also potential public health implications associated with this if it's near a watercourse. And it's imperative that anyone has any information in regards to this to bring it forward so they can bring the people to justice associated with this. Where the carcasses are disposed of is responsibility for the landowner. We will engage and intervene as a department and alongside councils as and when necessary. But this is a deep issue of concern for me. It is also a situation where local people have encountered these, and particularly also children, which is extremely distressing. So we need to get a message out this is not acceptable, and if you're aware of who's doing it, because people do know who's doing it, that they report it and contact the local DAERA direct office.
And I thank the Minister for that answer. I am deeply concerned about it as well. He will know that I have raised about water quality issues quite a lot with the Minister. This is a water quality issue right here, right now. I raised before with him about a waterway adjacent to Roan Road, and over the weekend we've seen Tully Bryan Road in Ballygolly where animal carcasses have been dumped in a waterway. Minister, how can we be more agile to get agencies to work together quickly to get them removed for the waterways? Because in Roan Road situation, which I wrote to you about, the carcasses had actually disintegrated into the waterway before any action was taken. That's a water quality issue.
I've asked officials to ensure that there's a one DAERA approach, because you have Northern Ireland Environment Agency and you also have Veterinary Service responding to this. District councils also have a responsibility around this. Ultimately, we don't want to see this happening in the first place, and that's where one of the key issues arises from this. Also, the identification of this can take a time before people are aware that this has occurred. Also, the landowner ultimately has responsibility for the removal of this. But we are seeking to work with our partners, whether it's in council or across the department, in response to this. And I would urge people, if they have any information, to bring it forward.
Philip Brad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you often inform this House about the budgetary pressures on your department. With that in mind, can I ask why you are seeking to appoint 15 Just Transition Commissioners? Across Northern Ireland, the public rightly want delivery on first-class public services, not the creation of more quangos. Can you maybe explain to this House what on earth a Just Transition Commissioner is?
This is a requirement arising from the climate change legislation. I'm very keen that we implement our obligations arising from that. I've set out to the House as part of the debate on the regulations. This will ensure that our duties are performed in a way which is just and fair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister outline to the House of what the cost of this appointment will be? A precursory looks to be £500 per day for a member who sits on this Just Transition Commission. Given that your frontline public services are stretched, do you think that this is a good use of your departmental resource?
Minister. I do believe it's a good use of funding, because when people come to this House and say, how are you going to ensure that in terms of climate action is done in a just and fair way, I'm making it clear that we want to make sure that those voices are heard. I'm also making sure that I'm listening to stakeholders, including the Ulster Farmers Union, who welcomed the establishment of the Just Transition Commission.
Gareth Wilson.
In light of your confirmation to me that the additional £4 million for bovine TB eradication will not shorten its 5-year duration, introduce any new measures, deliver direct benefits to many farming areas in Northern Ireland, would you outline what immediate practical actions you will take to support farmers who can't afford to wait years for outcomes while TB continues to spread?
Minister.
So the action we're taking in terms of that regionalised approach to TB is not the only intervention that we are taking. We're basing this in terms of people, cattle and wildlife. We're getting that procurement in terms of that biosecurity advice for farmers. We've also increased the level of testing so we can have a better handle of whereabouts the infection is, so we can get in earlier around this. And we're also going to go out and consult in relation to wildlife interventions. So there is significant work being done on this. I recognise this is something that it has existed for a long time, but the levels are unsustainable. We need to address it, and that's what we're seeking to do as a department, but do that in partnership with stakeholders around it. We've made significant progress in recent times in this, but that does not underestimate the impact it has in terms of the farming community and the cost and the mental health impacts on farmers.
Mr. Wilson.
And just focusing on my own constituency of Newry and Armagh, can you outline any immediate measures that will be introduced in this financial year that farmers will see making a difference on the ground?
Minister.
So the additional testing, but also that biosecurity advice is occurring across Northern Ireland, and then in terms of any wildlife intervention across Northern Ireland, that will be applicable across all of Northern Ireland. The regionalised approach is necessarily confined to a geographical area, and that's why we're seeking also to take actions on a Northern Ireland-wide basis.
What are the key steps that the Minister has set out to improve water quality in Belfast Lough without stopping all development from Ballyholme to Island McGee?
So I've got legal obligations in terms of water quality in Northern Ireland. We're seeking to make that designation of Inner Belfast Lough Shellfish Area as a sensitive area. That's as a result of 2 previous reviews and the recommendation from my predecessor to do similar. In regards to it, I'm seeking executive agreement in regards to that. On the beginning of March, I set out other actions were taken in relation to wastewater. The situation whereby the Belfast Lough is on course to become our next Lough Neagh is not acceptable, and it's important people support me in terms of the interventions required.
Thank you, Minister. We now move to the Communities Minister, and I call Deirdre Hargey for the first question.
Mr. Speaker, the DWP legislation was subject to scrutiny by the Social Security Advisory Committee, who found that the amendments don't give claimants the clarity or assurance needed to remove the fear of reassessment. This scrutiny highlighted the fact that although work itself would not trigger reassessment, work activities could still be interpreted as evidence of improved functional capability. This could impact future work capability assessments or personal independence payment decisions. They also raised concerns that claimants returning to universal credit may face stricter conditionality requirements and may be exposed to a greater threat of sanctions. After considering the risks identified by the SSAC, I've decided to monitor DWP's implementation of this scheme before bringing forward equivalent legislation for Northern Ireland. This does not result in any material change to the delivery of benefits to people with disabilities in Northern Ireland, but preserves the flexibility to legislate later if DWP implementation proves effective and the response to the scheme is positive.
Ms. Hargey.
And thank you, Minister. Given your department's own disability and work strategy, it sets out a commitment to investigate opportunities within the benefit system and indeed benefit conditionality itself to help address claimant fear or reluctance to participate in employment activity. So whilst you're assessing what happens across the water, what more can you do or will you be doing as part of your strategy in terms of looking at the issue of right to try work and to assure those claimants? Thank you.
This is a very important piece of work that is ongoing because we need to ensure that we have in place that support that allows people to, in my view, break free from the benefits system. We know how difficult that can be, that's one of the barriers. People are concerned about the support that they might lose. That's why we have the disability and work strategy in place, and of course that has to intersect with the welfare system as well to make sure that it actually serves the needs of people and doesn't keep them bound into benefits. This is also why the transformation project that has been announced recently will be so important to help us tackle economic inactivity, because it brings together those different sections and importantly with health as well to make sure we have that integrated level of support that actually makes a difference to people here as well. So we will keep an eye on the changes that will be coming about in the rest of the UK, but ultimately I want to do what works best for people here, and it's right for us to keep that under review and to see what comes from that. But as I said before, it doesn't result in any material change for people here.
I'm coming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can the Minister outline what he's doing to support people into work and also to encourage progression in employment to ensure that Northern Ireland does work for everyone?
Absolutely grateful to the member for that question, and I'm sure that she knows by now this is a key area of concern for me. Our economic inactivity rate is simply too high, and that's because we have too many people on welfare, and that burden is being carried by everyone else. We know that many individuals who are economically inactive face multiple and often overlapping barriers as well, including ill health, disability, caring responsibilities and skill gaps as well. So we're going to continue to deliver targeted employment support programmes, including Workable and Access to Work, provision delivered through our front line, and interventions commissioned under the labour market partnerships, all helping those farthest from the labour market to find employment. But she also, very importantly, raises the issue of progress in employment as well, because we should want that for all of our citizens, that they continue to deliver and develop in their skills and in their abilities. And so we want to be there and ensure we're providing the necessary support for them. That's why the Pathways to Work and Wellbeing Transformation project is so important. I believe that that is us taking a step back from what we have always done, and it challenges us all to redesign the current health and work system and deliver something that's far more joined up and effective in addressing wider issues that are preventing people from finding and staying in work.
Campbell Holland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, the key to enabling a programme like the Right to Try will be dependent on employers being able to provide those opportunities. So can you let us know what discussions you have had with the Minister for Economy, just to ensure that employers are ready, that they're willing to provide such opportunities?
Minister.
Well, first of all, we have the Disability and Work Strategy, which has been cross-departmental and endorsed by the Executive, and it's important that that is in place, because this is not something that I can sort out within one department. These issues are multi-layered, and we need to make sure that we're working together to address those issues, and that again brings in the transformation project by working with the Department for the Economy and the Department for Health for making sure that we're tackling those barriers to getting people into the workforce. In terms of what she said in relation to ensuring that employers are in a place where they can take people on. I've seen some of the excellent work that is already being done, and I think that we need to help give confidence to employers, because there are many out there, and perhaps they are unsure of what is required of them, and oftentimes there's very little that will be required of them in order for them to make reasonable adjustments that allow people to come into the workplace. So that is work that is going on, and work that will continue to make sure that we can give confidence to employers and to potential employees as well, that the workplace is somewhere for them. A workplace is somewhere where disabled people can not only be working but progressing as well, and that's something that I'm committed to. We see that through the Disability and Work Strategy, and we see that through the Transformation Project as well.
And McCrossan.
Speaker, Minister, as part of your department's ongoing work on the Disability and Work Strategy, which you just referenced, what engagement have you had with the Minister for Infrastructure regarding measures to improve access to public transport for people with disabilities, including the potential provision of free travel?
Minister.
Of course, that is work that is going on as a result of the strategy, and he will know by reading it that there is issues around transport that feature heavily in that, and that is oftentimes a concern for many people about how they can get to work. That's something, the specific issue he references is something that would be for the Department for Infrastructure to consider and take forward, but his views are on the record, and I'm sure that she will be taking that on board.
Paula Bradshaw.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, my department has responsibility for the legislation which governs Sunday shop opening hours and any change to the hours set out in the Shops Sunday Trading NI Order 1997 would require primary legislation. I have no plans to review the hours prescribed in legislation and can confirm no work is being undertaken to assess public support to extend Sunday trading hours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your response. So you will be aware of Belfast City Council's recent consultation on the use of the mechanism to extend opening hours over 13 Sundays in this summer. In that consultation, 79% of people were in favour, as were 57% of businesses, and retail workers were evenly split. Can you not ask your officials to look at that response, because there's a clear level of support across the community for this change? Thank you.
Well, first of all, that was one consultation that was done in one area, and she's rightly highlighted actually that retail workers were evenly split on that. So I think it is important that we recognise the concerns that many people have, and oftentimes those that were opposed were those that were most passionate about the view that they held as well, because it would impact on them more than anybody else. So it's clear that there isn't consensus on this issue among those who are involved, including 40% of businesses who are not seeking a change. And with the time remaining in this mandate, I don't believe that this is the right priority for us.
Ken Corley, would the Minister agree with me that the Good Jobs Bill would actually help to protect those retail workers that you've referenced, and by unionising the businesses and ensuring that workers get their rights regardless of the changes that might happen?
If she's against or if she's in favour of bringing forward some of the measures that she thinks will help and that has public support across this chamber, Sinn Féin should bring that forward to the executive to split the bill, and those measures that do, and those measures, if the member wants to listen, we've got a way forward here. We can split the bill. Those measures that have wide public support, those measures that have public support can go through, and the members opposite have been really passionate about some of those measures in particular that did have huge and widespread support across this chamber. So why not, where there is agreement, proceed with those in the meantime? That could be done very quickly by urgent procedure, and I think that if that were to happen, it would get broad support very, very quickly across the chamber. And of course, this is what Sinn Féin do. They interrupt whenever they don't agree with what it is, but that is a sensible position that can be adopted, and encourage them to do that.
Keith Buchanan. Minister, there seems to be a lot of misinformation regarding this Sunday trading hours opening. We heard the 57% from the previous speaker regarding that. It's a change from 15% in Belfast. Are the trade unions actually for this? And is it an anomaly here in Northern Ireland in that regard?
The consultation that was carried out by Belfast City Council related to proposals to extend Sunday opening hours throughout the city during the summer months. Consultees were not asked if they supported the extension on a permanent basis or if it should apply beyond Belfast City Council boundaries. So I don't think that the consultation responses can be interpreted as something that people across Northern Ireland support. But I am aware of the views of businesses, retailers, and in particular retail workers who would be expected to work on a Sunday. And as already has been pointed out, the views there are much more divided from this perspective, with approximately 40% of businesses and retailers opposed to the proposals and retail workers evenly split. In terms of how that compares with elsewhere, our Sunday trading, relatively speaking, mirrors much of the rest of the UK. However, there are other countries like Austria, Germany, Switzerland, Norway that have even more restrictive systems. So you often hear this argument that we're among the most restrictive in Europe, which is simply not the case. But as I've said previously, that is not a priority for me as we head towards the end of this mandate.
Hear, hear.
Sorry, Carl. Would you share the concern expressed by USDA, which is the trade union that represents most of those retail workers, that allowing larger shops to open for longer on Sundays would have a negative impact on retail workers, their families and our communities, and actually put more pressure on low-paid workers to feel that they have to work rather than spend time with their family, community, or indeed, if they wish, their place of worship?
My goodness, Jerry Carl and I on the same page for once. Could we all take a note of the date and the time? However, yes, there are times where we will find ourselves in agreement, and this is one of those, because he is right to stand up for the views of retail workers, not just in the city, but across Northern Ireland as well. And I, for one, am delighted that I was here for this little moment of history.
Matthew Till.
One of the points made about Sunday trading, whether it is borne out or not, is around supporting the high street. Some small retailers are concerned about it for that reason, because they think it would simply benefit big retailers. But I would ask you, practically, what progress are you making in terms of schemes to support small businesses on the high street, particularly things like living above the shop, because we know that one of the things that can help to revitalise town centres is having more people live in town centres so they can avail of local retail and hospitality. What practical action are you taking and what money are you assigning to that end?
Actually, across Northern Ireland, you will see examples of how the department has invested in urban regeneration schemes. I'm going to be in Strabane later on this week. There's been work that has been done in North Belfast, in Glengormley. We have also seen schemes in other parts of Belfast. We've seen a number of other smaller grant schemes to help improve our town centres right across Northern Ireland. And increasingly in some of the regeneration schemes, he mentions living above the shops. It has been housing-led regeneration which are helping our town centres as well. Of course, specific help for the businesses in which he refers to are not primarily a matter for my department, but we are playing our role in helping to improve the public realms and our town and city centres more generally, and I look forward to further announcements on that in the days to come.
Cara Hunter.
3, please, Minister.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have made it a priority to protect our social homes as valuable public assets because every house matters. In 2024, my department initiated a review of tenancy fraud policies and practices and established a collaborative forum, the Tenancy Fraud Oversight Group. And this group works closely with the Housing Executive, registered housing associations and other key partners, including representatives from the Tenancy Fraud Forum UK, to develop a more coordinated and effective approach to tackling tenancy fraud, identifying key issues and sharing best practice. And over a year ago, I tasked officials with taking forward short, medium and long-term actions in relation to the review. These actions include a clause in the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill which will allow a specialist team within the Housing Executive to investigate tenancy fraud on behalf of registered housing associations. I also hosted Northern Ireland's first conference on tenancy fraud in November 2025, bringing together experts from across the UK to share lessons learned. I also committed to publish proposals for consultation, including plans for ambitious new legislation and an overarching strategy on tenancy fraud and misuse. And these will be brought forward by the end of this month. And I'm glad to have the support of the Northern Ireland Audit Office, who have recently recognised the value of this work.
Ms Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Speaking of the Audit Office, Minister, they recently reported that social housing tenancy fraud is costing at least £8 million to the public purse. But we know, as elected representatives, the true cost is our families waiting on house waiting lists. Minister, we have seen from the Public Accounts Committee a recommendation way back in 2013 to bring forward an evidence-based baseline estimate of the true scale of tenancy fraud in social housing. Is that an additional element of what you've just said that you will be bringing forward at the end of this month?
My department undertook 2 exercises in 2015 and 2016 to establish a baseline which was reported on at the time. These exercises did not successfully identify a level of undetected fraud, so we've been collecting data from social landlords on tenancy fraud and misuse since that time, but I want to see improvements in how data is collected on suspected fraud, confirmed fraud and recoveries. A report on social housing fraud in England, Lost Homes, Lost Hope, published in 2023, estimated that 1 in 30 homes are subject to some form of tenancy fraud, with many cases going undetected. The NIAO has now recommended that we establish an evidence-based estimate of undetected fraud, and this will require further work, but we are committed to doing that.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could ask the Minister, in any system such as this, of course we want to get rid of housing fraud. Absolutely, it's losing us far too much money in Northern Ireland. But during investigations, mistakes could be made. Could you explain what appeals process may be built into the Housing Executive investigation system?
Of course, we need to make sure that housing fraud cases are accurate, and of course there should be appeals processes in place, and we will certainly make sure that people have the opportunity to give a true representation of their circumstances. Of course mistakes can happen, but it is important that we do crack down on this because, as has already been pointed out, is of significant cost to the public purse, and most importantly of all, it's the denial of homes for people that actually need them. So I always say we will have the robust processes in place so that if you're doing the right thing, you have nothing to fear.
Anne Forsyth.
Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's continued approach to tackle fraud in our welfare system as well as in social housing. Does the Minister agree with me that it is hypocritical for Sinn Féin to turn a blind eye to tenancy fraud, yet at the same time demand more social housing?
Absolutely. I have made this a priority since I came into office, and I know that that has been a source of frustration for other parties, including Sinn Féin. And these issues are, of course, connected, because the less social homes you have, the greater the waiting list is as well. So if you're committing fraud, I make no apology for making sure that we're taking appropriate action. We need to prioritise our public services for those who actually need them, not fraudsters. But she talks about hypocrisy and social housing, and the greatest hypocrisy of all from Sinn Féin on this is the continued failure of the Sinn Féin Finance Minister to properly fund the social housing development programme. If housing is a priority, it should be funded, and it has not been funded, and that's what we need to see happen.
So, question 4 is withdrawn, and Ms McAllister is not in her place. I call Nick Matheson.
Question number 6, please.
Speaker, the redevelopment of Newtownards Library will deliver modern, accessible library services for the local community and will form part of a wider cultural hub for the area. It's a key priority for Libraries NI and an important partnership with Ards and North Down Borough Council, which is leading the project. I can report that the outline business case for the project was approved in March 2026. This was a significant step forward and follows resolution of the complex governance, partnership working and value for money issues involved in a project of this significance. Libraries NI and its council partners are now working to establish the arrangements required in the delivery phase of the project. In parallel, an integrated design team has been appointed with the intention of submitting a planning application for the combined council and library facility within the current financial year. As with all major capital projects, progress will depend on meeting the conditions of approval and on the prioritisation of investment within a very constrained public sector budget. However, I remain committed to seeing this project delivered for the people of Newtownards.
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that update. I would highlight when I was on Council back in 2019, this was already a long-standing saga in terms of getting this project over the line, so any progress would be very welcome by the people of Newtownards. On that basis, can you provide any timescale, given that we are years and years into the development of this plan and this project, about when the people of Newtownards will actually see a new redeveloped fit-for-purpose library in the town?
Minister.
Well, I have been clear that Newtownards Library is a priority project for me, and the approval of the outline business case demonstrates real progress, greater progress that has been made in many, many years. So I hope that that is of some comfort to the people of Newtownards. But governance arrangements are being finalised and design work is progressing, so the project does now have a clear pathway forward. Now, I remain committed to delivering the project, and I will continue to monitor closely as it moves towards delivery, and I can assure him that I will continue to engage with executive colleagues as part of the budget process to seek and to secure the necessary funding for it.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his answers today. The Minister hasn't forgotten about Fermanagh, and I welcomed his announcement of £750,000 for Enniskillen library redevelopment. We were down in a very happy day visiting that library. Can he give me an update on the progress of the redevelopment of Enniskillen Library, please?
Minister.
Well, I'm happy to tell the member that the project is progressing well, with procurement to appoint a contractor at an advanced stage. And subject to the completion of that process, it's anticipated that a contract will be awarded over the summer, with works expected to commence on site in autumn 2026. As with all capital projects, further progress will of course depend upon the availability of funding, but she has frequently reminded me how important this project is, so I look forward to seeing real progress made.
Great.
Burrows.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I've been proactive in taking decisions to improve support for victims of domestic abuse. I removed intimidation points from the housing selection scheme, ended the overriding priority that intimidation had on other forms of violence or abuse. This has ensured that all victims of violence or people at risk of violence or abuse for any reason, including domestic abuse, can access the same categories of points in the scheme. This has levelled the playing field for all those seeking housing as a result of abuse, trauma or violence. I also tasked the Housing Executive with reviewing the primary social needs criteria and points, including those awarded for victims of violence, abuse and trauma. And this work will be concluded and proposals implemented within the Housing Executive's timescale for this review, which is due to be implemented in spring 2027. The Housing Executive is also delivering against its Domestic Abuse Action Plan. This includes raising the profile of the Sanctuary Scheme, a multi-agency initiative to enable households at risk of domestic abuse to remain safely in their homes rather than present as homeless. The Supporting People programme also plays a key role in helping victims of domestic abuse access and sustain safe housing. And through this programme, we fund refuges and community-based floating support services specifically for women who have been forced to leave their homes, and in 25-26 that included over £3 million for 14 refuges and more than £2 million for community support services.
Mr. Burrows.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister agreed with me that where most of us should feel safest is in our home, but domestic violence victims, that is actually where they're most at risk. And will he continue to press the case and look at every option, including some proposals that are going through in England and Wales, to look at the best practice that we can make sure that victims of domestic violence either get to stay in their home if it's social housing in favour of the perpetrator, or get fast-track access to another house?
Yes, sir.
And absolutely, and I know whose side I am on in this. If there's a perpetrator and a victim, I will always be on the victim side, as we all should be. We've set out the work that we have already done, the work that the Housing Executive continues to do, but of course we will also look at the additional supports that can be made available, perhaps that are made available elsewhere. We'll always learn from best practice on this, because it's absolutely horrendous what some people have had to go through, and we want to make sure that we provide the support that we can. Much time, effort, energy goes into doing our best, but we can always look at where areas can be improved, and I give that commitment to the people today.
Minister, everyone deserves access to safe and secure housing. Over the last week, we have seen the opposite, with families burnt and intimidated from their homes. The targeting of Lauren Leisure Centre last year after your reckless Facebook comments was a failure of leadership by you. Has that failure now been compounded by your silence and invisibility this past week?
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the member is an absolute disgrace, because he has done nothing but politicise this situation since it started. The member, knowing that I was going to be at an executive meeting updating executive colleagues, knowing that I wasn't able to attend the hastily arranged committee. No, it wasn't nonsense. I was at the executive, and then I had other appointments in the diary. He publicly complained about me not coming along to the committee. He was then again trying to further politicise it this morning. I can be very clear, Mr. Speaker. I am against all violence, and I am against all intimidation, regardless of where it comes from. And I stood and I signed a statement with my executive colleagues, and my position is crystal clear whenever it comes to violence and intimidation. And I don't need in any way to look at my remarks and to dance around any of my remarks, because unlike the member opposite, I always condemn violence. Unlike the member opposite, I will never condone violence. I have always been against it. My party has always been against it. Whereas whereas Sinn Féin, Mr. Speaker, are opposed to violence sometimes. They're opposed to intimidation sometimes, because, of course, they don't believe that in certain circumstances there's any alternative to violence at all. So I would say to Mr. Gildernew, I see your hypocrisy. I see exactly what it is that you are doing. I see exactly what it is that you are all about. And I think that you're nothing but a disgrace in what you have attempted to do. And you have attempted to use the circumstances of the last few days for political gain, and I think that's disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Morris Bradley. Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Minister, given the current riots, can he update this House on how his department and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive have managed those affected who have sadly had to leave their homes? Give us an update, please, sir.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. While we understand that people are rightly horrified about what has happened in North Belfast last Monday, nothing can excuse the violence and disorder that we witnessed in the days and the nights that followed. Everyone has the right to peaceful protest, but sadly there are those intent on destroying communities they claim that they are there to serve, and that is absolutely wrong. But my staff in my department and in the Housing Executive have been working around the clock to ensure that those who have been displaced are cared for and supported. This has not been an easy task, and I want to put on record my thanks for all their efforts to assist those who need it most. And as reported, by 5 p.m. on Sunday the 15th of June, 86 households have presented to the Housing Executive citing civil unrest, and 26 of these were requests for temporary accommodation. And these figures above include 16 households resulting from the Northern Ireland Housing Executive contact with the group being supported by PPR, and an additional 37 households being supported by other organisations.
Now for topical questions, call Mark Durkin.
Speaker, and hopefully that's the end of the Punch and Judy politics when it comes to discussing an extremely important humanitarian issue. I'm glad to hear some more specifics now of the action that the Minister and his department have been taking to help the hundreds of children, women and men bullied and burned from their homes last week. Could the Minister outline in particular what assistance has been given to those innocent victims who have no recourse to public funds?
Yeah, again, Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record my thanks to all of those staff within the Housing Executive and indeed in the community and voluntary sector that have done so much over the last number of days to help those who were in need. What happened was absolutely horrendous, and I have spoken to those that have been affected. I've spoken with those who have had their businesses damaged, and those from ethnic minority communities who are terrified at what has taken place. And I want to be very clear on that, as I have been already, that that was wrong and should never have happened. Of course, there will be those that are entitled to that support, and they will get that through the work of the Housing Executive, through the support systems that are in place. But we know that there are those that do not have recourse to public funds as well. And where people are in emergency situations, advice can be provided, and we've also provided voluntary and community sector support as well, as I know that they will be providing assistance also. I also activated last week the scheme of emergency financial assistance, and that provides support to councils as they respond to recent events and mitigate the impact of the emergency. And this scheme is effective from the 9th of June and will remain in operation until the situation resolves. And this will include reimbursement to voluntary and community organisations who have been engaged by councils in response to the emergency. My officials have been in regular contact with both mayors and the Home Office, and there's strong and effective engagement between mayors and the PSNI, and indeed between mayors and a range of statutory partners, which I think has been to the benefit of all of their collective responsibilities and roles.
Mr. Durkin.
Thank the Minister for his answers. Up until this point, however, the point must be made that the Minister's perceived inaction or indifference on this issue has been in stark contrast to those heroic efforts of the housing workers, his own departmental officials, the voluntary and community sector, churches, and those ordinary, decent, good Samaritans who have worked round the clock to ensure that families, that their neighbours are put somewhere safe. The Minister's right. What happened was horrendous. Sadly, it's not the first time it happened. We may hope and pray that it's the last. I doubt very much that it will be. But what steps is the Minister taking? What message would the Minister have to those who took to the streets to air their legitimate concerns, one of which is a shortage of housing, and their way of expressing those concerns was to burn homes?
Well, first of all, I have to say to Mr Durkan, I'm genuinely disappointed that he's jumped on, regardless of whether it's perceived or not, whether or not he uses that word or not. I think it's a cheap political point that he has made. He says he wants an end to the Punch and Judy style of politics, and then he jumped straight in on that. And I think that was really poor on his behalf, and I think that he should reflect on that, and I don't think that was the right thing to lead off with on his questions. Second thing I think he needs to do is make a difference between those who were engaged in legitimate and peaceful protests and those that engaged in violence. It is not right that the two are put into the same category, because they are not, and it's not right that that happens. But as I have said in the past, and I will say again, the destruction of people's homes does not benefit anyone. This sort of intimidation and violence benefits no one at all. So I am very, very clear and very, very robust on that, despite the attempts of others to misinterpret my situation and the work that my department has been involved in, the department which is under my direction and control. And I know that there is often more that we would like to do, but our teams have been working non-stop. I've been getting those regular updates. I've instructed my team to make sure that the housing executive gets the support that it needs as well. And we have had joined up coordination on that. And I hope that people would actually look to how we can resolve the issues that we're talking about, rather than just engage in silly political attacks.
Keith Buchanan.
Can the Minister provide some feedback on the success of the Northern Ireland Community Infrastructure Fund, please?
Mr Speaker, I've been very pleased with the response to the Northern Ireland Community Infrastructure Fund. It was oversubscribed, which I think tells you a little bit about how much demand there is there in all parts of Northern Ireland for this fund. I also think that it's a positive example of how two departments can work together to deliver for communities across Northern Ireland. I'm pleased to inform the member that 521 applicants have made it through to stage 2 of the process, and 243 community facilities were successful with funding. So moving forward, I am now working at pace to launch this as a baseline scheme, and I want to welcome Mr Buchanan's continued support for this as well. I think this is another opportunity for us, Mr Speaker, to highlight the importance of the community and voluntary sector. The work that they do every single day in facilities across Northern Ireland. Oftentimes those facilities were not up to scratch. They are not as they should be. And this goes some way to allowing those organisations to continue their work, in some cases to expand their work even further. That's a good use of public money. It's good collaboration between departments, and we need to see it continue.
Mr Buchanan.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister, for that answer. Minister, we're starting to see the impact of investment into local communities through funds both from the Ulster Scots and Arts Council. Sinn Féin have been critical in the past about your priorities, recently complaining consistent funding for Ulster Scots and bands are vanity projects. Does the Minister agree with me that Sinn Féin should adopt a more progressive attitude and support all cultures, and not just when the cameras are rolling?
Absolutely right. We have seen outright hostility from Sinn Féin, especially the Communities Committee Chairman and Deputy Chairman on these issues. They have publicly shown disregard and hostility towards our marching bands, towards other musical instruments programme recipients, towards Ulster Scots, towards the connections with America 250 as well. They often accuse me of many things, yet they're the only ones that have shown open hostility to any cultural organisations, and they have done that. And I think that is very, very disappointing. But we can see the benefits of this in our community. I had the pleasure to be at the UK Pipe Band Championships in North Belfast on Saturday. I was also at the Royal Landing in Carrickfergus, and I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Cheryl Brownlee and her team for a fantastic event. Thousands of people in attendance. A family day with music, with pageantry, with historical reenactment. It was fantastic to see. We need more of that. And that has been able to develop because of the support that we give to the Ulster Scots Agency and through our musical instruments programme. And so I would urge Sinn Féin to end their hostility towards cultures that they may not have agreement with, because it has been on open display here, and I hope that they would, as the member has rightly said, be more progressive in their attitude, and let's get rid of the hostility.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as other members have observed, for the third year in a row we have had a series of race-based pogroms on our streets, with members of our ethnic minority community burned and bullied out of their homes. So as the Minister responsible for homelessness, can I ask, why is it that we always rely on the community and voluntary sector, on churches, on Good Samaritans and neighbours to fill the gap where the state should be fit to step in?
Well, sorry, I don't agree that is the case. It has certainly, we've certainly seen a significant role played by the voluntary and community sector over the last number of days, and in various crises that we have faced over many years. That's absolutely the case. However, I think that does a disservice to the Northern Ireland Housing Executive and other public sector organisations, including councils, that work very, very hard to assist those who are in need and to provide the help and support that is so often required. We had staff that were working all weekend, staff that were working long hours, sourcing accommodations, sourcing assistance, sourcing support. And so I think that it would be wrong for him to characterise it in that way.
Here.
Mr. Tennyson.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, surely you acknowledge that the number of people who presented to the Housing Executive is just the mere tip of the iceberg, and that many families, whilst not technically homeless, were fearful to remain in their own homes. Surely you acknowledge that's a space that the community and voluntary sector stepped into. And what steps are you going to take to ensure that those services are better coordinated should this reoccur in future? And I'm sure we all hope it doesn't.
Minister.
Look, I do absolutely acknowledge the role of the voluntary and community sector, and we want to do everything that we can to make sure that that support is in place, and we will look at this as we do after every significant event and ensure that we can improve upon what has gone in the past as well. Voluntary and community sector have their role to play, and the public sector has its role to play as well. But we also need to focus on making sure that we deal with the violence that we see on our streets, and that is something that needs to come to an end. And I have to say, I believe it is hypocritical of the member for some of the comments that he has made about those that were involved in rioting, when he is someone that gave a donation to the Minnesota Freedom Fund in 2020. Let's just look at some of the $20 donation that he gave. It helped to bail out George Howard, bailed out on a domestic assault charge and was arrested and later convicted of second-degree murder in a road rage shooting incident. Christopher Boswell, a twice convicted rapist, and he was released on bail, and he faced new charges of kidnapping, assault and sexual assault in 2 cases as well. Sean Michael Tillman, He was bailed out on a misdemeanour, and less than a month later he murdered a man by shooting him multiple times. So often we are frustrated by the hypocrisy of Mr Tennyson. That is exactly what I am referring to. So the next time he pontificates, maybe he should think about his own actions. He says he asked me a question. I furnished him with an answer, but I also took the opportunity to expose his own hypocrisy, and I will continue to do that.
Philip Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there are people in this House who are engaged in deliberate deception. Last week, Mr. Speaker, when I was on the streets of North Belfast, I was phoning directly the Minister to ensure support was provided to those most in need, and I thank him for that. Can the Minister take this opportunity to outline to those who sat on their armchairs and on Twitter and probably donating to other people engaged in criminality, what actions he physically himself took rather than sending meaningless and pointless tweets?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely. I was involved over the last few days in ensuring that the Housing Executive had the resources that they needed. That's why I made sure that I activated the financial assistance scheme as well to make sure that any additional support that was needed for the voluntary and community sector was provided. And I am there to support the frontline staff. I do not do the job myself, but I need to make sure that the policies and procedures are in place. And I have also taken the time to speak to those who have been affected. And that's why it is so disgraceful that you have seen other parties attack in that way again and again and again. But we know that Sinn Féin have form when it comes to this, because the chairman of the committee has been caught out before in terms of what he has said in relation to the place names project. And again, he made that up. He completely made that up. He has made up more accusations this morning. We all know that Sinn Féin's relationship with the truth is at best distant, but I think that we're just getting in to crazy territory here. They are the last party that should be speaking about violence. My job is to make sure the Housing Executive has what it needs. That's what I will continue to do, and make sure that that support is in place. And I think it has been disgraceful, the approach that Sinn Féin have taken today.
Okay, moving on. Just before we go to the urgent oral questions, just want to inform members there will be a motion come to the House to sit to 10:30 tonight. That being the case, members are entitled to overnight accommodation. If they require it. Some of the members from distances may wish to utilise that. And for tomorrow, it's probably likely that we will be going beyond 10 o'clock again as we try to finish the Justice Bill. Following week we'll have an opposition day, and then there's 3 days remaining which have legislation, executive legislation and executive business throughout. So we do need to try and conclude the Justice Bill today and tomorrow, and there will be the possibility of a further session on Wednesday. So just want members to be informed of that at this point. Colin McGrath has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I call the clerk to read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health, in light of recent racially motivated violence, to outline any additional security measures that will be put in place to safeguard healthcare staff attempting to gain access to hospitals.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The appalling events of last week, and I include Monday night, have left a mark on healthcare staff, particularly our international colleagues, some of whom have endured horrendous experiences. As I've stated many times, we not only benefit from our international colleagues, some staff groups depend on them. Without their commitment, without their skills, parts of our health service would simply collapse. It's a simple matter of fact. One, I suspect the individuals responsible for some of last week's outrageous events either do not appreciate or perhaps they chose to ignore. Trust security responsibilities extend to hospital premises and grounds. Security issues beyond the perimeter of trust sites are a matter for the PSNI, and I have been in direct communication with the Chief Constable of a number of times last week, and that contact will continue. Many of the issues faced by staff gaining access over the past week have been in relation to disturbances in surrounding areas rather than on the campus itself. The safety of staff is paramount, and a range of security measures are in place. Dedicated security teams are available 24 hours a day across our main sites. They are trained in prevention and management of violence and aggression. They carry out regular patrols, they monitor CCTV, and they liaise with the PSNI. The disturbances have largely centred on the Belfast area, particularly the Mater. The Belfast Trust engaged regularly with the PSNI, including a meeting with the Deputy Chief Constable on the 11th of June. This resulted in an observable increase in police presence, both in the vicinity of the Mater and also on-site and within the emergency department, with police liaising with staff on the ground. Trust, security staff and duty managers also provide a range of interventions to support staff that will be deployed going forward when required.
Mr McGrath.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response and share with him in that discussed at what happened and what we saw last week, especially to our healthcare staff. We will have seen the rioting, the racist violence and the mass disruption, and it did prevent many healthcare staff from being able to get to work, which was sad to hear. And we also heard about the Mater Hospital, where a barricade and checkpoint was set up by masked men. Upon seeking intervention from the PSNI, they were advised to just show their ID and they would be let through. Would you agree with me that that's not acceptable as a response from the police, that staff, all staff that work in our health service should feel safe and secure going about their work and should not have to be stopped by masked men as they try to get to their place of work to help people in our community?
Well, I thank the member for his question and for the interest he has shown. I was in the Mater last week. I heard a number of quite horrendous stories, which, Mr. Speaker, I will not share with the House, because some of those stories in the narrative would identify specific nurses and would put them back at risk of injury or of abuse. But I did hear of one young nurse who had to negotiate her own way through the rioters, through the barricades down at Carlisle Circus. That's not right, to my mind, not right at all. And that's one of the conversations, one of the communications I had with the Chief Constable. And I will assure the member, Mr. Boucher took that very seriously indeed.
Philip McGuigan.
Thank you. Minister, the acts of racism last week were a disgrace. The acts of racism and threats against our healthcare workers, an absolute disgrace. The Minister has articulated how much our healthcare depends upon people who come from outside of this island to help out. And given that, I wonder if the Minister or the Department has assessed in the short term the damage that the recent violence has done in terms of its impact on staffing levels, attendance rates or service delivery within the healthcare, and even in the medium term, if the Minister is concerned that such incidents of racism and threats against our healthcare staff could undermine efforts to recruit and retain international staff to our health service.
Well, I would say to the member, I don't have the statistics returned, and it's very hard to measure in a statistical way the impact on morale, on people feeling safe, on the number of our international colleagues who now feel the situation has become so dire that they are no longer prepared to stay with us. I want to tell them that they are welcome, that they are treasured, that we want them to stay, but I wouldn't encourage a single person to stay if they feel they are putting themselves at risk physically or in terms of psychological torture. And that's what's been happening. Let's be clear, that is what's been happening. And it's not just the hospitals. I was in Ballyclare last week. I visited an advice centre for international colleagues working in healthcare. They had been attacked physically, windows were cracked. And then down the street there was a community capacity domiciliary care team, very largely international colleagues, frightened about going about their business, and they're working all across Northern Ireland. And they're frightened to go and help people. And you know, Mr. Ogilvie was tended by healthcare workers. I don't know who that team was. I'd be very surprised if there weren't international colleagues who helped that man. And those people who are out rioting, who are racist, don't care. It is appalling. And remember, healthcare workers are attacked day and daily in our emergency departments and in our hospitals by Indigenous people from this part of planet Earth. So the last thing they need is a layer of racism on top of that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like others, Minister, I very much would like to condemn outright any threat to any healthcare worker in this province. Could the Minister detail to the House how many international healthcare workers have now left the role as a result of the unrest, and also could he detail to the House what support is being offered to healthcare staff who have experienced intimidation, harassment or fear as a result of recent unrest?
Well, on the latter point, all the trusts have protocols in place to provide support, both physical and psychological, to anybody who's under attack or under threat working in our health and social care system. As to the numbers, I have not had a report on numbers who have actually left, so I will expect to be told that if people are actually leaving, but I haven't had any reports of anybody who has left. But once again, if people are leaving, I don't think anybody that's in this House could blame them for doing so. And it's not just, again, in our hospitals, it's people working in domiciliary care, in home care delivery. And remember, when you're going out and knocking somebody's front door, you don't know necessarily what to expect. You know you're going to attend to a service user or a patient, but you don't know who else is in the house. You don't know who's lurking round the back. You know, they are actually putting themselves potentially in harm's way. And we reward them with racist attacks. Seriously?
Donald Donnelly.
Thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Our international healthcare staff are needed and they are valued, but they are worried and fearful for their own safety and that of their families, including their children. School principals have been telling us that some children from ethnic minority backgrounds have been staying away from school over the last week due to fears about them travelling and being in the community. Beyond statements of support, what practical actions in terms of workplace support is the Minister taking to ensure that international healthcare workers feel that their concerns are being heard and that they're able to safely continue to work in Northern Ireland?
Well, I can assure you the concerns are being heard, and I hope I demonstrate that by going out and visiting not just hospitals but the places in Ballyclare that I mentioned, and I will continue to do that. I'm out every week for the last 2 years, every week, at least once a week. I'm out making visits to health and social care settings. So I would like to think the health and social care workforce understand that I'm interested and that I'm listening. In terms of what's happening outside of health and social care settings, the police clearly have a role. So when you're talking about children of international colleagues being afraid to go to school, that actually stretches beyond, I think, what the Department of Health can do, apart from speaking in support and liaising with the Police Service of Northern Ireland in particular, but also social services where appropriate. We have to take this as seriously as anything that has happened during this mandate. I mean, I've been attacked many times on social media because on television yesterday I said what happened is a stain on this country, locally, nationally and internationally. And I stand by that statement despite what people want to say. And people say, why are we bringing people in? Why aren't we training up more local people? We are training up more local people than ever before in our history. We can't get enough to ensure that the system doesn't collapse without our international colleagues.
On Chambers.
Speaker, Minister, I'd wish to join with you in totally condemning the violence of last week. And I'll always defend the freedom of speech and the right to peaceful protest, but it comes with responsibility, and obviously last week lines were crossed. Would the Minister agree with me that the strongest response we could give is to stand firmly alongside our international healthcare workers and reassure them that they're not visitors to our health service, but they are an essential and a valued part of it, as are all our dedicated health workforce? Thank you.
Yes, I absolutely give that assurance. And that last point that the member makes about the entire workforce in health and social care is very important to me, because on Wednesday night I was in Lisburn in the Command and Control Centre of the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Centre. service. The previous night, they had had over 300 phone calls. That's the most anybody in that room could remember, and some of them have been in the fire and rescue service for over 20 years. They're saying much worse than the 11th night bonfires. There were 31 fire trucks in Belfast last Tuesday night. 21 of them don't belong in Belfast. They're coming from fire stations here, there and everywhere. That was a third of the entire fleet. Are you telling me that you can do that, you can divert that level of resource without a potential impact on business as normal elsewhere, on road traffic collisions, house fires, all the rest that they can't predict? Are you telling me that they could say, look at me and say with 100% certainty, this doesn't put other areas at risk? No, they couldn't. And then they saw on social media that long, long list of houses of multiple occupancy. And there was not fear in their eyes, but what I saw was the senior leadership of the Fire and Rescue Service recognising that if there was a widespread number of attacks on those homes, they couldn't handle it. They could not handle it. They wouldn't have the numbers of trucks or personnel to handle that level of attack. And lives would have been at risk. And they put themselves in harm's way day and daily to save lives. They are, if you haven't been to see particularly the Health Committee, please, well, maybe go again just to reassure them.
Gormayagat, and I want to thank the Minister for your answers so far, and I reiterate that I support what you've just said, particularly around the fire service, and we had them in front of the committee a number of weeks ago, and they outlined the stress and the pressure that they're under and the fact that their officers have to go out and put themselves at risk every time they're called out. So I think it is important that we put on the record our support for them in these very, very difficult times. And I think it is important that we look at where the risk was to health staff. So I'm aware that the Northern Trust issued a notification to home care workers right across the Northern Trust area that they shouldn't attend their domiciliary care. And I represent, and I'm very, very proud to represent, a very proud community of Mid-Ulster. And healthcare workers, domiciliary care workers, did not go out to the rural area of Kildress.
Can we get the question, please, Ms. Dillon?
That is a very, very much needed service for the older people in that area. The people of Kildress are no risk to anybody of any colour, I can assure you of that. They are good, decent people who are disgusted by what has happened, by the racism that has happened in this place, by some, and I need that to be said, by some, because it is certainly not reflective of the community.
It's not speeches, please.
Minister,
can I have a question?
Give us reassurance? Can you give us reassurance that that will not happen again, that individual assessments will be done in areas, because the people in my area are no risk to anybody of any colour?
Minister. Well, I would expect risk assessments to be on a case-by-case basis, absolutely. I don't want to again identify this care home, but I'm aware of one where the mix of the workforce is 85% international colleagues. And they were extremely worried, and there was a question about whether that was going to impact on service delivery within that home. Also on Tuesday night, I had an early alert from the matter that they were concerned about staffing levels dropping below safety within the emergency department. Now, thankfully, it didn't happen, but there was a risk that the emergency department of the Mater Hospital would have closed on Tuesday night, leaving the entire Belfast Trust with how many emergency departments? With one, for the capital city. You know? And the fire service, just to go back to that, they were impeded from attending fires, and some of them were physically attacked. And if you think about it, if you've got a mob of rioters who are intent on burning a building, of course they're going to try and stop the fire service because they're intent on putting the fire out. Thankfully, I think the ambulance service didn't get it as hard, but they were doing things that nobody should have to do in a first world country a quarter of the way into the 21st century.
Sorry, Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far to this really important
urgent question, and I want to put on record my thanks to him for calling out to Ballyclare to the Ethnic Minority Healthcare Workers Advice Hub and Support Care. It's really important that that is seen, and it is really important, I think, for us as local representatives to see the Health Minister out and supporting those very valuable workers. Again, Minister, just to put on record the wonderful work that the international healthcare workers do. I thank God for them, that they come to this country and they bring their expertise and care to us, to help us and care for us. Minister, do you agree with me that violence and intimidation are wrong and have always been wrong, regardless of the colour of someone's skin? And actually, the fact that people are coming here and working for us isn't the reason why we shouldn't attack them, it's because it's simply wrong.
Yeah, and when I was in Ballyclare at the advice centre, I mean, they said that they were the target of misinformation. That somebody had come and said, "Are you sheltering boat people?" And this is the problem with the modern world. Misinformation has always existed, you know. The Nazis specialised in misinformation, but they didn't have social media. And there's that old expression, you know, the lies halfway around the world before truth gets its boots on. Well, that's now happening in spades in the modern world. So yeah, there was misinformation about that. And yes, all attacks are wrong, and I said a little bit earlier, there are thousands of attacks of health and social care workers, which are happening in our hospitals, and not necessarily because of race. They're happening for a whole variety of reasons, and not one of them is justifiable. And yet those wonderful people who make up the workforce, 76,000 of them, keep turning up for work, keep going to strangers and saving their lives, knowing they'll probably never see them again. This magnificent combination of professionalism based on their training and their experience, and compassion based on their empathy and their humanity. Not traits I saw on the streets of East Belfast last week.
Honourable McMurray.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, as hateful as it is to hear, I appreciate the candid nature in which you've given some of the information back, and I do just want to express my solidarity with some of what you said, all of what you've said, and also all of our health workers that contribute so much to the communities and societies. But Minister, how will the department and how will the trust report, and will they report any increases in the concerns, in absences, in resignations related to these recent incidents? And is there a process between the PSNI and the trust and the department should racial abuse be reported by our workers?
Well, yes, I will expect to receive reports from the trusts in terms of, first of all, if there are any resignations. I mean, that's a hard number, which they should be able to provide very easily. Also, I would like a more qualitative response from the trusts in terms of their assessment of morale and who's thinking of leaving and who's really upset. In terms of the attacks, there is an issue in that, you know, if you're a health worker and you're attacked, at the moment it's up to you to take action in terms through the courts. Now, I have spoken to the Justice Minister, who's bringing forward a Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill, and what we are scoping out through officials in both departments is whether there is a potential there to put in an amendment which would give powers to the employers to further support their staff in taking action against anybody who abuses health and social care staff. I mean, I spoke to a young nurse in Altnagelvin a while ago who had been very badly physically abused, and she was making the point, I have to go and get a solicitor if I want to take action against that person, because the law currently doesn't permit the trust to take action on her behalf. So maybe in this bill there's an opportunity to change that and bring the full force of the health and social care system, not the force of one young person, the full force of the entire system against the abusers.
Jerry Hall.
Thank you, and agree with your sentiment and your words, Minister. Minister, can you indicate whether your department have been in conversation with the trusts and healthcare workers about extended leave for people who are trying to rebuild their homes or their lives after the homes being burnt out and being threatened over the last week? And also, can you indicate, have there been any discussions at an executive level to ensure healthcare workers aren't at a financial loss because of either being burnt out or being prevented from going to work with the events last week? Thank you.
Okay, well, in terms of the executive, I'm very glad that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister joined me at the matter to show solidarity. I think that's a very important image to send out. In terms of giving staff additional time off to rebuild, that would be a matter for the Trust. I'd be extremely disappointed if they didn't make that facility available to people. I was making the point yesterday, the BBC showed a montage of trouble, and I think we all saw the family who were bundled into the back of a police Land Rover, and I am told the mother is a nurse. I don't want to go further than that. She is a nurse, and they were having to leave because the house next door had been set fire to. Now, in terms of what sort of compensation, what sort of arrangements are put in place, I'm not aware, but I would say to the member, I'm certainly keen to be told, and I will be asking that question over the course of this week. But, you know, we talk a lot about being candid and being open and being this and being that. The phrase that I really like for health and social care is this: be human. Be human. If it was you, what would you want us as a health and social care service to do for you?
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to join with others in condemning the disgraceful violence and intimidation of the past week. And I will continue to express support and appreciation of our healthcare workers who have come here from overseas. I wish to ask the Minister if he has had time to engage with any of the representative and support bodies for international colleagues, such as the Northern Ireland Indian Nurses Forum.
As yet I have not. I've been making it my business to be across the impact on the health and social care system during the course of that unacceptable week of violence. But I have engaged with a number of representative bodies in the past, and I will continue to do so on foot of what happened last week. I will also be taking what I consider to be appropriate, because as a minister I should not be getting involved in individual cases, but I do wish to take an exceptional interest in Mr Ogilvy's ongoing healthcare requirements.
Stuart Dixon.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister. In fact, thank you very much, Minister, for your no ifs or buts and very robust comments around all of those horrific incidents that happened last week. Minister, will you join me in condemning the ripping down of railings at White Abbey Hospital outside the operating theatre, which were used ultimately as spears to throw at the police in a riot at Clockfern Corner? Minister, can you indicate to the House today what the impact is and will be ongoing in terms of your ability to do international recruitment into Northern Ireland for vitally needed healthcare workers?
Sir? I'm shocked. I wasn't aware. I will be following that up in terms of White Abbey. Good God. If we don't have our international colleagues, the health service collapses. Let's be straight about that. We simply don't have the capacity without them. And we have to continue to recruit. And over the 2 years I've been in post, I've been to Altnagelvin, where there's a centre for acclimatisation for international colleagues. I've been down in Daisy Hill and I've met international doctors from India who are working at Daisy Hill, working at Craigavon Southern Trust effectively. Last week I was also up in Omagh at the Day Procedure Unit, who are doing fabulous work. There's one procedure where the waiting list not long ago was over 4 years. It's now coming down under 26 weeks. And the driver is one consultant. He's a Muslim. He's not from these parts. But I tell you this, he is so dedicated to this place. He is so committed to the health and social care system. He's a star. And yet, the people on the streets last week would send them packing.
Just McNulty.
Minister, thank you for your forthrightness. Thank you for your unambiguous statements of reassurance to our international healthcare workers. Minister, in the public gallery, we have a number of international healthcare workers and international healthcare workers who bring a level of compassion, a level of care, a level of expertise that is literally keeping our health service on its feet. Can you once again give them reassurance, tell them that they are valued and that they are welcome, and that their compassion and their care and their bravery is essential, and we want them to stay here and keep going?
Yes, 100%. They're essential, they're welcome, they're valued, they bring compassion, they bring expertise. There's something else they bring that I should mention. And I see it once a year. They have an annual day, a conference at Stranmillis University College. And it's not just there that I see it, but as well as that compassion, as well as that professionalism, do you know what else they bring? They bring joy. They bring joy to health and social care. And if you're lying in a bed, very sick, worried about your future, a nurse tending you with joy is so important, so very important. And I thank them for it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers today. I was horrified in terms of the riots that took place in Northern Ireland. It was really dark. And on Friday in my constituency, in the Western Trust area, political parties stood side by side together, both on the SWA site and at Altnagelvin, to say no to racist abuse and intimidation of our healthcare staff. Whilst I understand people's right to protest, it crossed a line. Violence is wrong and we have to condemn it side by side. I was cared for in hospital, and my daughter was cared for in hospital by many international doctors and nurses. And I want to say thank you to them. So I want to ensure that they feel safe, that they are protected, and that they are valued within our health service. So, Minister, can you ensure that you work with the Justice Minister, with all the ministers in the Executive? The abuse is not just isolated to recent days. It's been right across for these staff for quite some time. So can you please work together with them to ensure that perpetrators who carry out this racial abuse stop and are held to account, please?
Well, I thank the member. That was a very difficult intervention, but a very important one, because it proves something absolutely fundamental. All healthcare is personal. It's as personal as it gets. And they've done wonders for you. And I get really fed up when people say the health and social care system is broken. It's not. The pathways in are badly damaged because we've got big long waiting lists. But once you get there, the service you get is world class. And I'm so pleased you and your baby got world class treatment. And I repeat, and it doesn't really matter whether they were international colleagues or Indigenous workers. They're meeting a stranger who's having problems, in your case with a pregnancy. And they pull out all the stops. They do their best. And they get you into a better place. And they'll probably never see you again because they've got commitment. And it's magnificent. And I thank you for sharing.
Jan Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague Deborah Erskine for speaking so heartfelt on this issue, and we know the amazing job the healthcare workers did for Deborah and for Olivia. Minister, I really welcome your firm message here today and that over the past week. But as Deborah had outlined, a lot of these issues happen all the time. They don't just flare up in the weeks whenever we saw this absolutely horrific violence on the street, and there is a temptation for some that now that isn't as visible, that everyone steps back from the issue. But I just wonder, Minister, what forums are in place that healthcare workers right across the board can come forward and highlight the issues that are ongoing for them week in, week out, so that they can be picked up and addressed, and use the example of carers going out into homes where potential vulnerabilities or dangers may lie for them, so that we can all work together to help support them at those needs that sometimes aren't seen. Sorry.
Well, in terms of the Trust, all the Trusts have fora for engagement with staff. All the Trusts recognise the relevant trade unions, who are another channel for discussing concerns, for expressing concerns, for discussing how we might better support all the staff, not just the international colleagues, but the international colleagues clearly have particular concerns at this time. And, you know, I would fear that those concerns will remain valid. That racism isn't going to go away. It may have left our streets and may stay off our streets, and I certainly hope it does for a period of time, but there are fundamentals underlying that. Domiciliary care, community capacity is a little bit more difficult because a lot of it is managed in terms of private care providers, but then the RQIA, the Regulator on Quality and Improvement, will inspect and will speak to everybody who's providing health and social care under the HSC system. So there are mechanisms and procedures and protocols in place to try and ensure we continually focus on the safety of our staff and workforce.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, members, for that. I would make a comment. My daughter works in a very specialist unit, and there are thousands of people from all over this community who are alive because of the work of that unit, and the work of that unit at a clinical level or a nursing level or a support level could not continue without international workers. I thank you for that, Minister. It's been a very positive session. We now move back to the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill, and I call Mr. Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and return now to our debate on the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill. And I rise as a DUP member of the Finance Committee to welcome that the bill has reached this final consideration stage. As others have said, the Fiscal Council was a key commitment in New Decade, New Approach deal, and it has been established since March 2021 to provide independent scrutiny of Northern Ireland public finances. And this bill will now put it on a statutory footing. During the committee stage, we did take evidence from equivalent bodies in other parts of the UK and the Republic of Ireland to ensure that there was a clear understanding of the additional role that the Fiscal Council plays and to ensure its independence. We in the DUP will always question the establishment of more public sector bodies, more arm's-length bodies, given that there will be some cost to the public purse. So we are mindful that we do have other finance-focused bodies, such as the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Public Accounts Committee. So the primary difference is that these bodies primarily look backwards at how money has been spent, whereas the Fiscal Council's primary focus is to look forwards at budgets which have been set and to prepare for each financial year a budget assessment report and at least once a year a fiscal sustainability report. Therefore, we in the DUP are content that the Fiscal Council does provide an important independent scrutiny role, bringing expert scrutiny to forward budgets. We believe this enhances transparency and accountability for taxpayers and reassurance. The bill's clear protection of the Fiscal Council's independence is an important feature of this legislation, and we as a party have sought to emphasise that throughout the various stages of passage. Certainly its reports will be of great public and political interest, but it must be free of political manipulation which would compromise it. So we welcome the bill getting to this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the Finance Minister to wind.
Mr. Speaker, I suppose after the last session, this session in relation to what we maybe described as a dry matter such as the Fiscal Council bill isn't as seen as important, and certainly isn't as important from what we've seen. I just want to add my voices to those who have been supporting our international workers, whether they be in healthcare or elsewhere, and add to my voice of condemnation to the recent violence, and commend all those who are working in our health service and improving the lives and saving the lives of all our citizens. But in regards to the matter before us at hand now, Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to some of the comments just in relation to those who have been contributing to this debate from day one, and indeed, as has been pointed out even before the legislation reached the floor of the Assembly. The Fiscal Council is an important part, and has been an important part, of our financial accountability and public services accountability over a number of years, operating from within my department, but showing a very, very strong independent voice, and holding this Finance Minister and other Finance Ministers to account, and indeed other public sector servants to account over a number of years. This bill ensures they are now enshrined in law as an independent body and have protections through that legislation. And it's, to me, the crucial element of this bill is the independence of the Fiscal Council, enshrined in law. And there was a number of amendments tabled during further consideration stage, which in my opinion impinged upon the independence of the Fiscal Council. And a lot of the commentary since, and I've seen commentary on social media from Mr. Tennyson and others who aren't here at the moment, questioned as to whether I and others were stopping the work of the Fiscal Council. And it brought to mind, I'm not much one for quoting religious figures or quoting scripture or anything, but it brought to mind a quote from St. Augustine, which I'm paraphrasing: "Lord, make me virtuous, but not just yet." Whereas the opposition and others wanted...
Must throw down that's not a quote from the Bible.
No, it's not a quote from the Bible. I can't claim to be an expert on scripture or any of those matters, but on this, I'm paraphrasing a quote from a saint in these matters. When faced with temptation, the opposition and others were saying, we want to see an independent Fiscal Council, but here, we don't want it independent from us. When we mean we want an independent Fiscal Council, we mean we want it independent from you, or you, or you, or you, but not from us. That was a minute when I finished with scripture. So whereas I believe the Fiscal Council has to be independent from the whole lot of us, whether you're a minister, whether you're the leader of the opposition, whether you're a party in the executive, wherever you may be, the Fiscal Council needs to be independent. And the amendments that were brought forward during the consideration stage, impinged upon the independence of the Fiscal Council. And no matter what way you paint it, whatever way you want to put it on social media, whatever way you want to present the position, that was the case. I'll give way to the leader of that position.
First, thank you, Minister, for giving way. I definitely have even less scriptural knowledge than you. It is, of course, important. I believe this is scripture that the left hand not know what the right hand is doing, and that was an important part of what we were trying to achieve in the bill. But it is the case that this is legislation. So the fact that the legislation provides for basically fiscal sustainability reports and budget assessment reports, we are therefore, by definition, impinging on the independence of the Fiscal Council by your logic, because we're instructing it on things that it must do. All the amendments we're doing is saying, could you do X, Y, and Z too? That doesn't impinge on its independence. It simply provides for it in statute what we would like it to do. Those amendments weren't successful. I appreciate that, but I don't think you can say that you're jeopardising the independence simply by shaping the primary legislation.
I think you are definitely stretching it. To set up a board, the Fiscal Council, a board, a body, a structure, without any defined role would be utter nonsense. So the defined role of the Fiscal Council is the two reports, two pieces of work which you have set out. That's their defined role. Anything they do after that is up to the independent nature of the Fiscal Council. I think it would be very foolish, and we have modelled our Fiscal Council on international best practice, and this has been acknowledged by the current chair of the Fiscal Council as well, and we've learned from his experience around these matters. So we've set up a body to mirror other works of other fiscal councils. That's their core function, to go on. But you can't seek independence of the body and then say, by the way, when I meant independent, it didn't mean from me. I want you to be independent from all the rest of them. So I don't trust all the rest of them, but here you can trust me. And that was basically the strategy behind. But I don't wish to concentrate too much on the negatives. And I don't think it was the negatives of the debate. I think it has been a very constructive debate from day one in relation to the Fiscal Council. I think the committee has carried out great work in this regard, to the chair and the committee, and I want to send the thanks to the chair of the committee and to his staff, or to the committee staff in that regard as well. I also want to thank my own departmental staff who have carried out great work in regards to this matter. I want to thank the current members of the Fiscal Council who have also been engaged in this debate and discussion around these matters as well, and brought us to the point where we are. There was a number, Mr Aiken had raised concerns about, OK, we're passing the legislation, but we have to ensure now that the Council has access to all the papers it has required. To date they have, that there has been very good cooperation, so the legislation enables the Council a right to access all government information here, which it may require for the purpose of the performance of its functions, to produce budget assessment and Fiscal Council sustainability reports, as we've just discussed. Memorandums of understandings were signed between the Council and all departments and the NIO. These set out the arrangements for regular exchange of information, including information requests through all parts of the departments. It has also set out arrangements for expectations and information sharing, including arrangements for handling the Council's draft reports to support in it delivering on its terms of reference. The MOUs will be reviewed once the Council is in statute. The Council are also bound to confidentiality in the information provided to them. We're providing evidence to the Finance Committee. Sir Robert Choate recorded that the Council had received all information that they had requested, and I have no reason to doubt that that won't be the case continuing forward. So I want to again put on record my thanks to all those involved in bringing us to the point we are at today, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The final stage of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill has passed. The bill is passed. Thank you. We now move to the next item of business, and if members just take their ease for one moment while we change the table.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have received notification from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting under past 1900 under Standing Order 10 brackets 3A. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10 3A, the sitting on Monday the 15th of June 2026 be extended to no later than 10:30 p.m.
I call on Ms Branshaw to move the motion. Thank you. The question at the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The motion is carried, and the Assembly may sit until 10:30 or 22:30 this evening if necessary. Thank you very much indeed. We move on to the next item of business. Next item of business is the final stage of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. I call the Minister of Finance to move the final stage. Minister?
Moved.
Final stage of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call on the Minister for Finance to open the debate. John.
Today's final stage debate concludes this part of the legislative process for the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill, a bill which I introduced to the Assembly on the 23rd of June 2025. Since that time, the bill has been subject to a period of detailed scrutiny and debate, which has been both thorough and constructive. I wish to express my sincere thanks to the Chairperson and members of the Committee for Finance for their careful consideration of the bill. I also extend my thanks to the other committees who contributed to the scrutiny process and to the officials from various departments who provided evidence and support to the Finance Committee. This bill is an important and necessary piece of legislation. As members will be aware, my principal purpose in bringing it forward is to tidy up a range of routine administrative and financial matters which, taken individually, would not justify standalone primary legislation, but which collectively are necessary to ensure that public finances and administration continues to operate effectively and appropriately. In response to requests from ministers and issues raised during scrutiny, I tabled a number of amendments to the bill, which I am pleased were agreed at consideration stage. As I have said previously, many of the measures contained in the bill are long overdue. Indeed, a number of activities addressed by the bill have been relying on the sole authority of the Budget Act. This legislation will now place those matters on the appropriate statutory footing. I therefore very much welcome the fact that we have now reached the final stage, a position which I know members in the House will also welcome. I do not intend to set out the provisions of the bill in any great detail today, as members will be familiar with them from earlier stages. However, I will briefly recap on the main elements. The bill strengthens marine licensing by providing additional fee charging powers to the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. It supports the Department for Communities in tackling tenancy fraud by providing further powers to investigate fraud within the social housing sector, and it centralises responsibility for setting the basic allowance payable to councillors. The bill also delivers a number of measures for the Department for the Economy, including updated powers to provide financial assistance where it is in the interests of the economy to do so, to support higher education through loan funding and up-to-date tourism, NI fee charging and grading functions. The bill enables the Department of Education to provide financial support for teachers, training and further professional development, postgraduate study in educational psychology. For my department, the bill provides a statutory power to make loans for the purposes of an investment fund, thereby allowing the responsibility for the issuing of loans to the investment fund to transfer from the Executive Office. The bill also increases the limit on advances from the consolidated fund. The Department for Infrastructure is also provided with a regulation-making power to charge a fee for the issue of travel concession passes. Finally, the bill provides the Executive Office with the powers to use funding received from Whitehall departments to support the integration of refugees and those seeking international protection, as well as a new power to provide services to support victims and survivors of abuse. The bill also allows TEO to fund development opportunities in respect of public arrangements, deliver on the strategic framework on ending violence against women and girls, and a technical amendment relating to the appointment term of the Commissioner for Survivors of Institutional Childhood Abuse. I do not intend to rehearse the matters further, as they have been fully debated during earlier stages. The bill has benefited from detailed scrutiny and constructive engagement by members, and I believe it is stronger as a result. I now ask members to support the passage of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Matthew O'Toole, Chairman of the Finance Committee. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Pleased to be able to speak to the detailed scrutiny of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill as it receives its final reading. As members will be aware, this is an unusual but a very significant bill. It is the first bill of its kind in 12 years and brings together administrative and financial provisions across 7 different departments. Indeed, I believe at one stage it was purely to be a financial provisions bill, then became an administrative and financial provisions bill, so I think it's worth paying tribute to acknowledging the officials in the Department of Finance who probably had to steward through several legal provisions which they were not wholly or indeed in any way connected to their department, but involved technical virus being created. As I say, it brings together administrative and financial provisions from 7 different departments where ordinarily such provisions would have come forward in separate bills over time. Throughout the committee stage, members recognised both the breadth and technical nature of the bill and the importance of ensuring that detailed and proportionate scrutiny was undertaken. To support this work, the committee sought written evidence from stakeholders, undertook public engagement through an online survey, commissioned research and received oral evidence from officials in the Department of Finance, Infrastructure and the Executive Office. On behalf of the committee, thank you to all those who contributed and informed consideration of the bill. Public engagement was understandably limited given the technical nature of the provisions, but the committee is satisfied that the legislation received appropriate scrutiny, certainly as appropriate as we were able to give it. We worked closely with other statutory committees whose remits were engaged by the provisions of the bill. So I want to thank those committees, albeit at times we did have to, in the nicest possible way, slightly shove and chivvy these other committees to recognise that these provisions were going to affect their departments, and that our committee was not perhaps best placed to avail them of all the details. Most of them, I think, complied with our requests after some gentle encouragement. Members considered carefully the broad range of provisions in the bill, including powers related to economic and financial support, fee setting and charging powers, executive office function, education and communities provisions, and financial governance arrangements. Throughout this process, the committee sought assurances that powers were appropriately framed, existing practice was placed on a clearer statutory footing where necessary, and that appropriate safeguards and Assembly oversight remained in place. Members gave particular attention to the proposed power to charge fees for concessionary travel passes, where the committee engaged closely with the Committee for Infrastructure and welcomed the Minister's decision to bring forward amendments strengthening Assembly oversight through the affirmative resolution procedure. And I think that was important. We were able to debunk the idea that this was simply a backdoor to either abolishing concessionary fares or increasing fares. But the fact that it will now be an affirmative resolution procedure, I think, will bring transparency to the process. The committee also welcomed the Minister's willingness to respond to concerns raised during scrutiny, including his intention not to proceed with Clause 20 following engagement with both the Finance and Audit Committees. This demonstrated the usefulness of a committee process when done correctly, even in relation to technical legislation such as this. The committee concluded the bill achieves its principal objectives of improving transparency, placing expenditure and administrative arrangements on a clear statutory basis, and ensuring appropriate accountability for the exercise of departmental powers. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, having completed scrutiny, the committee was content with the provisions of the bill, subject to the amendments brought forward by the Minister and the approach taken to Clause 20. The committee views this bill as an important piece of legislation which regularises existing practice, improves transparency and supports proper accountability. Finally, I'd like to repeat thanks to the departmental officials and other contributors who assisted the committee in our scrutiny. We are supportive of the bill completing its passage today as a committee. I'll just say just a very few brief words in a party capacity. Please, this is a relatively technical bill, but it's one of those ones that is extremely important in tidying up the vires for ministers to make decisions and to spend money. The bill creates quite significant new legal powers in a range of areas, which will hopefully enable ministers to do their job more, to carry out their functions better. One of the among the things that are included are things like making it easier for the First and Deputy First Minister to take decisions and spend money in relation to violence against women and girls. We would hope that this legislation makes it easier for the executive to tackle that scourge in our society. It also should improve their vires in relation to refugee integration services, a subject that is extremely pertinent to what we've been talking about, to the appalling events of the last week. So I hope to see some of these provisions have a real and meaningful impact in the responsiveness of ministers and the ability to drive forward important agendas because their virus has been clarified. I should also say, it's very rare that I would ever say this, I'm almost not quite sad not to have Jim Allister in the chamber today. I won't say whether he's in a better place, it depends your view on that other place, but he was someone who, like myself and people who've been in the Finance Committee for a long time, used to talk a lot about the, and yourself, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I can drag the chair into the debate, the presence of what is called the black box, i.e. the use of the sole authority of the Budget Act for spending, where there isn't specific statutory provision. This will reduce that even further, and that is sensible and helpful because it regularises whole areas of spending and gives it legal footing. I will say in a personal opposition note, not that I'm challenging the decision of the Chair, there were several important amendments that we had hoped to be able to debate through this. I still entirely understand why we weren't able to, but one of them included the creation of an independent environmental protection agency, and we had hoped to debate that. Nevertheless, we are where we are. This is an important piece of legislation, sensible in tidying up though it is, and we support its final passage, albeit I wish we had been able to make it even larger and more ambitious. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I call on Gemma Donlan. Gemma.
Today we've reached the final stage of what is, as the Chair has said, a quite wide-ranging bill. It involves several departments, and while the Finance Committee has been leading on the scrutiny process, there has also been important input from other committees. There has been extensive debate of this bill throughout its various stages over the last year. I'll therefore not go through all aspects of the legislation again. One of the most rational changes the bill makes will be providing the Department of Finance with the power to make loans for the purposes of an investment fund, transferring it from the Executive Office and ensuring it sits with the department it most naturally fits within. I want to highlight positive changes that were made to the bill through consultation and debate with members, including Clause 20, which had proposed the Audit Committee take over responsibility for the appointment of the External Auditor for the Audit Office. But having listened to feedback, the Finance Minister has ensured this will now not form part of the legislation. I also want to refer specifically to the amendment to Clause 17, which provides the Department for Infrastructure with the power to introduce regulations for the charging of Smart Pass applications, renewals and replacements. I welcome the Infrastructure Minister's support for making any such regulations subject to affirmative resolution rather than the negative resolution procedure, and her confirmation that any income generated will only be to cover administrative costs to ensure the long-term sustainability and protection of concessionary travel. The amendment, which enables the Department of Education to implement a new bursary scheme to attract more teachers to subjects that are experiencing shortages, is a welcome addition which will hopefully provide more opportunities for young people to study subjects such as ICT and maths, as well as through the medium of Irish. Events in recent weeks have again shown the importance of providing resources to tackle violence against women and girls and support asylum seekers and refugees. Clause 9 provides the Executive Office with the statutory authority for implementing the strategic framework for ending violence against women and girls in the coming years. As a society, we need to continue to be proactive in that area and to do all that we can to bring an end to the scourge of misogyny and to protect women and girls. The bill will also enable TEO to coordinate integration and support for asylum seekers and refugees locally, thus permitting TEO to utilise funds that have been provided to it by Whitehall for those purposes rather than having to rely on the sole authority of the Budget Act. Among measures being delivered for the Department for the Economy will be updated powers to provide financial assistance to support the local economy, which the Audit Office highlighted as something that was missing during the pandemic. The initial purpose of this bill was to close legislative gaps in several areas, and I feel it has been enhanced through engagement with various committees and during the legislative process, which will improve the ability and effectiveness of a range of departments.
Thank you very much indeed, Jim. I'll call on Diane for South. Diane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And again, at this final stage, we welcome this bill, which, as others have said, covers a wide range of powers over many critical areas. 20 substantive clauses to the operations of 7 different departments, and it has been 12 years since the Executive has brought forward a bill of this kind. A lot of work has gone into it, and it is good to be here today. We welcome the reduction of items managed through the black box, as was referred, as a result of this legislation, and the significant improvements this means for financial governance here in Northern Ireland. The DUP concerns have been outlined by me at every stage of this bill, and I will not recount them all again, but I wish to highlight 2 issues. Firstly, our ongoing concern of the high level of public expenditure on asylum and immigration integration support services. Whilst no new powers are being brought forward, more a reorganisation of administration of spending, which is not devolved, immigration policy remains a Westminster responsibility. It has been good to clarify through our scrutiny that this bill would not address wider issues such as accommodation providers, as these are operational matters rather than legislative ones. I note the safeguards in spending are needed. We should not allow ourselves to be found in a situation where the Executive, through the TEO, is offsetting the failure by the Home Office to address the impacts of immigration on our communities, both financially and practically. And the final point that I want to raise, which I have raised at every stage of this bill, are the DUP concerns at the attempt by the Department of Infrastructure to introduce a clause to bring in charging on travel passes by negative resolution. Travel passes for over 60s in Northern Ireland are important and valued by many who have worked hard and paid their taxes all of their life. And in fact, they're seen by many as the only thing that they receive from the government. The potential to change this was not well received, and I welcome the amendment which requires any such attempt to come to the Assembly floor for a vote rather than slip through. And I welcome the engagement with the Department for Infrastructure, the Infrastructure Committee, through our Finance Committee, and then the Finance Minister to bring this forward. And the current context must be included in this conversation. We have recently seen the Infrastructure Minister put a freeze on TransLink fares again horrifying the trade unions who have said that this will have an impact on jobs as it did in the past. And then the Minister has gone on to say she'll be reconsidering removing concessions in place of this to make up for the millions of pounds of shortfall from not applying inflationary increases to fares. Concessions were put in place to certain groups of people for a reason, and the more vulnerable in society will be hit. Whilst this AFP bill has been moving alongside this and doesn't cover directly these concessions, I welcome the fact that this bill includes this one small protection for the over 60s from the Department of Infrastructure in terms of the travel passes clause, and I would urge the infrastructure to proceed with caution on the decisions in this area. Overall, this legislation is widespread. It's doing multiple different things. It has been complicated and interesting to get through the scrutiny of it, but I would like to thank the Minister, all of his officials, the Finance Committee staff and all other committees and their staff, and also the drafters in the Bill Office who, as was mentioned, there were a number of amendments, there were a number of conversations going on, and the Bill Office did a lot of work around this. So I just want to thank everyone, and I'm pleased to see this legislation here at this stage today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call the Minister to conclude the final stage. Minister.
I want to thank all members again for their contributions and for their engagement with this bill across all previous stages. As has been noted, I have listened carefully, as have other ministers, with interest to the points raised, and have made the amendments where necessary to the bill to make it a better and more effective piece of legislation, reflecting the views of members and those who have been called to give evidence. As I outlined in my opening remarks, this is an important and necessary piece of legislation. Its main purpose is to tidy up a range of routine administrative and financial matters. However, that does not in any way undermine the importance of those matters and ensuring that they are properly regulated under legislation. I want to place on record my thanks again to the Chair and the Committee and the team within the Committee, the officials, etc. I also want to place on record my thanks to my officials within the Department of Finance who have brought this bill forward, and other departments who have also have to be engaged around this piece of legislation. It's another reflection of when this Executive and Assembly works together that we can bring forward important pieces of legislation, amend them and reflect on them in terms of how they best serve the society and how we improve the lot and lives of the people we all serve collectively. I commend the legislation to the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The final stage of the Administration and Financial Provisions Bill is passed. The bill has passed. We take our ease for a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Back to consideration phase of the Justice Bill. We are now to the sixth group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 79, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 80 to 86. Any links between amendments in this group will be indicated at the appropriate point. I call on Shan Mulholland to move Amendment 79 and to address the other amendments in the group. Ms Mulholland.
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to move Amendment 79, standing in my name and to speak to the other amendments in this group. I want to begin by recognising the seriousness and the importance of what we are debating today. Raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility is about whether our response makes further harm more likely or less likely. That is at the heart of this debate. Tabling these amendments was not done so lightly. I brought them forward as a former youth worker because I genuinely believe they can make a difference. I've listened to practitioners, victims and those with lived experience. We have tried to bring forward amendments that are serious, workable and both victim and child-centred. I just want to address one element of negativity before I begin. For some in this chamber who aren't even here at the beginning of the debate to say that these amendments were not thought through and that myself, Emma Sheeran and Patsy McGlone of all people are not fit to legislate is both offensive and frankly off the scale arrogant. To say that these amendments were not thought through is grossly dismissive of the huge amount of effort that has been put into this by people far more knowledgeable and with far more expertise than I or anyone else in this House for that matter. But that will be the last bit of attention that I'll give to that. I want to take the opportunity now, Mr Deputy Speaker, to place on record my thanks and admiration for those individuals and organisations who have been at the heart of this campaign for decades, and in particular my former leader and former Minister for Justice, David Ford, who initiated and commissioned a review of the youth justice system, and a raise in the minimum age was suggested then, and that was 15 years ago. This debate has been a long time coming. It is not new. This is about changing a system that, on the evidence before us, is not working as well as it could. Over the past year, whilst not required to do so on an amendment to an executive bill, I have met with as many stakeholders as possible. I continue to have a deeply held belief that raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility is not only the right thing to do, but I now see it as a necessary step towards a justice system that is more effective and more focused on preventing future harm. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to structure my remarks around the main concerns that have been raised during that engagement and from comments made by others, because for the most part these concerns are real and genuine, and that is that this debate is too important for there not to be a respectful, evidence-led debate. The first concern I want to address is the idea that raising the age means that children involved in offending behaviours will face no consequences, or, as some who should know better have suggested, that harmful behaviour will somehow become legal. It is simply not what is being proposed. Raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility does not make harmful behaviour legal. It means that below the age set by this Assembly, a child cannot be criminally prosecuted or convicted through the criminal justice system. That is not the same as saying that behaviour is acceptable, ignored, or without consequence. There is a profound difference between legalising harmful behaviour and changing how we respond to it, and it is wrong to present the choice as prosecution or nothing. I know that some will intervene or potentially get up to speak and offer lists of hypothetical events and ask if it would be right that they are not prosecuted. But this is not about removing accountability. It is not about denying that serious harm can happen. A child who causes harm must still face consequences, but it asks whether criminal prosecution is the most effective way to reduce harm, or whether a different response would prevent future victims. And I want to address the claim that raising MACR means that no investigation or no understanding of what happened can be done, and that is simply not right. At present, where a child under 10 behaves in a way that would be an offence if they were older, police cannot treat that child as having committed an offence. There is no criminal investigation of that child as a suspect because they are below the minimum age of criminal responsibility, but that does not mean that there is no response. The incident can be recorded as a non-offence referral, risk can be assessed, parent and carers can be contacted, the matter can be flagged to a youth diversion officer, safeguarding referrals can still be made to social services where needed, and in serious safeguarding cases, police can act to protect the child from significant harm. So whilst the response changes, it does not disappear. Absolutely.
Would the member also agree with me that crucially, as part of the response for those who offend under the current criminal age of responsibility, that referrals by PSNI and others of the victim to the appropriate services such as victim support still take place? So it's not that somebody is being denied the services they would otherwise receive as a victim.
Absolutely, thank you, Minister, and it's something that I go into in my victims section. But yes, the Victim Charter still outlines what can and can be done to support our victims. So there is a difference between saying that a very young child should not be arrested, charged, prosecuted or convicted in the current way, and saying that police, social services or safeguarding partners cannot establish what happened, assess risk, record an incident, support a victim and put an intervention into place. PSNI evidence to the Justice Committee was clear that the response does not disappear. Chief Superintendent Gary MacDonald told the committee if there is any concern about, for example, the child's well-being or safeguarding, we have good mechanisms in place with social services. We have the ability to conduct joint protocol investigations, and if there was a safeguarding concern, we would make a referral to social services and ensure that those pathways are met. The route changes, responsibility does not. The incident can still be reported. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, when I'm asked whether the raising the age of criminal responsibility removes all consequences, my answer is very clear: it does not. This is not about removing accountability, but it does change the route through which responsibility is addressed. It asks whether placing very young children into the criminal justice system is genuinely the best way to reduce harm. And that is the test that we should apply, not whether the response sounds tough, but actually whether it makes people and our community safer. Experts in trauma-informed practice, including Professor Lisa Bunting and her colleagues, are very clear on this point. Trauma-informed accountability does not ask what is wrong with this child and then stop there. It asks, what has happened to this child? What harm have they caused? What risk do they pose? What risk are they facing? And what response will promote safety, responsibility and recovery? That, I think, is a more demanding question, not an easier one. Victim Support made an important point to me about restorative justice. They described it as extremely powerful, but also warned that it is too often misunderstood as the soft option, when in reality, when it's safe, victim-led and properly facilitated, restorative justice can be one of the most demanding forms of accountability, and it can require a child to face the harm they've caused and to accept that responsibility. And importantly, for victims, restorative practices can also offer something a traditional judicial process does not always provide: acknowledgement, explanation, apology, reparation, and most importantly, reassurance that the behaviour is being addressed.
And being generous with their time. I have experiences speaking to victims who, for example, were subject to burglary in their own home, frail and elderly individuals, who found that the restorative route actually for them was much more important, because they had almost mystified the perpetrator into some huge monster that had in some way eaten away their confidence and their sense of security in their own home. And when they were confronted with someone who was actually about the age of their grandson and had just been reckless in his conduct, it actually took away a lot of that fear and helped them to adjust. I've also heard from people who have engaged in the restorative practice that is, for example, offered by the probation board, that many of them would prefer to do a stint in prison rather than have to deal with somebody who actually holds them to account and makes them give account and acknowledge what they've done wrong. So the idea that this is in some way easy justice or less effective for victims, I think, is a really flawed analysis.
And I would agree, and it brings me right on to my section about victims, because any reform that doesn't take victims seriously will fail. And that is why this reform has to be victim-centred. And it isn't about choosing children over victims. It is about recognising that if our current response doesn't reduce future harm, then it's not serving victims well. The Victims Commissioner rightly warned that there has not been an ethically or systematically gathered evidence that would allow anyone to claim a settled victim's position on the minimum age of criminal responsibility. So I do not claim that there is one single victim's view, because there isn't. Crime and harm will be experienced very differently by every victim, and justice will look and feel different to every victim. That one common thread, though, that I have heard often when I met with victims and victims' organisations was that they want reassurance that no one will go through what they went through. If MACRA is raised, victims must be informed and still be supported. Harm must be recognised. Victims must not be excluded from the process or given the impression that because there's no prosecution, there's no action. The absence of prosecution must never mean the absence of support for victims. And as referenced by the Minister, the Victim Charter makes clear that if no one is brought to justice, victims can still have entitlements and access services, and Victim Support NI were clear they provide emotional support, information and practical help even when a victim doesn't even want to progress with the report of a crime. So victims need more than a system that reacts. They need a system that prevents. The best way to protect victims is to prevent further victims. We should be very, very careful about telling the public that serious harm becomes legal simply because the response is not the criminal prosecution of a child. That is not only wrong, but it risks frightening families and victims unnecessarily. None of this diminishes victims. They are entitled to expect that this Assembly will take their pain seriously and that the state will do everything it possibly can to prevent harm from happening again. I believe that victims deserve more than the appearance of accountability. They deserve a system that actually holds the child accountable in the right way, but also reduces the risk of harm happening again to another victim. As I said before, the most effective way to protect victims is to prevent future victims. Another myth is one I've heard many times. A 10-year-old knows right from wrong. And I understand why people say this. I am the parent of 3 children, and I know that many parents will be looking to their own children and think about their own moral awareness. Knowing that something is wrong is not the same as fully understanding its impact, or having the maturity to regulate emotions and actions in the moment. A child can know a rule and still lack the developmental capacity to respond like an adult. Developmental research is clear the parts of the brain responsible for judgment, impulse control, risk assessment and self-regulation are still developing right through adolescence and into early adulthood. A major review commissioned by the Scottish Sentencing Council found the brain does not fully mature until at least the mid-20s, with systems linked to self-regulation developing much later. As Dr. Phil Anderson, a consultant in child and adolescent psychiatry, said, that young people are demonstrably and substantially different from adults. Legislative approaches need to reflect the current scientific understanding of the brain, and that is the core issue here. Our laws should be based on what we know about the brain development of children now, not what we wish children would be capable of in moments of crisis. We already recognise that children are different in almost every other area of their life. We don't treat them like adults in any other context, but we understand, because we understand that children are still developing and still maturing. This is not just about neuroscience in the abstract, it's also about the children who are most likely to come into contact with the justice system. Because when someone says, well, my 10-year-old knows right from wrong, they are thinking about the child who is most likely safe and cared for. But what about those children who have experienced trauma, neglect, domestic or sexual violence, poverty, care instability, exploitation, unmet mental health need or continued disruption in school and family life? Professor Lisa Bunting's work on childhood adversity has been very important in shaping the narrative here. Her evidence tells us that childhood adversity in Northern Ireland is not marginal to this debate, it is central to it. Almost half of young people aged 11 to 19 in Northern Ireland have experienced at least one adverse childhood experience, and that exposure is patterned by deprivation. Professor Bunting also highlights a clear dose-response relationship between ACEs and later harm. Adults with 4 or more ACEs compared to those with none are 8 times more likely to report personal contact with the criminal justice system. I want to be really clear, though, on what that means and what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean that adversity determines a child's future. It doesn't mean that every child who experiences trauma will cause harm, and it doesn't excuse harmful behaviour. It doesn't erase the victim, and it doesn't remove the need for accountability. But what it does show is that knowing right from wrong is not enough as the legal test for criminal responsibility. The Youth Justice Agency data makes that point even clearer. In 24-25, there were 172 individual children aged 10 to 13 referred to youth justice services, generating 298 referrals. Most children appeared once, admittedly, but there is a small group that has repeated contact with the system. Care-experienced children accounted for 105 of those 298 referrals, 35.2% of referrals in that age group. That paints a troubling picture. The children coming repeatedly to the attention of youth justice are not a random group of children. Most are already known to the state, already carrying care experience, instability, trauma or unmet need. And there's even more stark details when we look at girls and young women in the Juvenile Justice Centre. And this isn't just about those sentenced in custody. JJC figures include children held on PACE, on remand and under sentence. And that data shows that 2/3 of individual girls in JJC custody, 65.4%, were care experienced. 2/3. Those figures should stop us in our tracks, because if young girls are entering or held in custody, are so often young women already known to the care system, we have to ask the very uncomfortable question: why are young women with care experience so much more likely to be in custody? We have to ask whether the state is stepping in early enough to support some of our most vulnerable children. What interventions are we missing? Mr Deputy Speaker, to humanise this, I think about the young woman I met in a residential centre in the Western Trust. She was bright, amazing, articulate, just the sort of person that if you met her here today, you'd think her voice needs to be heard in all of this. But she had also experienced more adversity in her short life than any adult I had ever known of. She told me what it was like to be 10 years old and in trouble with the police, the bright lights, the adults talking over her, everyone really loud. And yes, she had done something wrong, but what happened to her and happened around her did not prevent harm. It didn't help her understand the harm or change her behaviour. It frightened her and it traumatised her, and it reinforced the trauma at a very age when the system should have been trying to understand what had happened to lead her to that point. And now at 16, she was able to tell me about how that experience, she believes, contributed to how she kept offending. That at 10, it affected how she saw authority, it affected how she pushed back, why she kept offending. And it's not an excuse, but it is an explanation of what we should be mature enough to hear. Because if the response to a traumatised 10-year-old is to make her more frightened, more distrustful, more alienated from the very safe adults who are supposed to be helping her, then we have to ask what that response is protecting. Is it protecting the public or storing up more harm for the future? So again, Mr Deputy Speaker, when someone says a 10-year-old knows right from wrong, my answer is this: yes, many do. But a child who has lived with trauma, violence or instability may not be choosing from the same pool of options as a child who feels unsafe, threatened and traumatised. The protective side of Professor Bunting's evidence is just as important here. She did research on positive childhood experiences, which I hadn't admittedly heard an awful lot about before, but it shows how trusted adults, safe relationships, predictable routines and support inside and outside the family unit can make a real measurable difference. That's not soft evidence. For me, what that pointed to was prevention evidence. It tells us that relationships, stability and support are not optional extras. They are part of how we reduce harm, reduce risk and interrupt the pathway from childhood adversity into later violence, victimisation and justice system contact. So the real test for me when we look at this is not simply whether a child knows that a rule has been broken. The real test is whether the response we choose will help that child understand the harm, change their behaviour and make victims and communities safer. And that leads me on to another misconception, that criminalising children earlier will reduce their offending. The evidence does not support that simple claim. The Edinburgh Study of Youth Transitions and Crime, a major longitudinal study following around 4,300 young people, is one of the most influential studies in modern youth justice, and it found that serious offending is linked to wider vulnerabilities and social adversity, that early police contact, formal processing can predict later persistent offending, and that diversion away from formal justice reduces escalation. One of their clearest conclusions was this: the deeper a child penetrates the formal system, the less likely he or she is to desist from offending. It can reinforce the very identity we say we want them to leave behind. It can damage self-worth, weaken trust in institutions, reduce those opportunities. It can also increase contact with children in difficulty, create a cycle in which a child begins to see themselves and be seen by others as offenders first. Mr Deputy Speaker, when we see the pattern in Northern Ireland's own reoffending data, for the 2021 cohort, youth reoffending after diversionary disposals was 21.5%. Compare that with 49.5% after supervised community disposals, with almost half of those released from custody reoffending. For the 22-23 cohort, the one-year youth reoffending rate was 20.8%, following diversionary disposals. Among the small number of young people released from custody in that same year, 5 out of 9 reoffended, within the first year. Now, whilst these statistics don't prove that diversion alone causes better outcomes, because children receiving different disposals will have different levels of need, risk, seriousness of offence and previous contact with the system, they do provide strong Northern Ireland specific evidence that deeper justice system involvement is closely associated with worse reoffending outcomes. Northern Ireland should know the value of doing things differently. Our youth conferencing model is internationally recognised as a significant and groundbreaking restorative justice approach. And at this point, I do want to put on record my admiration and my gratitude for the work of the Youth Justice Agency. I want to thank them for their time and sharing their expertise and lived experience of working in this field with me as I prepared for this amendment. What they do and the outcomes they achieve are something to be proud of. Yep.
I mean, it's very interesting what you say about the Youth Justice Agency. I would agree with you. I think that it is one of the best services available to deal with young people who are troubled, and the work that they do is transformational, both in young people's lives but also in the lives of their family and communities. Does the member agree with me that that has been demonstrated on a number of occasions, but particularly about the fact that we had recently legislators who came here from Chicago to see our youth justice system, and were so compelled by what we were doing in terms of trying to keep younger children out of the justice system that they have returned to make legislation to replicate what we do here, because they were so compelled by the argument that the youth justice system was making and by the success that it was able to demonstrate.
Absolutely, and I spoke with the Youth Justice Agency just after the delegation from Chicago were here, and it just goes to show we are internationally recognised. This system is internationally recognised, and the one thing that I heard from them was we do so much that we need the law to catch up with what we're doing.
Remember, give way.
Absolutely, and before you give way, sorry, take a seat just a second. You missed the start of my speech.
Ms. Mahon,
sorry, through the chair. I apologise.
Anybody gives any admission in this chamber, it's me, not you.
Apologies.
Okay. We will have decorum.
No problem. Well, on the basis of decorum, I believe that I've carried out my engagement with all members on this topic with respect. But I do have to say that being told I'm not fit to legislate, along with Mr McGlone, along with Ms Sheeran, because we brought amendments to this chamber, I do believe has to be addressed, and perhaps the member would like to offer an apology to myself, Ms Sheeran and Mr McGlone while he intervenes.
I look forward to a robust debate. You said 2 points. One, that we have an excellent youth justice system. I agree with you, it is largely diversionary. We're about to change that by precluding criminal investigation for young people. But you said that some 10-year-olds do know right from wrong. One of your amendments means that if a 10-year-old committed murder in the situation of Jamie Bulger, that the police could not even arrest the young person, or take anyone to court or investigate it. How can that be right if children know right from wrong?
Thank you.
And I will remind members to express yourselves through the chair, both of you.
Deputy Speaker, this is, I think, the second or third occasion where the member in question has arrived late in the chamber, only then to selectively quote from somebody's intervention or somebody's speech and make points that have already been covered. It happened with my own debate last week. It's happened again today. Is it in order for members who have only arrived in the chamber and missed the start of the speech to then make interventions which misrepresent the speech that the member has given?
Indeed, a convention in this Assembly that people will follow the rules and procedures of the Assembly, and I admonish the member from North Antrim, because that is not the process that we should be expecting. But this is a debate that we wish to continue, and wish to continue in a proper manner. Over to both of you.
Thank you very much, and I did reference some of the points that were made, and I will reference at a later point in my speech. Another area that I do want to address is around the idea that the minimum age of criminal responsibility being raised is somehow this fringe, soft, lefty, ideological proposal. Looking at the other member for North Antrim, disconnected from public concern, professional evidence or realities facing our communities. Mr Deputy Speaker, the 10 is Too Young campaign brings together organisations with deep expertise in children's rights, youth justice, care experience, community support, and I'll name them: Children Northern Ireland, the Children's Law Centre, Include Youth, NIACRO, the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, and VOIPIC. These are not organisations detached from reality. They work with children in care, children in conflict with the law, families under pressure, victims of systems failure, and communities living with the consequences of harm. Their joint briefing is incredibly clear. Northern Ireland's age of criminal responsibility is unacceptable. That the Justice Bill is a critical opportunity to deliver lasting change, and that reform is necessary to align Northern Ireland with international children's rights standards. They argue that every day the age remains unchanged is another day that a child as young as 10 can be criminalised, causing ongoing harm while failing, and this is the point that I think is most important, while failing to invest in responses that would have a more constructive outcome. That is not just the view of one campaign. The Department of Justice's own consultation in 2022 showed really strong support for raising the age beyond 10, and those were stakeholders from right across civil society, and they have all in different ways pointed away from the routine early criminalisation and towards earlier intervention, family support, diversion, restorative practice, and importantly trauma-informed responses. The 10 is Too Young Coalition's comparative analysis shows that Northern Ireland is one of the lowest ages of criminal responsibility in the entire world, and the lowest in Europe. Of the 51 European countries listed in its briefing, the average marker is 14. Only 12 have an age of 13 or under, while the majority, over 75%, sit somewhere between 14 and 18. Scotland has already raised its age from 8 to 12. The Republic has a general higher age, with exceptions for serious offences. Most comparable jurisdictions have moved so far beyond where Northern Ireland remains today. The Youth Justice Review commissioned in 2011 recommended the age to be raised to 12 immediately, with consideration given to raising it to 14 within 3 years. 15 years ago. 15. When members say reform is difficult, I don't disagree. Difficulty cannot be a reason to leave the law unchanged year after year. If we only move to 12 now, or move to 12 with broad exceptions that keep the door open to criminalising 10 and 11-year-olds, then we are not leading reform, and with the system we have, we should be. We are catching up with where we should already have been more than a decade ago. Another argument that I have heard repeatedly, especially after the week that we have just had, is that we should not raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility because of child criminal exploitation, because paramilitaries, organised crime groups or drug gangs might exploit the children if the law changes. Of course we should be worried about child criminal exploitation. If you haven't been before now, catch up. It is already happening. I do not accept the logic that the answer to exploited children is to keep them criminalised. I don't think that's good law. I don't think it's good public protection. Absolutely, go on ahead.
I appreciate the member giving way. Would the member agree with me that in the case of the last week, it's primarily adults responsible, adults with poor petrol, and kids have been pushed out to poor flames, both including Elon Musk, big tech, divisive figures, and also indeed some case adults in this chamber who quite often like to stir the pot and stir up anti-migrant sentiment. Would the member agree with that?
Well, I think when I think about it, if a 12-year-old is burning down a house, I want to know why. I want to know why is a 12-year-old out on the street burning down a house, or a 13-year-old and 364-day-old. I want to know why. If adults are grooming, threatening, coercing, or using children to commit offences, the answer is not to punish the child more quickly or so that adults will not take advantage of them. The answer is to identify exploitation. It is to protect the child, disrupt the adults, and that's something I'm really pleased to see that the Justice Minister has been progressing through other sections of this bill.
I appreciate the member for giving way again. I mean, on this particular issue, one of the challenges that we face and the PSNI face is that when someone comes to them at 11, 12, 13, they may not see themselves as a victim of grooming, but they may in fact be a victim of grooming. And it's one of the reasons why, for example, when we look at things like modern slavery and child criminal exploitation, that our number of referrals, for example, to the NRM are lower for young people from our own community than they are for those who've been trafficked into Northern Ireland from elsewhere, because we are actually poor at distinguishing between those who are victims of coercion in their activities as young people, as opposed to young people who are willingly participating in crime off their own bat. Actually, by removing them from the criminal system, they are more likely to be referred to the NRM and get the kind of support that they actually need.
It's almost like the Minister and I are synchronised, or that we believe some of the very similar things, because that leads me right on to the recent Criminal Justice Inspection Report on child criminal exploitation, and I believe it should be required reading for every single member of this House involved in this debate. When we see a 10 or 12-year-old involved in whether it's disorder, drugs, intimidation, violence, the question should not simply be how quickly can we criminalise that child. It should be who is behind them, who is benefiting, who is frightening them, who is grooming them, and who is sending a child to take risks that an adult cannot take themselves. We have to concede the CGI report does make uncomfortable reading. It's not a pleasant read. It found that there was no mechanism to understand the nature and scale of CCA in Northern Ireland, that there were absences of specific markers or flags on police and prosecution systems that did lead to missed opportunities to identify exploitation. Children were often treated as suspects rather than victims, and that safeguarding referrals like the NRM were not always timely, that the child's voice was largely absent from those sampled police records. The system lacked clear outcome measures to show whether children were being helped, adults disrupted and outcomes improved. So we are told by some that raising MACR will create a new incentive for exploitation. Adults are already exploiting children. The answer is not to keep the burden of adult criminality on the child. It is to build a system around the child that sees exploitation earlier, safeguards the child, supports victims and disrupts the adults and pursues them with far more determination. Yep.
Giving way. And me and her has been through this over the last number of weeks, reciting our arguments, and it's been very respectful, and it will remain that way in this chamber tonight. But the member raises the issue about children already being exploited. But does she not accept that by changing the age of criminal responsibility from 10 to 14, a 14-year-old is much more mobile, a 14-year-old is someone who could be in the grasp of criminal gangs much more so than a 10-year-old, and this will actually incentivise the criminal gangs to exploit that cohort of youngsters that they control much more, incentivise them to carry out further criminal acts because they cannot be prosecuted.
I think that relies on the notion that if we raise MACR, we remove accountability and we remove safeguarding, and I don't see that as the case. And the Minister has already been clear there will be a framework in place before this law, if it is passed tonight and if it is eventually put on the statute books, that framework will have to be in place. So for me, I see that we will have a chance to intervene earlier. That is what I believe a framework would do. And when I spoke, let me continue for a second. When I spoke to the Scottish Government officials, and that is a little bit on your point, around particularly, and we can't say that Scotland is exactly the same as Northern Ireland, but there are some similarities, particularly around Glasgow and around the organised gang, particularly drug gangs. They did not see a notable increase when they changed their age, and that was one of the things that was brought up before they changed their law, that they thought they would see this influx of that 10 to 12 cohort, and they didn't. And that gave me a little bit of reassurance, because the experience that they've had is fairly relevant, and it challenges that argument that reform automatically creates this free-for-all for gangs or paramilitaries.
Would the member accept, and you talk about a framework for accountability, would the member accept that if your law passes, even if the victim of a sexual offence outside of the attempted rape wanted a prosecution, that the law would not permit that it would not in any way give the victim a voice? Yes or no?
Just that, and through yourself, Chair, I don't think that is relevant to the point I was making right now, which is around CCE, because I do think that is slightly different. But we are not saying that this is removing accountability. We are not saying that this removes the victim from the centre. And if you had been here, you would have heard when I talked about the reparation, how restorative practice can be seen as a soft option when actually it's not. It's sometimes the harder option, and not all victims think the same, because not all victims experience crime the same. I will move on. Child criminal exploitation is not a hypothetical risk created by this amendment. It's the current reality, as evidenced by the CJI report. And if the current system is already failing to identify exploited children consistently. Members should ask themselves this: is the answer really to defend the current law as if it's working, or is it to build a clearer, stronger, child-centred and victim-aware framework that protects children, supports victims and goes after the adults doing the exploiting?
With me, and I'll give her a practical example, Deputy Speaker, that a school in my constituency, the staff and the principal were so concerned about the proximity of drug dealers and adults in the vicinity when young people were going out at lunchtime from the school, that the school had to ban all exit from the school except that it was supervised. So children couldn't even go to the local sweet shop or somewhere where they could perhaps get an alternative to school meals. And the sole and whole reason for that was adults preying on those children. They knowing their vulnerabilities, knowing who their parents were, and abusing those vulnerabilities to incite them into drug dealing, effectively running county lines.
And it's my hope that through the other pieces of this justice bill that the Minister has brought forward, that is going to be impacted. And I think that the focus has to be on who is pulling the strings. As a youth worker in East Belfast in 2012 at the heart of what was called the flag protests, I will never forget a young person saying to me, "It's the men who tell us to come down here that stand up," and they pointed to the flat the men stood in and watched them. They don't get a tag on their ankle and they don't get a record, but I have. And that, I think, is at the absolute heart of this, is we need to go for those who are pulling the strings and who are doing the damage. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to move on slightly from the evidence. I want to move from the evidence on criminalisation and reoffending to the practical question at the heart of this debate. When does the system first see these children? So when should it have seen them? And if we are serious about preventing harm, we can't focus solely on what happens after a child reaches a police station or a courtroom or the Youth Justice Agency. We have to look earlier, we have to intervene, and that goes back to my response to the Chair of the Committee. We have to look earlier on what are the warning signs, who knew the child was struggling. We can't keep calling this early intervention if it happens. The first meaningful response comes after a child has entered the justice system. That's crisis response. Across stakeholder engagement through the preparation for this amendment, the message was clear: the system is meeting too many children too late. Harmful behaviour is often preceded by trauma, poor attendance, family stress, unmet mental health needs, care experience, exploitation. They are warning signs. If we ignore them, we should not be surprised when problems escalate. The Department for Health described many of the children that are in the justice system in contact with as children in need already, experiencing ACEs, trauma and deprivation. The Safeguarding Board responded to me quite frankly. They said, we have to move away from asking, what did you do, to also asking, what happened to you? That is not a soft question, and it's not just about the child. For me, that's a safety question. Without understanding the drivers of behaviour, we can't prevent it from happening. Women's Aid made the same point from the perspective of domestic abuse, that it is too late once a child reaches the criminal justice system, because children can absorb fear, coercion, violence long before they can articulate it, learning patterns of control or aggression from their environment. Again, this doesn't excuse harm, but if we want to stop it being repeated, we have to intervene before those patterns are set, and that responsibility spans every department and every part of society, and it doesn't just mean criminalisation. The education evidence tells the same story, that schools are already dealing with increasing complex needs, trauma, absence, safeguarding concerns. The Education Authority emphasised that they are engaged in a trauma-informed restorative approach focused on understanding why a child behaves as they do. As they put it, the issue is not the labels, but the growing number of children is experiencing trauma from an early age. If we label the child without addressing what lies beneath, we solve nothing. And if schools are seeing these pressures long before justice involvement, then macro reform is not just a justice issue, it's an education, health, social care, youth work and family support issue. The Department for Health also highlighted for me that they can be identified, these issues can be identified much earlier, and one of the key things that they are seeing is school absence as one key indicator. The move away from treating school absence solely as a disciplinary issue and the focus moving to why a child is not in school, what safety concerns there may be, what support would help on an individual or a family level is so much more helpful, because the data makes this clear. Overall attendance in 24-25 was 92.1%, but we have to look at where that absence is distributed. It's not even. It is significantly higher among children with care experience, those entitled to free school meals, pupils with special educational needs, and Irish traveller children. So that, and whilst I know we should not ever reduce children to statistics, the pattern matters. Disconnection from school is often linked to trauma, to poverty, to unmet need and marginalisation, and the points where early action could happen really makes a difference. And that's why I so truly believe that the child's first serious intervention should not be with a police officer or at a police station or a court. It should be in a school with the family, with health and community settings. Yep.
Some really valid social issues that we have not yet got to grips with, and that we should do a lot better. But how can she relate all of those ills and dysfunctionality within our departments and not reading across departments and not working together to support children and families? How can she align that with the criminal age of responsibility? And is it not the case that most of those children will have come into contact with social services before they've come in to the site of the law?
And that is something that the Department for Health has said, that most of those children are already known. My point is that if we go and we are criminalising young people at 10, we're missing the opportunity at that point for this to be moved out of justice and into a health department. This should be a health response primarily in terms of social services, and an education response in terms of what red flags are being seen, what intervention is actually being put in place for that child at every possible early intervention, not when it becomes a justice issue. And that's my point, is that, yeah, go on ahead.
But should it not be then that the criminal justice system gets better? We already treat youngsters differently in our justice system. We already treat children differently than we do adults in our justice system. But would it not be better that our justice system would embrace all of that she's just talked about over the last 10 minutes to actually support the children in the criminal justice system?
My point is that so much of that is already happening. But when I speak with those who work within the justice system, they're saying we need the law to catch up. We need the law to give us consistency and clarity for what we're doing outside of the scope of the justice system. So much of what we're doing is actually a health response. What I'm doing as a youth worker working within a prison is actually an education response. So that is my point, is that we need to look at this, first of all, holistically, but also how can we take this out of a criminalisation frame of reference and move it into an intervention?
The member has raised, I think, what is an important point, and it is important to recognise that yes, the Youth Justice Agency does a lot of good work, but if you talk to those who are dealing with vulnerable young people, most of them would agree that the stigma of being within the criminal justice system in itself can lead a child to become more and more involved in criminality, where they see themselves as different to other children, as criminals, rather than as children in need of support. And that's one of the reasons why early diversion is so important. But many of them will have been in repeated contact in terms of safeguarding and other concerns with other agencies. It is their responsibility to keep them out of the criminal justice system, and we have an opportunity to make that possible. I think the system actually works better in this regard than most people give it credit for. There are a relatively small number of young people who are in custody under 14, and I think that is good. But I think it is possible to do much of the reparative work and much of the restorative work without children actually being brought into the justice system at all, by using those same techniques that we've been able to use within the criminal justice sphere on young people who don't end up with a criminal record as a result.
And that leads me on again onto a really great example that I witnessed. I went up to the Western Trust, up to Derry, Londonderry, into one of the areas that I would suggest is probably best known on the news for some of that activity, particularly young people being drawn into violence. The Family Response Unit supports families really early. So they are drawing in funding from the health service, also from community and voluntary service and from others. But what they do is they support families really early, and they have a multidisciplinary team. So they have youth practitioners, obviously coming in through a Department for Education point of view. They have social workers. They engage with police officers, they engage with this multidisciplinary team, but it's all building trust through this sustained relationship work. The outcomes are so significant. So there was reduced antisocial behaviour, there was stronger family engagement, but most importantly, the day that I went up, I met with one of the young people and his mother, and his life was so transformed just because of this multidisciplinary approach, both youth practitioners, social workers, PSNI and others. He was back in full-time education when I first met. When he first came to the attention of that family support unit, he was on reduced hours. He had the threat of dissident Republicans hanging over his head, along with 12 of his peers. That programme, the sustained programme, the bringing in of the multidisciplinary approaches, was incredible. And at the end of that programme, which was working both with his family and with himself, all 13 of those young men had the threat from dissident Republican paramilitaries lifted from them because of the change in their offending behaviour. And the police that were there in the room the day that I went up and met them all said, "We can't believe the difference. We have never seen anything like this." And that is an example of when pooled resources, when you pool the resources of different departments, of different approaches, and obviously as a youth practitioner, you can take the girl out of youth work, you cannot take youth work out of the girl. To actually have someone like that, actually that relationship building, that trust building, where sometimes social services are not accepted and are met with a degree of fear. And yep.
Actually demonstrate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the youth justice system currently is diversionary, proportionate and compassionate and flexible. And yet we're about to throw the baby out with the bathwater and create a situation whereby if a serious offence was committed, including petrol bombing a migrant's house that left a family all with grievous bodily harm injuries, that there would be no option for the police to arrest, investigate or prosecute. You accept that what you're demonstrating is actually the youth justice system currently as it stands is flexible, compassionate and proportionate?
I at no point have ever said the youth justice agency is anything other than the things that you have said. What I am saying is that the law needs to catch up with the diversionary elements that they're already engaging in. The other point that I wanted to raise was around the direction of Together for Families. I think that's a really important project and policy move to look at the right help at the right time and the right place. Where did that come from? Yes.
I just want to thank the member for that very, very powerful example and certainly the recognition of the power of childhood trauma. Does the member agree with me that trauma-informed practice does not excuse harmful behaviour, but helps us to understand it and to respond in a way that promotes safety, responsibility and recovery?
Absolutely, and I think that is the point that we're asking here. It's not which approach is seen as tougher, it's what approach is actually going to give us the best outcome when we have the evidence before us. And I will go back to some members in this House who talk about evidence-driven policy, and we hear it so, yes, expert-led, evidence-driven policy. We have the evidence, we have the data, and yet we're being told that this is something that is pie in the sky. I think beyond stupid was a phrase that was moved. I want to just talk very briefly about Together for Families, because for me that represents the move that I see as really key to all of this, in terms of that bringing in to be joined up, to be trauma informed, practical and local. And although we have to be honest, Together for Families is still developing, and we don't know the answer yet to every challenge around it. But for me, I think it shows that this executive already recognises a really basic truth. Supporting families early is better than waiting for crisis. And we have to be really clear about the sequence of those events. First, I think that the Assembly has to answer this principle. Is 10 too young for criminal responsibility? The evidence and the data is pointing that it is. I believe it is. There are others, many others around this chamber who believe it is. Then we address the implementation. So what system do we build to respond to harm, to support victims, to safeguard children and to prevent re-offending. I think they're linked. They're not the same, but I think they're linked. The need to build that system should not be used as this avoidance of decision on principle. The Minister for Justice, I believe, has set out a responsible approach. Legislate, but do not commence until an appropriate, victim-aware framework is in place. So the choice is not between immediate change, it's not between putting this on the side without a plan and leaving it at and the opposite, or the alternative being to leave at 10 indefinitely. I think that is just it's a false choice. I want to move on quickly, Mr. Speaker, then to data, and this is, I suppose, the point that I've just made about the evidence. If we are to make good law, we need to understand the scale of the issue and the age of the children involved and how the system is currently responding. The figures simply don't support the narrative that large numbers of very young children are running wild without consequence. But I will say neither do they show that no children are entering the justice system. What they do show is something much more nuanced. There is a relatively small cohort of young children, some appearing more than once, and a system that relies heavily already on diversion rather than prosecution. Only after a child has already after a child has already entered the formal process, pointing to the reason why we need this law change, because if we are seeing numbers of children entering the justice process to then be given a diversionary intervention at a later date, surely that shows we are already doing the diversionary work, even at times when a child has already experienced the trauma of being criminalised. When we look at some of the PPS data for the last recorded year, 24-25, there were 654 prosecutorial, my goodness me, decision events involving children aged 10 to 13. When we look at the breakdown, we had 34 that involved 10-year-olds, 75 that involved 11-year-olds, 194 that involved 12-year-olds, and 351 that involved 13-year-olds. So for me, you can see that there is a staggering there, meaning that we need to intervene earlier. That's what, when I look at that data, that is what I say, before that behaviour is entrenched.
The member spoken passionately about a number of projects active in Northern Ireland which are doing that rehabilitation and multi-agency intervention with young people. But she's making the point that they are operating within the current 10 years as the minimum age of criminal responsibility. So she's showing that that is not enforced in some rigid way, that there is a multi-agency approach, cross-sectoral, recognising that young people are different to adults. But our argument is that the compulsion to take part in that is there because of the minimum age being at 10. So police are involved, through the Deputy Speaker, the police are there and there's that compulsion to get involved rather than it be seen as some optional programme. But the police involvement just gives that seriousness, and it also recognises when a crime has been committed, there is a victim, rather than having a situation where a young person at 12, 14, 16 somehow cannot be the perpetrator of a crime and the police cannot be involved.
Well, I think the point that I've made continually when asked that similar question is that yes, it is already being engaged in terms of the diversionary work, but it is not consistent, and the law has to catch up with what the experts who are doing that brilliant work are saying that they need. They need that protection, they need that law to actually follow through with what they're already doing. Yep.
There seems to be a fallacy that has grown up that because something is not a criminal offence, the police would have no role in it, but that is not the case. The police can still have a role. For example, if a 9-year-old or an 8-year-old commits what is otherwise would be a criminal offence, the police have the right to detain that young person for their own safety before engaging with other services in order to ensure that that young person is able to get the support they need, particularly where it may be a vulnerable young person who may be subject to criminal exploitation. So this doesn't necessarily remove the police from the initial phase of this in terms of investigating what happened and identifying who was responsible. But it does mean that it won't be investigated as a crime. And it does mean that the young person will automatically be diverted into other multi-agency areas. But there will still have to be records kept. So, for example, somebody who has, say somebody at 9 years old who commits an offence that would be of concern, if that person commits more than 3 offences in any rolling 12-month period, that would be brought to the attention of social services, the care system and others. So we already have provision in place for children younger than the age of criminal responsibility as it is. Again, it's not about saying that they're not accountable for their actions, it's about the accountability being age appropriate. So I think what we're saying is that you can hold those young people accountable, and they can still be protected as potentially both a perpetrator and also a vulnerable person without us having to criminalise them. And I think this is the key, because the stigma of criminalisation, the contact that is deep within the justice system tends to then breed further contact with the justice system, and we know this as a result of studies that have been done. So if we can divert people away from the justice system at those younger ages, we're unlikely then to have to deal with them again when they are 14 and above. And that's a really important point, because that's where offending tends to get more serious and be of greater concern, I think, to most people than those young people who perhaps get swept up in things when they're much younger.
Thank you, Minister. And I just want to continue on for a second, and I'll come to this, and I will come back to you. Taken together, and a lot of what the Minister has just spoken about, the evidence tells us 3 things. First, the prosecution is already not the dominant response. The system already relies heavily on diversion, and we need the law to catch up and give consistency and clarity. Secondly, truly serious cases involving this age cohort of young people are very, very rare. And where they happen, the serious harm is not being denied. And third, intervention is still coming too late. So if the system is frequently stepping back from prosecution in favour of diversion, and sometimes doing so only after a child has entered a court setting, then the logical question is whether we are intervening at the right point. If we are serious about preventing harm, if we are serious about reducing reoffending and protecting future victims, the focus must be on earlier, more effective intervention before a child is drawn into the formal justice system at all. I want to move on then to, in terms of the system readiness, because I know that we have mentioned some of that today already, and this is where I agree with many of the concerns that have been raised previously. Raising the age can't mean that there's a gap. I know that, Chairman, you have spoken about that before. It can't mean a vague promise that someone somewhere will do something. It can't mean pushing responsibility onto those already stretched social workers and schools and youth workers and voluntary organisations without powers, without resources and without clarity. The Safeguarding Board put the challenge quite clearly to me in our meeting: where do these children go? And when I met with Probation and they warned that public attitudes are hardening and they are being driven by fear and misunderstanding. And I have to highlight the narrative that is being pushed by certain individuals over the last few weeks. The PSNI warned that public confidence would be undermined if people don't understand what replaces criminalisation. So we have to be honest with the public, and saying that we are making criminal behaviour illegal, to say that there is no response, no consequence, no victim support and no accountability, I think is quite dangerous. And I do think it actually will impact on where the public view their level of safety, even though we are showing the evidence to the contrary. The barrier to reform is not the principle. The barrier is capacity right now, and I acknowledge that. But the system already knows what works. It's early intervention, it's trusted relationships, it's therapeutic support, family work. The question is whether the executive are in the position, or are they preferred to fund it and organise it properly. And I believe that there is a will there when it comes particularly to the conversations that I have been privy to between the Department for Justice, the Minister for Justice and the Minister for Health in particular. So yes, Mr Deputy Speaker, raising MACRA is legal reform, but it is not only legal reform. It is only credible if it's accompanied by investment and a reconfiguration of youth work, family support, therapeutic support, education support, victim support and a multi-agency pathway. There are already very, very successful models that we can learn from, and I have mentioned a number, whether it's been in the Western Trust or in the South Eastern Trust with the Youth Justice Agency and the work that they're doing there. But right now, at present, I want to address some of the, I suppose, the misconceptions that nothing is being done. When there is a concern about a child's offending behaviour, a referral can still be made to the Children's Diversion Forum. A multi-agency panel is available on a region-wide basis in Northern Ireland. And those panels and the other partnership arrangements are exactly the kind of structures that would be considered as potential models for working with children under any new criminal age of criminal responsibility. But the purpose has got to be clear. It has to include an end-to-end pathway for various types of behaviour. It has to include rapid safeguarding assessment, clear police referral routes. It has to include specific protocols for children in care. There has to be regional equality, so the kind of support that I have mentioned around the Western Trust and the South Eastern Trust, that they do not just depend on a postcode. It has to include data and monitoring, because one of the strongest messages from the CJI report was that we cannot approve what we do not see. Mr Deputy Speaker, if we raise MACR, this Assembly must be able to judge the outcomes, reoffending, attendance, victim experience, and that's why a 5-year review is imperative. It's not a sign of uncertainty about the principle, it's a sign that we're really serious about the implementation. We have looked really seriously and really closely at what they've done in Scotland, because Scotland has already taken this step in part. Scotland is not a perfect comparator for Northern Ireland, moving from 10 to 14, but it is highly relevant to the public confidence in the what happens next arguments. And the Scottish lesson was to not simply raise the age. The lesson is that reform needs those pathways. It needs a safeguarding system, victim support, public communication and clear data. Northern Ireland must build that pathway and not simply change the number. And I do believe from answers given by the Minister for Justice that that is exactly what is intended. Mr Speaker. Yep, go ahead.
I want to thank the member for giving way, and I want to apologise to her as well for being a little bit late into the chamber and missing the start of her speech. I agree with the member. She's mentioned trauma-informed care, she's mentioned therapeutic support, and she's mentioned family interventions, and I think those are all incredibly effective ways of dealing with some of the children who may end up in our justice system. I personally think that those interventions, and again I'm agreeing with her, actually have to go in before 10. They have to be much earlier and much faster. I suppose where I struggle, and I'd be interested to hear what she had to say with it about this, is that based on these amendments that we're discussing, there will be victims, or there may not be any more, of very serious crime. She mentioned 305 10 to 12-year-olds who have obviously been made known to the justice system this year. We're talking about incredibly serious crimes where there are currently victims to those crimes. I'm wondering what replaces that if these, in this case, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds commit a very serious crime, and the families in many of these cases want to see what they would call justice, and perhaps in that regard want to see the young person go to a secure facility where they'll not harm other people. I mean, what would she say to that?
I did cover that at the beginning in terms of the conversations that we've had about victims, but I will reiterate again, I don't believe that this is taking away any agency from victims. I know that when I have spoken to, and I've met with victims, Victim Support NI, the Victims Commissioner, I've met with different victims groups, I've met with individual victims, but I've also met with young people who are both victims and perpetrator, all in one. So I've tried to engage as much as I have possibly been able to, as a solo MLA, and this not being a private member's bill, being an amendment. So I tried to engage as much as possible. The one thing that came through so clearly was that no victims are the same. When you meet one victim, you've met one victim. And the different approach, first of all, the difference that was felt by each individual to the harm or the offence that was felt in was very different, even though you could have two people who have both experienced the exact same situation. That's the first thing. The second thing was that justice looks really, really different to every single victim. And when that was really stark even when I met with Victim Support NI, because they were saying themselves that they it's very rare that you have a homogenous group of victims that all believe if this happens, this should be the follow-on, or this should be. So I understand that, but when we're looking at the aspect, particularly of restorative justice practices, when you have a perpetrator or a young person who is engaged in offending behaviour, having to sit in a room facilitated in a safe space with the person they have caused harm to, that is an awful lot more effective at intervening and actually changing the cycle of offending behaviour than a courtroom, than going through the criminal justice system. And I believe that the younger that we are doing that, the younger that we are actually being able to intervene on a therapeutic, on a trauma-led, on a restorative justice way, that's what's going to change those cycles of behaviour before you get to 13, 14 when they're embedded, before you get to the point where all of that has already been kind of, I suppose, put into the prospect of who they are and what they think of themselves.
The member for giving way. Would she also agree with me in reference to what the member has said, that there will always be exceptional cases where it would be necessary, even if someone were under the current age of minimum age of criminal responsibility, where in order to protect the public that person would need to be held in a secure facility, which is why we don't only have one kind of secure facility. We have some that are criminal justice run, and we have some that are health and social services run. And so there can be a genuine reason why a young person under the age of criminal responsibility may need to be held securely for their own protection and the protection of others. But that doesn't necessarily require them to have a criminal record for that to happen. And I think that's the crux of the matter. It's not about letting people off without accountability, and it's not about leaving the public without protection.
The Minister says it much better than I could. Yes, go on ahead.
I want to thank the member again for doing that, and for the Minister of Justice for clarifying that. And I'm quite happy to accept the member's characterisation of non-homogenous victim groups, and I happen to agree with her. That actually victims, and we've seen this in Northern Ireland throughout the Troubles, as one example of not dealing with macro, but in other circumstances, where victims have very different approaches to the perpetrators. And I suppose I'll accept that point from her, but equally would she accept the point from me that there will be both victims and the victims' families of some of the most heinous crimes that we will probably discuss today, that would see either restorative justice or some intervention that we've discussed as in no way fit for the crime that young person has committed. And some of these are really are dreadful crimes. I'm quite happy to accept the the fact that lots of groups are homogenous. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Would she also accept from me that there will be people watching this who will want a different form of justice, will want some level of protective custody for the perpetrators because of the nature of what they've done to one of their loved ones?
And I'll be really honest with the member that this isn't black and white, and this isn't an easy subject. And the chairperson of the committee and I have had this discussion before, that it is difficult. This is really emotive, particularly when either you or someone you love has been harmed. That brings up, and particularly as the mummy of 3 children, I get that is the most primal instinct, to protect those that you love. But again, I will go back to the fact that there is no one way to deliver justice that will feel right for every victim or every victim's loved one. And when we focus on the offence level, for me, I would rather focus on the child and how we prevent further victims, because the best thing that we can do to protect victims now and to, I suppose, assuage their worries is to tell them that this will not happen to someone else. And that was the big thing that came through from all of the victims groups that I met, regardless of whether they believed criminalisation at a young age was right or whether it was wrong. They all said, all I want to know is that this won't happen to anybody else. What happened to me won't happen to anybody else. And if the best way to do that, if the best way to actually interrupt that offending cycle is through these diversionary projects at an early intervention age, then for me that is where it's most important. Yeah, go on ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. But thank you very much for giving way. I appreciate you're giving way to a lot of people, and I appreciate that you have met with a lot of groups. I just thought it'd be worthwhile at this point just to bring forward a bit of experience that I have. I met a young man at 16 years of age through Include Youth. And this was a young person who had no faith in any adult because he'd had 36 social workers in his 16 years. Lovely young fella, but he didn't know how to manage his emotions. He found it quite difficult to do so, and he was in a care home. And when he got crossed when he was about 11, he threw a cup at the wall, and the automatic reaction was lift him and put him into custody. Not deal with him, not work with him, not find out what was going on, train him how to work with his emotions. It was lift him and put him in custody. His opinion by the age of 16 was, sure, the cops will just come and lift me and I'll get put inside for a while. Sure, if I do time inside, sure, what's the difference? And the I think it's called the J report that was done by Action for Children, highlighted the fact that if a young person doesn't have the preventative measures, the support that they should have at a younger age, that if we immediately go for a judicial role with them and putting them into custody and doing all that, that becomes normalised and that becomes harm. And Action for Children talk very strongly about adverse childhood incidents and how much that damages that young person throughout their whole life. They quite often end up in poverty, they end up homeless, they end up in so many different difficult positions. Addiction can come into that. But when I looked at that young man, he highlighted to me why we need to be looking at children and parenting children, even if it's the state has to parent a child, and put the resources into that child before throw away the lock and key, put them into custody, because that young man felt that that was all anybody chastised him with, was putting him in a room, locking him away, putting him in a police car, and that was it. If they had dealt with him earlier and treated the child, I believe that his outcome would have been so much better. And I believe that as a government for Northern Ireland, this is the best way we can do this, is by making sure that we don't give the social workers the opportunity to go phone 999 and get the cops to come and lift him. That we say, no, actually, it's your job to work with this child now, to try to stop them going into the criminal justice system and make sure that their lives and the issues that there are dealt with there and then by the right professionals, as opposed to throwing away the key. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. And you know, those stories are right the way through the system. You know, I spoke to youth workers who work within the prisons and who said that they actually see young people going out and committing crime specifically to be put back inside, to be, you know, re-institutionalised, because, and in the words of one, it's the only safe place they've ever known. So it's the only place where they get fed, where they're warm, and where they know that they're not normally in really serious, yeah.
They'd be deprived of that safe place?
What I would say is that we need to intervene earlier to work out why they need a safe space. Why is prison safer than their home life? Why is prison safer than the places that should be there to protect them? That to me is the bigger question, but I understand where the Minister has said, yep, go on here, Minister.
Yeah, thank you for giving way. I mean, the issue is not about depriving people of a safe place, but it is about looking at why. For example, when Ray Jones, Professor Ray Jones did his review of children's services, he said that the Youth Justice Agency was doing an excellent job, but he highlighted the flaws in the secure custody, in the secure care facilities in Northern Ireland, and how they needed to come and align closer with the way the youth justice facilities operate. So there are ways of, again, giving both young people and indeed members of the public the assurance that there are secure alternatives to prison. But what none of us should want is to take a young person between 10 and 13 and find that young person becoming either reliant on the justice system for support. And we know that this happens where young people actually see it as a safe space and they commit offences to go there. or normalising that within their lives, so they think that being arrested, being charged, being processed through the justice system and ending up in Woodlands or when they're older in Hyde Bank is the normal course of life. It should never be normalised for anybody. It should be reserved for those cases that are extraordinarily serious, and also those cases where there is no alternative available. And I think that's what at least some of these amendments are trying to do today. But I don't think any of us would want young children, as young as 12 and 13, to be making that calculation that they would be better off in the Juvenile Justice Centre than they would be either in a care home, in secure care, or in their family home, because that is a failing that is much wider than that child's. That is a failing for society as a whole.
Thank you. And Mr Deputy Speaker, now I want to move on to serious harm, as we have been discussing, and this is where some of the hardest questions will arise, and that is why my amendment includes exceptions for murder, manslaughter, rape and assault by penetration. I recognise the seriousness of those offences, I recognise the public concern, and I do recognise the need for safeguards. Offences committed by children aged between 10 and 13 are rarely on the serious end of the spectrum. PPS has confirmed that when such cases arise, although they are rare and exceptional, in the past 6 years only one child of this age has been sentenced to custody in the Juvenile Justice Centre. We cannot build an entire law around those most exceptional cases while ignoring the much larger group of children whose behaviour is linked to trauma, to family stress, to poor attendance, to all of those things that we have already discussed. The stakeholder engagement that I've had suggests that we do need to distinguish between two groups. For the wider 10 to 13 cohort, behaviour is often early or emerging. It is linked to trauma and unmet need. Risk may be escalating, but so often it can be addressed through early intervention, voluntary engagement, what I've already discussed. But there is that smaller and more complex group, children involved in serious violence, harmful sexual behaviour, repeated high-risk behaviour or significant escalation, and that cohort requires a serious specialist pathway, not slogans, not panic, not the emotionalisation of their crime. And that's where the independent social worker Marcella Leonard's evidence is so important, both when I met her and through reading her work. Her expertise in domestic violence, sexual violence, safeguarding serious case reviews and harmful sexual behaviour is substantial. She emphasised that serious cases, particularly those involving harmful sexual behaviour, should be addressed through specialist, therapeutic and safeguarding pathways. This is someone who has dedicated their entire career to this. Her evidence was that appropriate specialised services already exist, but they are not accessed early enough, they're not consistently used, and they're not well integrated into system pathways. It's one of the reasons that I brought this up as my adjournment debate for North Antrim, because whilst this system is the postcode lottery at this moment in time, she made the point that serious cases are often predictable, they're preventable, that early warning signs are frequently missed, and that delays in referral actually increase the risk and escalation. She did highlight a major gap for 10 to 13-year-olds displaying harmful sexual behaviour, interpersonal violence and that child-to-parent violence, but her proposal was not to do nothing. It was also not around the criminalisation or the mandatory detention. It was referral, mandatory referral, assessment, therapeutic intervention, expansion of harmful sexual behaviour frameworks where appropriate, and an invest to save approach. Mr Deputy Speaker, that's exactly for me the kind of realism that this debate, when I've been researching it, needed, because the question is not whether serious harm should be addressed. Of course it should. The question is whether the system can provide a credible, consistent and effective pathway for the small number of high-risk cases, and whether we're willing to build that system properly. And from the discussions that I have had so far with the Department for Justice, the Department for Health and others, I believe that there is a willingness to build that system to better move forward. The same is true when members raise violence against women and girls, or school safety, or bullying, or harmful sexual behaviour. Those are really serious concerns. No one is denying they aren't. But keeping MACR at 10 is not a violence against women and girls strategy. Women and girls are not protected by slogans. They're protected by early intervention, safeguarding, by school safety planning, by specialist support, by relationship and sexual education in schools, by being open to what healthy relationships look like. It's about that serious action against harmful behaviour before it escalates. It's nipping it in the bud. And if members want to invoke violence against women and girls, they should listen to the organisations that work with victims and survivors every single day, because Women's Aid and Victim Support have both supported raising MACR alongside really robust welfare-based structures. That's not weakness on harm. It's about how we intervene earlier and prevent harm escalating. Oh, sorry, yes, go ahead, Morris.
Thank you very much. I must say that your presentation so far has been very passionate and sincere. But I would have a different opinion of the work of the social services based on personal experience, when a young victim thought it necessary to take her life rather than have the continuous break-up of the family because of a crime that had been committed within the family. So I have concerns about social services' dictatorial manner of dealing with things. What you will do, you must do, you should. And I just wanted to flag that up. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Morris, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Morris, you know, there will be those stories of genuine harm, and I think that there is no one in this chamber who can stand here and say that we have a perfect system already. I don't believe that. But I do believe that we should strive for better, and I suppose that's where I come back to my evidence and to look at, if we are to prevent further victims, we need to look at what best ways we have in our arsenal to interrupt offending behaviour. So whilst you're raising really legitimate concerns about social services, I think when we look at the framework and we look at the foundations that we need to put in place, that can absolutely be part of it, and absolutely look at how we protect and nurture. And again, that comes back to family support and about how we ensure that we are looking at multidisciplinary frameworks that build a safety net around families, and that's where I would come back to. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you'll be really glad I am nearing the end. I did look up who the longest speech in the Northern Ireland Assembly was so far, and there seems to be a trend amongst North Antrim MLAs. It's not actually the chairman; it's a former member for North Antrim, Dahi Mackay, at 2 hours 10 minutes. I'm not. I promise. I'm not aiming to beat it. I think you came a close second, Chairman. Absolutely.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Or we're full of hot air with lots to say. I will come on to the amendments now, specifically, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because each does ask us in a yes, the other member for North Antrim would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Just for absolute clarity, because the Justice Minister made the point that the police can still intervene if someone is 9. Yes, they can detain someone under children's legislation for their welfare, but they cannot interview under caution. They cannot take samples. They cannot take a DNA swab to prove that a victim DNA and the DNA on the suspect matches, and those are all things that are vital to get accountability in a case where a young person denies a serious offence. Those things wouldn't be possible under your amendment.
Voluntarily, they would. Go on ahead.
Well, the member actually just answered the question. It is, of course, possible to take a DNA sample. It's a voluntary process if it's not a criminal offence, but they can actually get DNA samples in those cases with the permission of parents, so it can be done in a voluntary way.
Can I please just go on to the amendments? I think you will get time to ask the Minister during your own contribution, if that's okay. I would like to get to the amendments and then go through them. My Amendment 79 does try to strike a careful and responsible balance, and it raises the minimum age of criminal responsibility to 14. It does so because it tells us that the evidence tells us that 10 is too young, 11 is too young, 12 is too young, and 13 is too young for routine criminal prosecution, and it does so because international standards point us to at least 14. It does so because child development, neuroscience, trauma evidence, youth justice practice and stakeholder engagement all point us away from early criminalisation and towards earlier structured child child-centred intervention. But I have listened to the concerns raised by around the most serious harm, and that's why my amendment and the joint amendment include exceptions for those most serious of offences. I understand the position of those who, and particularly within the children's rights sector, and those advocates who would prefer for there to be no exceptions. I understand that. But I have brought forward an amendment that moves away from the current law, whilst recognising the particular sensitivity and the seriousness of those offences. And I think something around building the confidence of the public was something that was really, really clear in the stakeholder evidence that we took on board. Amendment 80 builds in a review after 5 years. I've talked about that before, but coming back to the evidence, coming back and asking whether victims are being properly supported, is there something that we can learn, what's happening, what's working well, whether reoffending is being reduced, whether services are responding quickly enough, and whether the age should potentially be raised even further. Good law does not end at royal assent. It continues right through the implementation, scrutiny and review. The joint amendment, Amendment 82, which I've co-signed with Emma Sheeran, MLA, and Patsy McGlone, MLA, is another attempt to move this Assembly forward. It is a serious and thoughtful and meaningful reform, and it would say that no child under 12 can be guilty of an offence. It would also say that 12 and 13-year-olds should only be criminally responsible for the most serious listed offences. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also want to speak with respect about Jerry Carroll's Amendment 81, which would raise the age to 16 without exceptions. I understand why he's brought that amendment forward. Many organisations working directly with children and young people believe that 16 is the right age. They point to the reality that a 14 or 15-year-old is still a child, point to neuroscience, trauma, care, experience, poverty, exploitation. Those are serious points, and I don't dismiss concerns behind them. Members will know that I've long supported an increase in the minimum age of criminal responsibility, and it's not a new position for me. And whilst it has never been debated before now, it is not a new debate for this Assembly. I just don't think that we are quite there yet. The Independent Youth Justice Review recommended that MACR should be raised immediately to 12, with consideration given to that further increase to 14 within 3 years. Yeah, go on ahead.
Disagree on the final conclusion, but I agree with pretty much all of what you said so far. But you also agree with me that 14 is regarded across the world amongst human rights and child rights organisations. 14 is regarded as being the floor, and we should probably aim for the ceiling and the best, which is generally accepted as 16.
And I think right now, I wouldn't. I think I would rather focus on what's in front of me. If in 5 years' time that review comes back and we see that this is working really well, then maybe we can move to there. But right now, it's not a potential. But I absolutely, with full respect to those who believe that is their position, and to yourself, Jerry. Today I'm asking the House to support a change that I believe can command broader support, that can be implemented responsibly and is a right step for Northern Ireland now. Raising the age of 14 would be a major and long overdue reform. It would meet the minimum international standard recommended by the UN Committee for the Rights of the Child. It would force the development of a proper alternative framework. It would force through my review amendment to come back to the evidence, to assess the impact, to consider any further changes in a properly informed way. I believe that an increase to 14 with the limited exceptions is the most pragmatic route for 2 reasons. First, it would allow us to design, test and embed a new framework for responding and to concerning behaviour in a way that's manageable, properly monitored and properly resourced. But secondly, it will build confidence in reform. If the public, victims, families, police, social workers, schools and communities can see that children are still being held accountable, that victims are still supported and that behaviour is being addressed earlier, then we create the conditions for trust in a new approach. So, Mr Speaker, I do say this respectfully. I understand why 81 has been tabled, but beyond the current law, it's just not. It's not there now, and hopefully the Assembly will return to the evidence. In terms of Jerry's Amendment 85, which will provide for review following the joint amendment, I think that's an important principle, and whatever route this Assembly chooses, I think there has to be a review. We can't simply pass a reform or not pass a reform and just leave it at that, so I would support this. In terms of the amendments from Paul Frew and his colleagues, and again I understand why Mr Frew has raised the concern, because he has done so prior to this in committee and in the media. Those concerns that you have raised are not unreasonable. For me, they do point to something that's quite important, that reform can't be done by changing a number and not hoping for the best. And I think that's something I've been really clear with you on as well. There has to be that framework, there has to be the clear duties, the clear referral routes. So I agree with all of that, but that's where I part company with Mr Frew. The first would have the effect of removing that caveated increase from 14 and leaving the new minimum age at 12. I just don't believe that at the minute goes far enough. The Youth Justice Review recommended 12 immediately with the move to 14. Again, that was 2011. We're not really leading reform, we're just catching up. The second proposal then would remove the specific tightly drawn exceptions in the cross-party amendment for children who are aged 12 to 13, and it would be that much broader exception for those that are triable on indictment. What I would point out is in the last year there were only 15 indictable offences, only 15 of those most serious. So in practice I would worry that it would create an inconsistent and too wide a route back into criminalisation. The question that I will always return to, Mr Deputy Speaker, is what will make people safer, and I just can't support amendments that broaden the route back to criminalisation. They may feel like a safety net, but they risk becoming a trapdoor. Mr Speaker, I want to address Mr Beattie's Amendment 86, and I welcome the fact that it does recognise the current age of 10 is too low. I think that matters. But raising the age only to 12 would while still allowing a route back into the criminal justice system for 10 and 11-year-olds, just doesn't go far enough. Yep.
I thank the member for giving way, and I agree with everything she said on this particular amendment to date. However, there are also concerns that I would have in terms of operability and it creating additional responsibilities for PPS, which I think it's quite challenging for us to do in this legislature. In terms of our competence to do it. So PSNI have expressed a number of concerns about the practical, legal and infrastructure consequences as it's drafted at the moment, which would be a barrier actually to operationalising the system proposed, and PPS have said that they believe it would create a lack of certainty in the law and an inappropriate encroachment on the law-making role of the Assembly and an overextension of prosecutorial remit within the DPP. So they are concerned about even it not being compliant with Article 7 rights in the ECHR. The Departmental Solicitor's Office has also agreed with that. The Attorney General's Office has also raised a concern with us. So I would be concerned that it may actually fall outside the legislative competence of the Assembly based on that analysis. So I do understand the idea of 12 becoming some kind of a threshold with exceptions, but as I say, I would be worried about the operability of what the member proposed.
I'm just going to forward on 3 pages of my speech, given the Minister has outlined exactly and probably much more succinctly. There is also the implementation issue with Amendment 86, and something that wasn't mentioned there, but for me, setting that 2-year time frame, whilst it may sound really reassuring, I don't think it answers that practical question of what happens if the framework is not ready within 2 years and it's too important to commence, simply because the date has arrived. If there's no mandatory intervention mechanism, the framework isn't in place, there's no clarity on information sharing, it would create precisely the gap that members like yourself are worried about. So I don't want to say that means to use implementation as an excuse for delay. It means that we have to set clear statutory requirements, those clear milestones. We can and should legislate for reform now, and we can and should say that 10 is too young, but we can't pretend that a date in the bill by itself builds the infrastructure, builds the necessary framework that children, victim families, police and communities need. For me, the responsible route is to accept the principle, pass the reform, require the executive to build the framework before commencement, and otherwise I do think that you risk replacing one flawed system with another. I want to turn now to, I suppose, the people at the heart of this debate. I think about the child whose school attendance has collapsed, the child in care who has been moved from placement to placement, often with a plastic bag and nothing else, the child living with domestic abuse, the child with unmet needs, struggling in school, the child who has been exploited by older people who they thought were safe or were friends, the child who's caused harm but has also experienced harm. And I think about the victim, the person who should never have been hurt, the family that should never have been frightened, the child who deserved protection, support and justice, the teacher who deserved a safe workplace. And a good justice system must be able to hold both truths at once. Harm has been caused and harm matters, but if we are serious about preventing the next victim, we must also ask what response is most likely to change the child's behaviour. And that's why this amendment and this work is not about choosing children over victims. It's about recognising the best way to support future victims is to prevent further harm, and yet our law currently says a child of 10 can be held criminally responsible. 10, a child still in primary school, and I just can't accept that. 10 is too young. It's too young if we're serious about child development. It's too young if we're serious about trauma. It's too young if we are serious about prevention. And it is too young if we're serious about victims. And I've heard... Yes, go on ahead.
And she's very passionate about this subject, and I think, and it's been very informative listening to her, but even in her amendment, she maintains that a child aged 10 or over may be charged with murder, manslaughter, rape or assault by penetration. So how can she square that circle?
And it is something that I've talked to others about. But again, for me, that to me is about public perception. It's about public confidence. That's why it goes hand in hand with the review. We need to look at can we assess after 5 years what of those exceptions have been used. We know that when harm is caused by very young children, it is very, very serious harm of the like that I have put into my exceptions. It's very rare. It is very rare. But if those are the offences that are most recognised as those of causing most serious harm, then that is why they're in there. And it is literally just a public confidence and a safeguard in that respect. But I understand where the question has come from. For me, again, it's focusing on the offence level, and I understand that. I'm just about to finish. Okay. Go on ahead.
So the logical conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, is we've chosen some offences not because the young person can understand that it was right or wrong, it's because of the outrage that the public are going to have if there is immunity. And that a child, I haven't finished yet, and that a child understands right and wrong in a minor offence, but not one that's going to force.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, decorum, if we have it in here, and we've actually been following it quite correctly. So when the member is making an intervention, the normal routine is to sit and listen and then respond to it. And equally, when the member is making the intervention, it is to do it through the chair. Okay.
Deputy Speaker, it was ruled last week because there were a number of very long interventions that if a member had decided that the intervention had continued for long enough and stood, that the member making the intervention should desist and sit down. I mean, that was a ruling that was made in the Chamber last week, so can we have clarity about that?
I shall check that, and I shall check that because I wasn't aware of that situation, because as far as I'm aware, it's the Deputy Speaker or the Speaker who's sitting on the chair makes the decision during the debate. Right, back to where you were.
Hence why I stood, Mr Deputy Speaker, because I was aware of that ruling. I don't think it's anything to do with the outrage. For me, it is about looking at what are those most serious crimes. It has nothing to do with the moral or the public outrage. I think that's really offensive, to be honest, to bring that up. I've heard that this amendment has been described as reckless beyond stupid, and I'll disagree. What is reckless is leaving the law unchanged despite the evidence, despite the data. What is reckless is confusing prosecution with prevention. What is reckless is knowing that the current system is not delivering the outcome that we want for victims, children or communities, but deciding the change is simply too difficult. This amendment has been shaped by evidence. It's been informed by lived experience. It has been challenged and grounded by stakeholders in what we now know about childhood development, trauma and effective intervention. So the real question that we have before us today, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not whether change carries risk. The question is whether doing nothing and maintaining the status quo carries a greater risk still. I present the amendment before the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adichan. And just so members are aware, we have 15 speakers on the list, plus the Minister, plus the Wind. And therefore, the Business Committee has agreed to have an evening suspension. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting for 30 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 18:50 in approximately 30 minutes. The debate will continue after the suspension, and the next member to be called will be Paul Frew. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session is resumed. And just to refer to the Minister who raised a point of order just before we broke up, if I refer you to Rules of Behaviour and Courtesy in the Chamber, number 10, says very clearly, if you have the floor and take an intervention, you may not resume your contribution until the member to whom you have given way sits down. That's very clear, and that's the rules and regulations of the Chamber. Mr. Frew, over to you.
It would be helpful for those of us who were present in the Chamber last week if a reminder to that effect could be circulated, because it wasn't the ruling from the Chair on that occasion.
I've just given the ruling, ma'am. The ruling has just been made. I've given that. That's what the rules state. That's what's been done. Mr. Frew, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I think that the Speaker's office has learnt lessons from last week, where they gave me a break in between my speech to help me to get back on my feet again. So you've learnt that lesson, not giving me that privilege this week. So I'll start my speech straight after the break. I speak first of all as chairperson of the Justice Committee, of course, and then I will make comments as Justice spokesperson for the DUP and individual and private MLA. Whilst provisions to increase the minimum age of criminal responsibility (MACR) were not included in the bill, it was something which multiple respondents raised during the committee stage. There were differences of opinion as to what the MACR should be. The British Association of Social Workers, the Bar of Northern Ireland, the Probation Board, Victim Support, Northern Ireland Alternatives, Community Restorative Justice Ireland and the Youth Assembly all suggested the age should be raised to 14. Others, including the Children's Law Centre, Children in Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, VOIPIC, and Include Youth, suggested it should instead be 16. MACR was also raised during our informal roundtable discussions with young people. There was no agreed age, with the range of 13 to 16 suggested by participants, though there was a general view that 10 is too young. The committee noted the range of views on the issue and that several amendments had been tabled to raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility. However, the committee did not form a view or take a position on this matter. I will now speak, Mr. Principal, or Deputy Speaker, as a Justice spokesperson for the DUP and as a private MLA. I've heard passion in here tonight from the proposer and the mover of this debate, and I can't fault Sian one bit for that passion, and I respect that. And when you listen to her terminology, when you listen to her passion in her speech, you can see that she's really bedded into this world with regards to her passions and her work previous to being in this House. So I respect that 100%. But I fear what we are doing here is changing one aspect, that namely being the criminal age of responsibility, before we have anything other in place to ensure that victims are protected and even young people don't become exploited. And Sian did talk about evidence, and about evidence that she has read and that others have produced. And I would simply say this, that if the evidence was sound, then why have we so many amendments giving different ages for criminal age of responsibility? And in fact, and I'll say this respectfully, as you know I will, the proposer of the amendments has changed her mind on 2 of her amendments. So how? Yes, I will. Yes.
I just want to clarify, it's not that I changed my mind, but I do think that I've come to a place where if you can get more political backing on an element of the amendment, a compromise, I think that's more rather than me changing my mind. So thank you.
So I thank the member for that clarification. But with that compromise, and with that, and let's face it, a political negotiation, science goes out the window. Evidence goes out the window. Because what you have done then is try and get to a common denominator where you can get the biggest support in this House. And what we are talking about here is law and order and criminal age of responsibility. We are talking about victims, and we are talking about children. And we are talking about crimes. And so I think this is really important, as is this debate. And one thing for sure, no matter what happens tonight, I think it's been useful to have the debate. But if it ends in changing law for this, I really do fear for where we will end up and where our young people will end up. Sean put down an amendment which is named as Amendment 79, which basically made the age of criminal responsibility 14. But she caveated that by saying a child aged 10 or over may be charged with murder, manslaughter, rape, or assault by penetration. We then go over to a combined amendment, which is Amendment 82, which changes the criminal age of responsibility to 12, but it's flipped over in that a 12 and a 13-year-old can be guilty of an offence other than an offence listed, can be guilty of an offence other than an offence listed in paragraph 3. And paragraph 3 then mentions murder, attempted murder, manslaughter, rape, and assault by penetration. Now, I think there's one missing there from her original amendment. Murder, manslaughter, attempted murder, I think, is missing. So again, where is the science or the evidence around the lists of very serious crimes that could be committed? Sian, in her evidence and in her speech, talked about the issue of the science talking about brain development. And I get that. And I know that we all develop at different stages. I don't know what I'm going to be when I grow up. But all seriousness, if it is about scientific research and evidence around brain development, then how could anybody at 10 be found guilty of murder, manslaughter, rape, and assault by penetration, or attempted murder? It's defeating your own argument in many ways if you put in store so much on the developmental attitudes of young people. And so I really, really worry about that. I really also worry about the fact that we are complicating what is a very complicated system already. Criminal justice system, youth justice agency, youth courts, criminal justice, going into a court, it's really scary for an adult. We know that. I've been there myself. But what we're doing is complicating it even further, which will have grave impact for all of the law enforcement agencies, including the PSNI, when we have caveated serious crimes for which a 10-year-old or a 12 or 13-year-old can be convicted of: murder, attempted murder, manslaughter, rape, assault by penetration. And let's look at some of the issues that we've been dealing with over the last number of years and what young people have been doing. And I have no doubt that when it comes to young people's behaviour, violence is a big thing. Violence against other children is a big thing. And as they get older and as they come into puberty, then sexual activity, and I'm afraid sexual crime, comes into play. Now, if a child can't be found guilty of a sexual crime, does that mean that that's sexual activity? Because it can't be a crime if the person perpetrating it cannot commit the crime, cannot be the perpetrator of crime, cannot be guilty of crime. So are we saying that sexual crime for 12 or 13, or even in the First Amendment, 10 or 11, isn't crime? Because that's what we're talking about here. So what does it become? And how do we get outcomes in that scenario? How do we get justice in that scenario? How do we get a decent outcome for the victim And how do we get a decent outcome for the perpetrator? Because justice isn't just about throwing somebody or throwing somebody in prison or punishing people. Justice, I believe, as a libertarian, works both ways. You get something good, you get rewarded for doing something good, but you get punished for doing something bad. And so I really worry about the list and about the road that we are travelling. Because at the minute the status quo is 10. We all know that. Criminal justice system knows that. The police knows that. The PPS knows that. The courts know that. But how do we go about doing lists? And what do we leave off lists? And what do we add on lists? And what are the lists for? What is it trying to achieve? Is it recognising serious harm? Shan did allude to it being about public confidence. And I understand it because she's been really honest here tonight, and I thank her for that. But if it's about public confidence, then we have a big issue on everything to do with the criminal justice system. Because a lot of people out there do not have confidence in the justice system. And that's really regrettable. Going down this road, I think, will add to that. I think it would add to that lack of confidence. So is it about recognising very serious harm? If it is, what about the threat to kill? Is it about managing risk? Well, how is only listing 5 managing risk for both the victim of any activity, because we're not yet sure whether it's crime, or for the actual perpetrator of that activity? We're not sure yet whether it's crime. And will it address public concerns in exceptional cases? The proposer of these amendments and the mover of this debate has already said that these numbers are limited. They're very small. They are really minute in the broad scheme of things. So why then are we going down the road of lists? I think that's a very serious problem. Because there's a fundamental issue in our court system, and it's been highlighted to me. Well, first of all, let me address some of the serious issues that I think, Principal Deputy Speaker, that I think should be on that list. Conspiring or soliciting to commit murder, not on the list. Threats to kill, not on the list. Shooting or attempting to shoot or wounding with intent to do GBH, not on the list. Inflicting bodily injury with or without a weapon, not on the list. Attempting to choke, and in order to commit an indictable offence. We have been through this before in this chamber around non-fatal strangulation. And what message are we now going to send to young people to say that if you do that activity at 12, 13, 14, you're not committing an offence? Yes, I will.
The Mayor makes a very good point that there are offences that are incomplete offences short of murder. You have attempted murder, which is included, but the member's quite right. Conspiracy to murder, Deputy Speaker, is not included. And there's a very recent example, and I will be very brief, real example, of a child that was prosecuted in England for aiding and abetting a rape of 2 school children who could not be prosecuted under this law, but could if it was attempted rape. And that is simply a distinction that's irrational.
And so that's why I really worry. I thank the member for his intervention. I'm really worried about starting a list system that only lists 5 offences, serious as they are. Cruelty to persons under 16. A child under 16 will not be able to be guilty of an offence against someone under the age of 16. Burglary. Aggravated burglary, not on the list. Destroying or damaging property, not on the list. What have we lived through this last week? Indecent photographs of children. We have been through this in this House about upskirting and downblousing. The Minister pushed this stuff through, and very welcome it was, and we supported her on all of that. But we are now saying to a child that if you commit this activity, you cannot be found guilty of an offence. Yes, I will. Yeah.
and I think the rationale from the movers of this amendment is that prevention is always better than cure, and we would rather see a situation whereby children aren't in that position. The member opposite's party blocked girls being able to wear trousers in school, and if they were allowed to wear trousers in school, they wouldn't be victims of upskirting. Is that not something practical and real that would lead to less damage to young women in classes?
So I think the member for giving way. But if it's about prevention, why are we not doing it better already? And why is it that you have turned this on so that it's actually the victim of the activity needs to do something in order to stop it? And that's wrong-headed. And that's not where we should be. Worried about upskirting, then just wear trousers. That is a bad place to be. That's a place we shouldn't go to. And we should be affording our school children the safety to wear a skirt if they feel like it, if they want to do it, and not come under the fear of being upskirted in any type or shape or fashion. But what we are saying with these amendments is that that activity done by a 13 or 14-year-old will not be found guilty of an offence. This does violence to all the work that we have been doing over the last number of years. And I must say, there's a fundamental issue here in our court system. Now, I don't want to see any young person having to get to court for any crime that they've committed. But one of the facets of justice is accountability. It has to be accountability. And Professor Kevin Brown has wrote to me, and he has put it out in public, doing a platform piece on the Irish News, I think. Now, let me state very categorically, Professor Kevin Brown thinks that the age of criminal responsibility should be risen. He thinks it should rise. But he is really worried about the listed system and the complication that will bring, especially around sexual offences. And I'm going to read an extract of his platform piece because I agree exactly with what he has said. The list may also affect how cases are resolved in practice. This is really important. I'm not sure. We all have got to a point where we think something should change. But no one here tonight has told me what needs to go in place. We've talked about a framework. The Minister has mentioned the framework. The proposer of the amendment and the motion and the debate has talked about a framework being in place. But no one yet has given us the detail of what that framework would look like and the outcomes that that would achieve. Yes, I will give.
And I thank the member for giving way. And he is correct, we haven't got that framework, which is why we have said that we would not want this to be commenced by date, that we would want it to be commenced at the point where the framework is fully in place. And that then provides the member and other members of this House with the assurance that they will see that framework, they will know how it will operate before it is actually commenced by the department, because we would not want to see is a commencement date set on this that could lead to any gap in provision or protection. That would be the worst of all outcomes, and it's not what any of us would want to see happen.
The Minister for her intervention, but yet none of that is in the text of any of the amendments. And we would need, and you would need to give assurance to everyone out there. Yeah, I'll give way to Noel McCaskill.
The member for taking an intervention. I don't know if the member has read the Ray Jones review, in which he actually touches on a lot of the issues that are associated with juvenile justice. Given that almost 50% of young people who are either have been in the JJC or actually who have come under different criminal offences have not resulted being in the JJC are actually kids in care. He actually did stipulate part of what the framework could look like within that review itself, and part of that being not just an arm's length body but the Justice and Health departments working a lot together. There's a lot that's already been done well in the Juvenile Justice Centre that could actually be done within the health sector and within social services too, that it doesn't actually need to go through that process.
The member for intervention. But why is it not being done already? Why is our healthcare system not aligned for this? Why is our social services not aligned to this? And she's quite right with regards to kids in care. But what we are proposing here is putting more children into the social services network. And can I say, that we all sit in here and we all have lovely debates and we all say robust things to each other, but there's a dark world out there. There's an evil world out there, and our children are vulnerable. Our children are really, really vulnerable. And some of them live experiences on a daily basis that we can only imagine. We can't yet comprehend. And those children who are in care are more susceptible and more vulnerable than anyone else. And that is a massive issue. And what I fear is what we're doing here by taking out the criminal justice element is we're actually putting that care system in place for more children at different ages. I will give way. Yep.
I want to highlight to the member that in my constituency, 1 in 20 children are in the care of social services. Doesn't necessarily mean removed from their parents, but under the care of social services. And a lot of the children that you have referenced are also already under the radar of social services, and the ones who have committed crimes as well. So it's not like we're handing over the work to social services. Even if this were not to pass today or tomorrow, social services should already be involved, and if they're not, then that is something that the Department of Health should answer to, regardless of what happens here today.
Yeah, I thank the member for that, because I agree with her. We need to do this better. We all need to do this better. Every government department needs to do this better, because the world's getting worse out there. The digital age is making it worse also, but physically it is worse for our children. And I haven't yet seen or be reassured that anything that we have in place with regard to social services can actually make a profound difference in what we're trying to achieve here. I believe you're creating a chasm by moving the criminal age of responsibility. The Youth Justice Agency do a tremendous job, but they can't do it all. So I think what we need is a system that wraps around the criminal justice system, education, health, social services, everything else, communities, and it allows us to inform the criminal justice system better in order to protect victims better, but also child perpetrators better. And I think that's something that we can all agree on. But by simply changing the age of criminal responsibility here tonight, without any of that substance in place, it really is just frilly words. In a very dark world out there. Yes, I will give way.
This is not about wrapping all the services around justice. This is about wrapping around services around our children, around our families, the most vulnerable. And there is fantastic examples of the work. I personally have been engaged in a series of work with a wraparound service with PSNI, the probation board, the community or social services, where we have to intervene early from kids that aren't attending schools, who are really, really vulnerable, to prevent them from going into the criminal justice system. If you go and look, there's excellent models happening out in the community. Under tackling paramilitaries, go and look, go and speak to the people in the communities that are working on this.
Member for her contribution, because she's quite right, and I myself have been involved in keeping children out of the criminal justice system, working with the police to ensure that people do not get criminal records. I have been through restorative justice programmes whereby there was a decent outcome for both the perpetrator and the victim, which the victim was satisfied of. This is all work that's currently taking place within our criminal justice system, and it was mentioned earlier on, we're in danger here of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I really, really worry about the step that this Assembly could take tonight that could jeopardise victims, could jeopardise young people. And I would ask people to be very careful of how they proceed. I was going to talk about Professor Kevin Brown, and I will state again that he thinks the criminal age of responsibility should rise. But what he does say is that he's really concerned about the listed crimes. And here's why. The list may also affect how cases are resolved in practice. Criminal cases do not always proceed only in the most serious charge originally contemplated. Pleas to lesser offences can sometimes provide a more proportionate outcome. But if a 12 or 13-year-old can only be guilty of a proposed listed offence, the ordinary possibility of accepting a plea to a lesser sexual offence may be unavailable. That could make some cases unnecessarily binary. Either prosecute for a very serious listed offence or remove the case from criminal liability altogether. In cases involving children on both sides, that rigidity may fail to do justice either to the child accused of causing harm or to the child who has been harmed. I'll finish the quote and then I'll give way. The choice of sexual offences also has consequences beyond prosecution itself. In Northern Ireland, convictions for relevant sexual offences can trigger notification requirements, and sexual offending can also interact with preventative order regimes designed to manage future risk. The proposed amendment, therefore, does not simply decide which 12 or 13-year-olds may be prosecuted. It may also affect whether the ancillary public protection framework is available, and on what basis that makes the boundaries of the sexual offences exception especially important. We are in danger by lifting this criminal age of responsibility without having a framework in place that is suitable, that is robust, that brings accountability, that brings satisfaction for victims, that brings satisfaction for the perpetrators, the child perpetrators. We're in danger of distorting justice and that justice process for that young perpetrator. But not only that, we are in danger of distorting the Papani arrangements. That's how serious this is. And I'll take an intervention on anyone who wants to address that issue around Papani. How will these be recorded? And what will they be recorded as? These are very serious matters. I will give way to Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, the member, for giving way. And he raises the Professor Brown's intervention. I think it's worth debating. I mean, he talks about the binary that Professor Brown suggests and the tiered exceptions in Amendment 82, or the exceptions in Amendment 82. But isn't it the case that fundamentally Professor Brown is pointing out that he thinks the age of criminal responsibility should be increased? His point is not that it shouldn't be increased. His point is about being careful about potential consequences, which is why there's a review mechanism that's also tabled.
The member will have heard that I stated that about Kevin Brown, Professor Kevin Brown, and his belief that it should be raised. I'm not disputing that. But he raises serious questions. So this is someone who's on that side of the argument, raising real, valid concerns about the listed offences. And that's something that we must take into consideration. If someone is in court, convicted or processed with one of those listed offences, will they be able to plead a lesser offence? And what happens if they do? Can they do it, first of all? Can they plead a lesser offence, which is basically justice? It is the justice process that they are entitled to do so. So will they be able to plead a lesser offence? And if they do they walk from court? Thank you. Yep, I will.
Member for giving way again. He's been very generous with his time, and I understand the concerns that he has around, you could almost say, the arbitrary nature of the listed offences that he takes issue with. All of this is a balancing act, and we chose offences as the exceptions to the rule, which held the maximum penalty because they are the most extreme offences. We're coming at this from the position that these are children, and acknowledging that most children don't understand the fullness of what they have done or are accused of, and trying to provide intervention as opposed to punishment. So these are the most extreme cases. We're not trying to legislate for everybody on the basis of some extremities. These are very rare cases. So that's the rationale behind those particular offences. They carry the maximum penalty available, acknowledging the severity of those particular offences.
Or intervention, but what the minister or the member is basically admitting, that you are scared of a public uproar. If someone commits a crime of murder that's below the age of criminal responsibility, that you are going to set I'll finish my point first and that, yeah. You're basically saying that you're scared of the public uproar. Be honest with the people in here and the people out here. Sian did say it was about public confidence. You are basically saying that these are the most serious offences. And if this is about brain development of a child, then how can they be guilty of murder but not guilty of threats to kill? I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way, and I would like to correct the record because I did not make that assertion. The member knows that full well. Someone earlier said that the most fitting tribute that we can make, I think it was Sian herself, to any victim of crime is to ensure that that crime is not inflicted on anyone else. It is not because of the risk of public uproar, it is in recognition of the fact that some offences are so dangerous that we would not like to risk someone else falling victim to the same crime again. And that's the rationale behind it, not fear of public uproar, and that's an awful thing for you to have said.
And I thank the member for her intervention. But how is raising the age of criminal responsibility going to stop that victim be victimised again? Because there is an issue here. There are many children out there of all different ages and understandings, and mental growth and development and everything else. But there is a number of children out there that if they know that there is no consequence or no criminal consequence to their activity, they will reoffend, they will reoffend, and they will reoffend. I'll give way to Jerry. And then
going by the member's logic, would that mean there's a mass of 9-year-olds committing crimes left, right and centre? Going by his logic?
Well, we'll get into that later on. I will give way. Yeah, we'll get into that later on, Jerry.
I thank the member for giving way. The reason that we're bringing this proposed legislative change is to prevent crime. The data tells us that the younger a person enters the criminal justice system and the younger that they are systemised, the more likely they are to continue into a cycle of crime. And the whole point of this is prevention rather than punishment. As with my earlier point, if young people received appropriate relationship and sex education in school and were properly taught about the appropriateness of relationships, we wouldn't have the threat or the risk of downblousing or upskirting. That's something that we have as a result of young children not being properly taught about appropriate relationships. So it's always better to teach our young people rather than punish them.
I thank the member again for giving way. But the Youth Justice Agency did say to us in the committee that there's a fear in them that if they were getting children at 10, they can work with them and make a difference. If they get that same child at 13 or 14, they fear that characters have already been maintained, practices have already been deployed and entrenched, and they fear that they couldn't be able to return or overturn the habitual behaviours of that child that they could have when they were 10. These are massive issues that we are grappling with here, and we need to make sure that the step we are taking is the right one. But I see nothing filling the vacuum that's being left here when we increase the age of criminal responsibility. We've heard, yes, I will, yep.
The chair of the committee is always very gallant in giving way. It strikes me that the approaches are different in that those who are supporting this are focusing from the child's perspective, and yours is coming more from the victim's perspective. And that's fine. You can clarify that. What is the member's analysis of victim support, saying rising market to 14 and taking a welfare-based approach as opposed to forcing them through the criminal justice system is the best way, in fact, to actually protect victims?
I thank the member for giving way, but should our criminal justice system not be the welfare system also? Why does it have to be one or the other? Yes, I will give way to them.
I can very clearly say no, it shouldn't. And the problem that we have in this society is that too often the justice system is the provider of last resort in all circumstances. We have people with serious mental health problems. Where do we put them? We put them in prison. We have people who have undiagnosed neurodiversity, people who have learning difficulties, people who have speech, language and communication difficulties. Do you know where to put them? Put them into the justice system. And that's a problem, because not everyone who enters the criminal justice system is somebody who has necessarily found the right place. There are other therapeutic interventions. The member was on the same side of the argument as us last week when we said that, for example, deprivation and poverty shouldn't be criminal offences. But many of these young people that we're talking about, deprivation and poverty is the underlying cause of the behavioural issues that bring them to the attention of the police service. And what we need, frankly, is not to wait till justice comes along. What we need to do is get community, the Department for Communities, the Department for Education, the Department for the Economy, the Executive Office and all of the others around that, including in particular Health Service, to step up and actually intervene before there is nowhere else for these children to go but prison.
I agree with the Minister completely, and that is why we do not send children to prison. And that's when she talks about the law needs to catch up. What I think we really want to see is this, that all of those systems that the Minister has just talked about, wrapping around those children before we would even touch the age of criminal responsibility. I believe if those areas were covered, if we treated people fairly and satisfactorily, both victims and perpetrators, especially young perpetrators, give them justice and accountability, I think then we will be in a far better place to actually look at the criminal age of responsibility and make an informed choice. But we are not there yet because we are still failing people. We are still failing victims and we are still failing child perpetrators for a range of issues, one being that out there is a big dark world with evil perpetrators exploiting children and victims. But what we've heard here tonight is rosy, fluffy words. We've heard that there should be a framework in place, that to discourage against harmful behaviour. That really means crime, folks. And that there'll be end-to-end pathways, and there'll be specific protocols. Well, I ain't seen anything yet. Yes, so I'll give way to the Minister and then.
The member brought amendments to this House where he also didn't have all the protocols and all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, yet we agreed we could work going forward on what those would look like. Legislation is not the place where you set down every scintilla of detail. Legislation is the place where you set the boundaries within which policy will then be formed. So what we're being asked to do here tonight is agree the age limits, agree the exceptions, and once we have that, we will then design a system that will meet that. There was absolutely no point, to be completely frank, in my department spending limited time and resources defining a system and designing a system for a set of amendments that may never pass. We don't have that kind of resource at our disposal, and it's that simple, and the Chair is well aware of the constraints that we face. So what we are trying to do in terms of the department is to support the increase in the age of criminal responsibility, then hold off on the implementation until the point where all of those systems are in place. We couldn't do it ahead of tonight, and even if we did, it wouldn't be in primary legislation.
I thank the Minister for giving way, but all of that good stuff that the Minister talked about, albeit scant in detail and quite fluffy at this time, is stuff that the department and other departments should be doing anyway to make our justice system better. And I'll give way to Nolan McCaslin.
I thank the member for giving way. I was going to make the point some of the Minister touched on, but actually some of those protocols already do exist, and they exist between the police and social services to keep young people out of the criminal justice system. So whilst you keep talking about frameworks and protocols, it's not just going to be about one. It's going to be ensuring that you can work with all of the agencies, and some of those I'll actually touch on when I come to make my speech, but some of them already do exist, and they are successful in keeping children out of the criminal justice system.
It's a really good point, and that's why we need to do more of it, more extensively, in order to save more victims and more child perpetrators and get them away from reoffending and get them away from crime and get them away from organised crime gangs. But we do justice differently for young people and for children than we do for adults. That has been the case for a long, long time. And that's why we do not send children to prison. That's why we have youth courts. That's why we have restorative justice for children. That's why we have diversionary tactics and programmes for children. We already do this. What we need to do is make sure that children in the ages of 10, 11, 12 and 13 can avail of them. And that's why it's important that we do not mean that we pass this today, which means that those children will not be able to avail of a system that's already tried and tested and is working to some effect. And I worry that we've done this about face. We should have these frameworks in place with end-to-end pathways, whatever that means, with specific protocols, whatever that means, to do away with harmful behaviour, whatever that means, before we tackle the age of criminal responsibility. We have got this the wrong way round. And that's why it's so important to take stock, take a beat, and consider what we are going to do tonight. It is really important that people address the two issues that I've raised. How do you plead a lesser charge if you cannot be convicted of that lesser charge in a court? This is fundamental to our court system. No one has been able to give me an intervention tonight that solves that issue. Does a child have the right to plead a lesser charge that's not listed on the amendments, or do they walk from court? Also, the Papani arrangements. When a child, aged 12, 13, 14, commits a sexual activity, because we're not sure yet whether it's a crime or an offence, well, I'll give way in a minute, Minister. Will they be recorded? Will that be recorded? And will they fit into the Papani arrangements? Because I think that's a fundamental question that we need to assure ourselves of before we would ever walk into a lobby. I'll give way to the Minister.
First of all, we dealt with the issue of recording of incidents, and that would still happen because a victim will still have been created, and we acknowledged that earlier, and that will still be recorded. It will not be recorded as a crime, but it will be recorded as an incident. Management of the risks posed by children and young persons who are under the age of 18 and fall within the definition of the relevant sexual or violent offender don't normally require multi-agency management because they're normally under child protection and health and social care case trust child protection. So that's the normal way that an under 18 would be dealt with. So this is perhaps slightly different in that we're talking about a different age group. Exceptionally, however, if the health and social care trust believe that that person and the Youth Justice Agency, Prison Service or Probation Board consider that that multi-agency risk assessment is required and additional management is necessary, that can be provided in the case of a young person who, if they were an adult, would go into Papani automatically, but as a young person that would be assessed on a case-by-case basis.
I thank the Minister for that intervention because she has been informative there with regards to the processes, and I thank her for that. But these are the questions that I have been grappling with, that no one else seems to want to grapple with, which I believe this is really important. And Nuala, you, but yeah, sure.
Just on your first point around pleading to a lesser charge, you can't plead to a lesser charge if the offence doesn't exist. So therefore, it is the Public Prosecution Service who are pushing the charges against that individual and those charges that are listed under the amendments that we're putting forward here today. And so that young person can't plead to a lesser charge because it does not exist. So I don't understand what you don't understand. It's those charges that are there that the Public Prosecution Service are putting forward, and it is those charges that will stand. There's no option to plead to lesser under that if the offence doesn't exist.
So the member, if I'm right in what she's saying, is content that a child in court would be tried on the offence of rape, but yet their solicitors team, barrister team and them believe that they should be tried on a lesser charge. But that child will have no choice but to be tried on rape. If that's what the member's saying, then that's okay, that's fine, that's what the member's saying. But that's where we are going here. I'll give away the minutes.
Moment to be absolutely clear, the charge is brought against an individual. The decision on that is made by the PPS, not by the barrister and the defence counsel who represent the potential defendant. And so the charge to which they would be pleading would be the one that the PPS, except the point the member makes that if, for example, PPS are fearful that a charge of rape would not be made out in court, that they would not be able to prove it beyond reasonable doubt, they may offer a reduced charge. And you're right, in that case it wouldn't happen. But the point that you're making about it having anything to do with a choice on behalf of the young person or the defence team is simply incorrect. The decision is one for the PPS, and if they believe that there is sufficient evidence, they would be able to prosecute those as they would currently.
Member, and I thank the Minister for that intervention, but there is a court process to be had. And when that charge sheet first goes to court, that person, whoever it may be, doesn't even need to be a child, will be, the DPP will say that that defence is going to be such and such. And there are many times, when at the other end of that court, they are found guilty of another lesser offence. So I do believe there is an issue here that needs to be resolved before we could, in all honesty, vote for something like this tonight. I want to also address the issue about the coercion of young people. Yes, I will. Yeah.
I think there's a real danger that Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the young person could be penalised by being overcharged. There's many cases that are borderline between assault, occasion, acts of bodily harm, grievous bodily harm, or grievous bodily harm with intent and attempted murder, and the PPS may run with a higher charge, so there's no accountability. And the second issue linked to that is that the alternative defence verdict for murder is often manslaughter. And how does that work in this case? Would manslaughter not be available to the young person, and that's disadvantageous to the defendant?
Yeah, and I think the member for giving way, manslaughter is one of the list, but the point that he illustrates is a very valid one. So if someone is in there on murder, but they plead manslaughter, now it's on the list, but you can see how this trickles down, and you can see how a listed system that lists out exclusive offences could be really detrimental to the justice process for that young person in court. And so there's real issues there, I believe, that have not yet been addressed or even thought out, unfortunately. But I want to address the issue around coercion of criminal gangs to young people. And here's the issue that I think needs to be discussed. It's not good enough to say that young people are already coerced by criminal gangs. Of course they are. Of course they are. But a 10-year-old, there's a better chance of a 10-year-old being indoors at night than a 14-year-old. A 14, a 13, a 12-year-old is much more mobile, harder to keep in the house, is going to be out and about, can go for further distances than a 10-year-old. So there is a real difference. 4 years is a massive difference. From a 10-year-old to a 14-year-old. It's a massive period of time in their life. And so it is really important that we get this right. And what I talk about mobility is this. I think there's a greater risk of a vulnerable 14-year-old or 13-year-old being in the grasp of a criminal gang than most 10-year-olds. And that is why we are protecting people with criminal age at 10. Yes, I will. Yeah.
The member for giving way. I'm absolutely astounded. You're making the argument for us. If they're more likely to be coerced at 14, at 13, at 12 than they are 10, they need protected. How is the answer to criminalise them? Genuinely.
Yep. So, what you're doing is you're creating a cliff edge at an age of greater mobility. And what that will mean is that if you're a criminal gang lord, or I don't know what you call them nowadays, a head honcho of a criminal gang, or even a terrorist outfit, you will look at your range of young people that you can exploit, and you will group together all your 13-year-olds and all your 12-year-olds. And you will have a greater number of them than you will at 10. And what you'll do is you'll send those people out. Drug mules, drug dealing, moving arms from house to house, moving explosives from house to house. And these things, if they're captured by the police, will not be crimes. Yes, I will. Yeah.
For being so generous with his time, but I think this is an important point. I mean, does the member believe for a second that organised crime gangs and criminals who exploit young people care about what the consequences for the young people will be in terms of the criminal justice system? And does he also acknowledge that the evidence suggests that not criminalising young people reduces reoffending, because social services and others can intervene in terms of putting those young people who are at risk into secure care and through other interventions?
So first of all, secure care. There's not much secure about it, I'm afraid. There's massive issues with our care system. And that's not a slight on anyone who works in that difficult field, because we know what that means for those people who are employed there, but we also know what it means for children in care. They are the most exploited. They disappear for days on end. The care staff do not know where they are, they don't know where they've been, and they don't know what they've been doing. And there's very little that they can do about it. And this is why it's so important. The criminal gangs don't care about those young people. But what you're doing is you're incentivising those crime gangs to use that age range to fund and to fuel their criminal activities, and you're creating an incentive on that age group. That's what you're doing.
You're focused on the crime of the organised gangs, and it's not a crime. It's a crime against the child. Absolutely, we're here to protect the child. Stop staying focused on the crimes of organised crimes and how they can coerce young people. Stay focused on the crime against the child, a child.
I want a wee minute, Minister, but I'll address that. Changing the age of criminal responsibility will not do one thing for that child caught up in those drug gangs. Not do one thing for those children caught up in terrorist outfits. They will do not one thing for those. Whereas if they can be captured, if they can be found creating an offence, then there is a chance that we can rescue those children and stop them from reoffending and get them away from the grips of the criminal gangs. We will not send those young people to prison. We will use diversionary tactics, we will use restorative justice, and we will ensure that those people are protected. And yes, I will, and then I'll give way to the Minister.
You want to criminalise children. You are giving children a life sentence. That is what you are asking for. Giving our vulnerable young children a life sentence by criminalising them and stigmatising them for the rest of their life.
We are not going to give children life sentences, but your amendment is going to convict children of murder, attempted murder, manslaughter, rape and assault for penetration. So there's no difference in that regard from my position and your position. You're still going to convict young people, children, of those offences. So how do you explain that? How does the member opposite explain why she's justifying finding a 12 or 13-year-old guilty of murder when they might have been coerced, attempted murder when they might have been coerced, manslaughter when they might have been coerced, rape when they might have been coerced, and assault by penetration when they might have been coerced? How does the member opposite square that circle? I can give way to the members opposite if they wish, but I am also on promise to give the Minister, and I'll come to know.
Well, I thank the member for giving way, and he has been generous with his time. I don't doubt that what the member is saying is sincere in believing that the criminal justice system is often the only intervention that young people get. And I would hope that he would agree with me that it shouldn't be. So if young people are starting to go off the rails, we would want to intervene more quickly. But here's a question. If somebody lures a child away into criminal activity, child criminal exploitation or other things, would you not accept that the fear of being prosecuted for the actions you have undertaken, even under coercion, for the fear that you may not be recognised as a victim of coercive control and as a victim of child criminal exploitation might actually drive a wedge between you and the police and the other services, because you'll be afraid of saying, yes, I did take drugs, yes, I did deliver drugs, yes, I committed criminal offences at 12 and 13 and 10, and that the risk in that case is that instead of reaching out and seeking help because of what has happened at that young age and being able to be diverted away from that activity, they will instead be afraid of actually disclosing what is happening to them. So, for example, if a young girl is taken from a care home and is fed full of drugs and God knows what else happens to her while she's absent from that place, the bigger fear on her part might be going back and admitting that she's been taking drugs. And as a result of that, all of the other exploitation that's taken place may never be uncovered. And that's the difference between criminalising the behaviours of the young, vulnerable person and actually trying to put in proper protective measures. And I agree with the member, they're not there yet. I've said that a number of times, but I believe they can and should be, and that the justice system shouldn't be there to take up that slack.
The Minister has just reliably informed this House of the failures that are currently in place in our criminal justice system. That the young person would be scared to come forward to a means of authority that could help them. And that could be the same for a police officer or a social service worker or anyone else for that matter. Yes, I will give way again. Yeah.
They're afraid because they've committed a criminal offence. They are fearful that they will end up in a youth justice centre, or when they're older end up in Hyde Bank Wood, or end up with a criminal record that might stop them ever being able to travel outside this jurisdiction. It's not that they're afraid of the individuals. My colleague already talked about the importance of relationship building in terms of getting young people to have that trust and confidence. That's what the Youth Justice Agency does every day. But with respect, it's not a failing of the justice system. The justice system is engaging with those vulnerable young people who have committed offences to try and divert them out of the system at the earliest point. But that will not happen until there has been some finding of fact against them. And that's the damage that's done. And that's what they're afraid of in terms of making disclosure.
The Minister alludes to the fact that there's fear there of coming forward because they may have committed an offence. But I would suggest to you that the fear, the real fear for those children, because they're under the jackboot of the criminal gangs. They're being bullied and coerced into that activity, sometimes through no choice. They don't want to do what they're doing, and they should know that they can come forward to the police, and the police should be in a position where they will know that that child has been exploited. I'll make one point when it's in my head, because Sian raised this earlier. Sian raised the issue that when a child is caught up in the criminal justice system, they should be asked, the question should be asked, what happened to this child? That is a fundamental question that should be asked. If it's not happening now, why is it not? Why is the police not asking that question? She said, what can we do to support that child? Surely the police are asking that question also. And that is the fundamentals here. And I agree with Sian, and I agree with others who push this, that we need to make sure that we're asking the right questions to identify that child being exploited. We should not look at this binary system whereby this child has committed a crime, therefore they're a criminal. We shouldn't, and I don't believe we do that in the criminal justice system, or at least we haven't done that for hundreds of years. And that's why we treat children differently in our justice system. And if the Minister is saying that doesn't happen, well, that is a failure of our criminal justice system that needs fixed. I will give way again.
I'm not saying that doesn't happen. So the member is right. We do have special dispensation within our criminal justice system, and those of us who are familiar with what it does, I think, recognise what a good job the Youth Justice Agency does. However, the public have their own views. And I have spoken with parents of children who have gone through the youth justice system, who find both them and their other children ostracised in the community because one of their children has ended up in the youth justice system, or the police have come to the door, or whatever it might be. And not only that child who has done something wrong, but the entire family are stigmatised and ostracised by the community. Moreover, there are some young people, and you will recall this when we talked about coercive control in adult relationships, there are some young people who go off the rails, and for them, the people coercing them they see as a boyfriend or a friend or somebody who has taken care of them, and they are afraid of getting that person into trouble. They are afraid of the consequences for themselves because they know they've done something wrong, but they're also afraid of getting that individual into difficulties as well. And therefore, we need to maximise the opportunities, particularly at the younger end of the spectrum, for young people to come forward and actually make those disclosures, share that information without any fear of repercussions on themselves, because sadly, The one area where I think we are failing, and I don't think it's only the Youth Justice Agency or the PSNI, I think across the board, is the small number of young people who are involved in criminal activity as the result of grooming by adults, who end up not being referred to the national referral mechanism, and we talked about that earlier, because they're not seen as victims of trafficking or modern slavery, and instead are seen as what? Criminals, because that's how they present in the first instance to the police service.
I think the Minister before that, and it was quite lengthy, and I forgot my run of things with regards to what I was going to say, but the issue that the Minister raises is the point that I make. Our system has to be better at treating young people in the system, but there must be accountability. And when the Minister talks about the impact for families when a child is caught up in the criminal justice system, she will not be able to produce a framework, as she has said she's going to do, with end-to-end pathways, with the specific protocols, but we don't have any specific details. She'll not be able to produce any framework that doesn't create that same stigma for them families and for them other things. I don't believe that the Minister will be able to do that, and that is why this all should be embedded in the criminal justice system to ensure that there is accountability as much as anything else. We all know there's cases where there's young people and they go to the same house every night to attack the householders, to destroy property, to damage property. And it's a massive issue out there. It's a massive issue. If those children knew that what they were doing wasn't criminal, they would be encouraged even more to do that activity. And that's why accountability must come into this. And to leave out the criminal justice system, you're removing the accountability piece. All of the other good stuff, the frameworks, the pathways, the care, all of that is good stuff that needs to be produced. And I would want to see the day that that is produced. But we are having this debate at the start of that process when we should be having it at the end. I'll leave it there, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I must confess, having been so used to the sound of Mr. Frew's voice for the last while, it was a little bit of a surprise for it to have ended so suddenly. I will be. So I'm going to be somewhat more brief in relation to Amendment 82 than others have been thus far. That's not. There's no either explicit or implicit criticism of others for what they have said, because it's been a really useful debate. Clearly, it is a subject which is hugely important, and there is much academic literature, there is much international experience, and the Justice Committee has taken significant amounts of evidence on it. First of all, obviously, it goes without saying, because my colleague Patsy McGlone, who has been stalwart dealing with this bill, and one or two of us are speaking in order to share the burden as other parties are doing in relation to amendments. We are in support of this amendment, and we're in support of the amendment, which is why we have co-signed it. I think it's important to start from the position of acknowledging what the criminal justice system is designed to do. It needs to meet the offenders. It needs to meet the needs of a number of groups. Obviously, victims of crime, those who commit crimes or are accused of committing crimes, and lastly, society as a whole, the wider needs of people who want to live in a safe society, but also a society where justice is done and seen to be done. There is an international debate about the appropriate age for the appropriate minimum age for criminal responsibility. It is important to say, first of all, that Northern Ireland, as with other jurisdictions in the UK, which have a criminal age of responsibility of 10, are an outlier. As was said earlier on by Shannon Mulholland, the average age is in fact 14, I believe, in those states where they name a minimum age of criminal responsibility. All of the international best practice, or the overwhelming amount of international best practice. The academic literature and the studies on this are clear that the best way to secure the best possible outcomes for the largest number of people in the groups that I mentioned earlier on, victims, perpetrators or alleged perpetrators, and society writ large, is for the minimum age of criminal responsibility to certainly be higher than 10. This amendment sets down that the minimum age should be 14, with specific exceptions. Mr. Frew has explained, and he's drawn on some of the comments from Professor Kevin Brown of Queen's University as to why there are flaws in, he sees there being flaws in terms of the list of exceptions. But it is important to say that Professor Brown, along with a whole swathe of other, in fact most academic criminologists and people who study the criminal justice system and youth services, are clear that the minimum age of criminal responsibility should go up and should have gone up years ago in Northern Ireland. Indeed, he described it as hard to defend the status quo, no pun intended. The question about listing the exceptions was really a question of implementation and how those exceptions interact either with other potential pathways in the criminal justice system. And Mr. Frew talked about potential lesser pleas in the judicial system, or other statutory services that engage with those young people who are in this situation of being investigated for or held to account for these crimes which are listed in Amendment 82 as exceptions. But the important thing to say is that these are fundamentally questions of implementation. That's not to diminish them or to dismiss them, but they are fundamentally about how these exceptions are implemented. It is also true to say, as Emma Sheeran pointed out, that the reason these exceptions exist is in part to address broader public concern, I suppose, or a public perception that they wouldn't want to have a blanket change to the minimum age of criminal responsibility without any exception at all for the most serious of crimes. There are, of course, many people in academia who would simply say, well, no, actually, if you're clear and consistent, you should raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility without exceptions. Now, I would say this: we are politicians, and the point about being politicians is that you work to achieve progressive change, to improve the lives of your citizens by bringing as many people along as you can. I think including these exceptions is an attempt to do that. It's a serious attempt to make clear to the public that the direction of travel, I will go in a second, that the direction of travel is to raise the age of criminal responsibility, but to address any perceptions out there that this is simply going to lead to added risk for people who are guilty in this instance, because they would be found guilty, because there would be a criminal, because they would be capable of being charged and found guilty of these offences, that is being mitigated. I think that's reasonable, and I think it's a reasonable thing for legislators to want to do when they are bringing forward change that is relatively novel. I give way to Mr. Burrows.
I think the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, is we actually think of the public, not trying to bring people in this place along. Do you have any concern, as I do, that something as nonsensical as attempted rape or murder is prosecutable, but conspiracy to murder or rape, or aiding and abetting murder or rape, simply isn't? How is that fair? How does that work?
Let me, first of all, Mr. Burrows, I didn't just say people in this chamber. That's not what I said. I said the public writ large. You are picking a series of, from your perspective, contradictions that you see. Why this but not that? Why this but not that? I think the important point to make in relation to all of these is that the straw man is that there would be no, is that all of these people at age 11, 12 and 13 are simply left to crack on. There's no intervention, there's no management of them, and that just isn't true. And I think it's, there's no point in kind of shuffling your papers kind of theatrically, Mr. Burrows, and smirking about it. Like, the whole point, and it's been laid out already, is that there would be significant if someone is in the situation where they're being investigated for these things, like the idea that they're simply going to be left alone and statutory services are not closely engaged with those young people is, I'm afraid, fanciful, and it is irresponsible to suggest that. But it is, and let me come back to this point, and this is the really important one. You would acknowledge, I presume, through the chair, that all of the evidence shows that once young people enter the criminal justice system, what happens? What is statistically the thing that is much more likely to happen after that? They reoffend. Is that not true? Mr. Burrows, the scion of everything about the criminal justice system, is refusing to engage in this one question. Does entering the criminal justice system, right or wrong, does it mean more people are more likely to reoffend? Yes or no? I'll give way if he answers my question.
The fundamental problem with that statistically is it doesn't have a control sample. Because what you say is someone who is actually committing an offence will naturally have a propensity to commit more offences, and therefore, by definition, logically, they will be more likely to be in the criminal justice system in the future. It is a vacuous argument. And to talk about irresponsibility is to pass a law that you frankly do not understand.
Excuse me. Gentlemen, through the chair, please. You're both practitioners, seasoned practitioners now. Through the chair, please. Thank you.
There we have it. Mr. Burrows is already impugning the motives and the intelligence of people who happen to disagree with his expertise. I would say this, and it's completely reasonable, by the way, for him to take a different position on this. But what he just posited to me, why his own proposition, I think is a false one. He talked about a person who is, I don't know if he said guilty or is being investigated of these offences. Well, he's talking about a person that might be more true, or it might well be exactly true, or that to be a 25 or a 35 or a 45-year-old. We are here talking about children, and the point is that when we are talking about children at 11,
Mr.
12
O'Toole.
or 13...
Mr.
Yes.
O'Toole, could I have your indulgence for a moment?
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to inform members that a valid petition of concerns has been presented today in relation to Amendments 79, 80, 81, 82, 85 and 86. The debate on the Group 6 amendments can still proceed. That will immediately be followed by debates on the amendments in Groups 7, 8 and 9 at the appropriate points. However, the vote on the amendments will not be taken after the debate on Group 6 is concluded, as Section 42 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 requires that there now be a 14-day consideration period. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot of this brief to read. Okay, I will be heard. The debate on Group 6 is concluded as Section 42 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 requires that there now be a 14-day consideration period beginning today. The consideration period ends on the 28th of June 2026. The petitions may be confirmed only on the day after the consideration period, which is the 29th of June 2026, by 30 members. They may not be confirmed after this date. If the petitions are confirmed by 30 members on the 29th of June, the votes on the amendments to which they relate will require cross-community support. If the petitions are not confirmed by 30 members, the votes on the amendments to which they relate will require simple majority support. In either quiet, please. In either case, the votes on amendments will not take place until a date after the 29th of June. As amendments are moved and voted in the order in which they are listed on the marshalled list, the Assembly cannot vote on any other amendments or remaining clauses until the Assembly has voted on the amendments which have been subject to the petitions of concern. However, to reiterate, this debate on the Group 6 amendments will continue and will be immediately followed by the debates on Group 7, 8 and 9. If it is that clear, we shall proceed with the debate. And Mr O'Toole, I call you back to the floor again.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. But let's be clear about what has just happened. An utter farce and travesty of democracy. Once again, these institutions dragged into disrepute by parties who cannot accept democracy and cannot accept that we are allowed to debate issues here. And I've just been engaging with Mr Burrows about the pros and cons of this in good faith, I listened to his arguments, I put my argument back to him. Then I was interrupted by you, Mr. Speaker, to tell me that Mr. Burrows and his colleagues have done some deal with the DUP. Perhaps he's done a deal with his colleagues, those who are or aren't supporting him in his parliamentary party, to block the will of the Assembly voting on this. This, by the way, just to be clear, Amendment 82 in no way, it doesn't say anything about the vital interests of one community or another. It doesn't. I'm not aware that it mentions unionist nationalists or core constitutional issues at all. It doesn't threaten core issues of identity. I'll give way in a second to Mr. Carroll. It doesn't cut across anyone's identity or constitutional perspective whatsoever. The core reason the petition of concern was created for these institutions in the first place. What it does is it increases the minimum age of criminal responsibility, something that most criminologists think is sensible. The amendment includes some exceptions. People are taking issue with the practicalities of it. But all of that is almost irrelevant now because we're not even going to be able to debate it. Why? I'll give away in 1 second to the Justice Minister. Because Mr. Burrows and his party have joined in with the DUP in abusing the petition of concern. And I will say this. Let me say this. Earlier on today, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Gibbon.
Is it appropriate for the member now, who's rather irate, to actually say that members have abused the petition of concern? No, all members have discharged their responsibilities according to the processes of this Assembly. That's why it is a valid petition of concern, and that's why it'll now be stopped.
Members. Point of order has been made, has been noted. But Mr. O'Toole, back to you. And I will. This is obviously a substantive note, and this is a substantial issue, and it does expect some robust debate from this chamber. So, Mr. O'Toole, back to you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is important. I will give way to Mr. Carroll and the Justice Minister in a second because I'm sure they will have fairly legitimate and robust opinions about this too. What has happened today is an absolute disgrace, and I want to make this point to unionist members across the chamber. And this isn't a constitutional issue at all, but it is, I'm afraid, the Ulster Unionist Party and the DUP who have blocked this. Earlier on, successive members opposite got up and ranted and raved about Fine Gael party south of the border daring to speak about the constitutional future of this island. I would say have some self-awareness, lads, because you continue to plunge this place into dysfunction. You continue to block the ability of people here to make change. This has nothing to do with the Constitution or identity, but you're using the petition of concern, abusing it in order. When is the SDL? Utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Oh, in 1 second, Mr. Carroll. Utterly ridiculous. And I will give way now, but I will say this.
Right.
Think about the functioning of this institution. Something you've talked about consistently.
I am standing up. Okay. This, as I've already said, we can expect some robust debate about this, but when the conventions of this Assembly. So, everybody, take it down a notch, okay? After you, Mr. O'Toole.
What I was going to say was, does the member agree with me that this use of petition concern represents an abuse of it and also shows that the DUP and the member to my right who's staring at me in a weird way again have simply lost the argument, and all they have to do to roll out is this mechanism because they've lost the argument. Would the member agree that's why they've done it?
I agree with that, and to be clear, this is it's legitimate for the members opposite to disagree with raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility. What it is not legitimate to do is to use a mechanism which was designed to protect core issues for designated communities in order to simply block legislation. And Mr. Burrows in particular has come into this chamber, and I respect his ability to get media attention and all of that. That's what politicians do. But laying down the law, calling the odds on absolutely everything, saying how Stormont was going to work better, Stormont had to work better, Northern Ireland needed to function. Then you come in and you pull nonsense like this. Don't expect people to say, God, Northern Ireland works great, Stormont works great, let's reform. Whenever you do stuff like this, Mr. Burrows, I'm afraid this is true. People will draw conclusions about the functioning of these institutions and the willingness of unionist politicians to make this place work. I'm afraid that's just true. It's not majoritarianism. The Education Minister says from a sedentary position. We've never abused it for any ridiculous. I'll give away the Justice Minister, and then I need to.
I thank the member for giving way. Clearly, this is a matter which was going to divide the House, but it was going to divide it at least along matters which we were debating, along the matters which we had differences of opinion about. But what is the problem with the petition of concern is that it is utterly disrespectful to this House, because instead of letting the majority of people in this House debate the issues and reach a conclusion, we have a minority within this House abusing a petition that was there to protect minority rights, and protections, using it to impose their will on the majority. And this is why, frankly, the public outside of this House think that this place is farcical. Because we cannot even on a night like this, where we're having a serious engagement about serious matters, we cannot even then constrain ourselves to behaving like any other chamber would and allow these matters to go through on a straight vote. And yet again, as the Minister who brings this bill, not these amendments but this bill, I will be disenfranchised alongside my colleagues, because my vote will count for less than either Mr O'Toole's or anyone on this side of the House. So I want to thank the DUP on the record for reinforcing the case that I have been making about why this is an invidious provision within these institutions and why it needs to be reformed. And I'm glad that finally there are two governments and now at least 4 parties have been talking about reform. But as for Mr Burrow's chat on reform, we'll take that with the pinch of salt that it's worth, because he clearly is not interested in making these institutions more functional. He's interested in slipstreaming behind the DUP and the TUV wherever they go. And you know what happens when you get caught in their backwash?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I think I've been very generous in my interventions now, but I will say this in conclusion, that raising the age of minimum criminal responsibility is something that clearly was going to divide the House, and people had different views on it. I think it was a sensible and progressive thing. There are many people in the children's rights sector who believe this would have been an opportunity for Northern Ireland, yes, Northern Ireland, the jurisdiction that the members opposite claim to care about so much, to prove itself, to be able to make positive, progressive change. But I'm afraid to say the 2 major unionist parties have decided they do not want that to happen. They do not want that to happen. That is, I'm afraid, deeply, deeply regrettable. People in this jurisdiction will draw their own conclusions about whether your 2 parties are serious about wanting to make this place work. That's just the harsh truth, guys. That is just the harsh truth. It will, I'm afraid, make the argument once again for fundamental reform of these institutions, but it does appear. It does. I will give way for the sake of positive debate with the Education Minister, I should say. It does once again prove the need to reform this institution. But yes, I'll give way to the Education Minister.
I appreciate the member giving way, and I have had my name down to speak, and I will do later in the debate around these amendments. I only make the point to the member and to others who are speaking. They regard on this occasion the petition of concern as something that is now frustrating the will of this Assembly. I would remind the SDLP, you signed a petition of concern to prevent the sanction of Jerry Kelly by the Standards and Privilege Committee for whenever he climbed on top of the bonnet of a police vehicle. And you and your party signed the petition of concern to prevent that. We will not be lectured by the SDLP or others on the POC.
Only when it suits. Order. 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 Ladies and gentlemen. Mr O'Toole, would you care to continue?
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to have given way to the Education Minister, because I'm afraid it just proved how empty the arguments are. Where that was an historic event, I have no idea the background to it. I was somewhere else. But what I would say is this: whataboutery is not going to rescue people's faith in these institutions. And ultimately, you must know that people need to trust that devolved government can work here, because if they don't, then the alternative is not something that I think any of you want, to be quite honest. This is, I think, tragic tonight that the DUP have succeeded in pulling this stunt. Particularly tragic that the Ulster Unionists under Mr Burrows have gone along with it for reasons of their own. But I think increasingly people will look at this institution, this dysfunctional, frankly preposterous institution at times, and wonder what we're doing here whenever a majority of MLAs who want to make a legislative change and are willing to debate it robustly are blocked by a minority from doing so. I think that is deeply, deeply worrying. I think it's a shame, and I think it speaks very, very poorly on the members who have pulled this stunt tonight. I don't think there's anything more to say.
Thank you very much, Dave. I call Emma Sharon. Emma.
Last Concordia, and like the member who's just spoken, I am appalled at what we've just witnessed. I feel sorry for the new leader of the UUP. You watch how the DUP used the masked men last weekend and then criticised them and condemned them in the following days. Just watch how you'll be treated in years to come when they've done your bidding.
So, I understand the point of order. Sharon, can we keep to the contents and the debate? And a point of order, Mr. Buckley, please.
Remember to allege that members used masked men last week. That's clearly not true. In fact, it's defamatory.
Fair enough point. Fair point.
It may not be a point of order, but it's not true.
I'm sorry, I haven't finished it yet. Ladies and gentlemen, feelings are quite rightly high after the announcement that I've just made. Okay? We shall have some decorum in the chamber, and please be careful on your use of language. But I am all up for robust debate, and I will moderate it as it goes. Over to you, Emma.
And I will always be careful with my language. So apologies if use wasn't the right term, stood with, encouraged, raised hands with, whatever phraseology you want to use. The fact is that the DUP stood on a line to criticise grannies marching against the genocide in Gaza along with masked men, and then a few days later, when it no longer suited the narrative, they were able to criticise masked men who were burning people out of their homes because of the colour of their skin. So my use of that example is on the basis that I think you should exercise caution, and you've been used here, and we all know that you've been used, and that's sad for you. But who it's really sad for is the children of the north of Ireland that this legislation would have protected, and that's the reality. Yeah, I will.
In the middle of the Newtonards Road, confronting people with masks with no police, surrounded by 50 or 60 men. Nobody uses me, nobody intimidates me, and I always stand for victims.
It's different.
Point of order.
Deputy Speaker, we've had a robust debate here this afternoon. We've heard from parties from all sides of this House in terms of interventions and their contributions to date. Standing Order 25, closure of debate. Deputy Speaker, I would ask that the question now be decided, and I would ask you to put this to the vote. Thank you.
If you delay it 1 moment, we'll just check here on Standing Order 25 and we will confirm back to you.
Longer taking part. Slan.
Ladies and gentlemen, just take your ease while we read into this. Thank you. Ms. Brocher, could you approach the bench, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can you resume your seats? Thank you very much indeed, and we're now resuming the debate. I call on Mr John Burrows, as Emma Sheeran is no longer in her seat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At the very core of my values is to put victims first and public protection first. It will go against every fibre of my being to do anything less. Mr Speaker, there are debates in this chamber that are administrative, technical, abstract. This one was not. This was going to change fundamentally our justice system. It went to the heart of public safety, the heart of victims having accountability, the heart of the police service and the prosecution service being able to prove or disprove an offence. And frankly, it was in danger of confusing compassion with dangerous naivety. There is nothing more dangerous than a little knowledge. And what I've heard tonight is, I'm afraid, a little knowledge, fundamental misunderstandings about what the minimum age of criminal responsibility. I will give way to Ms Bradshaw.
Thank the member for giving way. As you know, my party colleague Shan Mulholland spoke for nearly 2 hours. You weren't in for a good percentage of that. So how can you possibly make that statement that she hadn't done her research and looked into every crevice of this potential amendment?
I think the record will show, Mr Deputy Speaker, I was about 3 or 4 minutes late. In any case, I've heard sufficient. There is a fundamental misunderstanding in this chamber about what the minimum age of criminal responsibility is. And I genuinely believe that in a responsible legislator, if they were going to make a change this significant, Mr Deputy Speaker, the place would have been full. In Westminster or the Dáil, the place would be full. This is half empty. No, I'll not give way at the minute. I'll give way in 1 second. Give way in 1 second. And the members...
Order! Order! Order. Thank you. The member will be heard. Thank you.
Fundamental misunderstanding of what the minimum age of criminal responsibility is. Consistently, the interventions talked about diversion instead of putting people into prison, which it happens under the existing law because the age of minimum responsibility does not relate to how you deal with an offender once you've got a case against them, but rather the minimum floor upon which an offender can enter the criminal justice system. The vast majority of young people, aged 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, even 15, I will in 1 second give way, are diverted anyway. We have a compassionate, flexible criminal justice system that puts diversion as the primary way of dealing with young people, but gives the option for the police to gather evidence, to intervene in a case, and to take cases in extremis to the court. This amendment was ill thought out, particularly amendment number 82. And if I read 82 correctly, let's spell out precisely what it says. There is complete immunity for any child 10 and 11 for any offence. On those facts, in the case of Jamie Bulger, and it is right to talk about a serious case, because serious cases might be rare, but they're not non-existent. And if the amendment passed, it was co-signed by the Alliance Party, Sinn Féin and the SDLP. If a 10-year-old in exactly the same circumstances, murdered like they did Jamie Bulger, abducted, tortured and murdered, the police could not even arrest, seize their clothes, subject them to forensic evidence. Yes, I will give way.
Which two?
You first, Mr Tennyson.
Well, I thank the member for giving way. He talks about a little knowledge. He sat in this chamber last week alongside his deputy leader and didn't even know what amendments he was voting on in relation to the Justice Bill, and yet comes into this chamber and professes his knowledge. But can I ask the member, what grubby deal did you do with the DUP and with your own members? Is Alan Chambers now back on the Ulster Unionist ticket? Is the DUP promising a unity candidate in Lycan Valley? What grubby deal did you do around the petition of concern, Mr Burrows?
We're talking about the rights of victims who are sexually abused to get justice, and that's the best you can do. Shameful intervention. Shameful intervention. I will give way. Hopefully it's better than that.
If the people who murdered Jamie Bulger had been 9, would the member like to set out exactly what had happened in that case if they'd just been a few months younger?
Deputy Speaker, it may surprise those who might be listening home. I am not proposing to change the law. It is not for me to propose. And 10 has been a minimum floor that works. So let us look at this. The exact circumstances, and they can shake their heads, but if their constituent approached them and said, my child was abducted, tortured, murdered, and there are 2 suspects who both deny it, and the police service can't even make an arrest to confirm or dispel which one did it. And when I raised the fact, and it was, I think, to Ms Mulholland's disappointment that I raised the fact about taking biometric samples like DNA, the Justice Minister jumped on her feet and said, oh, well, they can do it voluntarily. Voluntarily? Someone has been raped or murdered, and we're relying on a voluntary requirement?
All of us have these things in front of us called microphones, and could you maybe remind the member that there's no need to be gouldering and waving papers. We're also not supposed to use props. I know he's used to being theatrical, but it's getting a bit out of hand.
May I thank the member for? May I thank the Minister for intervention? Yes, we shouldn't be waving around order papers, but I've seen numerous people doing it throughout this debate. And providing it's an order paper, it's not used as a prop, I will take that on advisement. And the second one, yes, but be careful with the microphones. And indeed, there is no rule for gouldering. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I will give way to Mr. Given.
Making way and commend him for the way that he's navigated things within his own party. He was making reference. He was making reference to the Jamie Bulger case, and I noted whenever the Alliance asked you to give way, Mr. Tennyson didn't actually talk about that case. The judgment and the judge found that those children at 10 years of age had perfect competence to have carried out a heinous crime and murder. Would the member just take time, because he is more expert in this area than I am, just to walk through, members in this House, the nature of that crime, the judgment in terms of the ability of those children to have premeditated, executed it in a way that merited that sentence, just so people understand that in extremity, we absolutely need to have this legislation and the criminal age of responsibility set at the bar that it is, which is why many of us decided that it would be inappropriate to have an amendment rush through this Assembly in the way that it was being done, and that is not the way to do things. But can he elaborate on that particular case?
So the Bulger case in Liverpool, Venables and Thompson, 2 10-year-olds, selected, and it was clear that they were out, Mr. Deputy Speaker, looking for a victim. And I know some people shake their head. We're actually talking about a real case where the victim's parents are still. These are important matters, and my voice should be heard. We're talking about a toddler who was abducted, selected.
Mr. Burrows, I appreciate the concerns and the genuine concerns held around about horrific cases that have been. But bearing in mind, I would like this to be kept germane to the debate is where it is. I appreciate Mr. Gibbons, what he was asking in his intervention, but in respect to the debate and the issue to do the debate, I think it would just be careful if we managed our language carefully about what we're doing. And Ms McGrath, you and I both know we don't gulder from a sedentary position. Thank you.
We've established then that between 10 and 11 there's complete immunity, and then between 12 and 13 there is immunity for all offences bar 5, which effectively relate around murder, rape, attempted murder and attempted rape. And this is all done by an amendment, a radical rewriting of our criminal justice law in Northern Ireland, not with extensive research, but with a backbench amendment. And fundamentally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the failure of those who have tabled it and supported this amendment is that they see the world as they want to see it, and not the world, I'm afraid, as it is. And I've seen that world, where a child has been held in a room and gang raped by other teenagers. It is horrible. The things you see, you cannot unsee. I will never tell a victim of crime that she has no choice in whether a case is brought against her. I asked the question and it was dodged. I was given examples of, well, sometimes victims don't want to take a case to court. But if a victim who has been seriously assaulted, had their house burnt down, If a family who has been wiped out by death by dangerous driving by joyriders don't even get the option as to whether the victim, the persecutor, can be taken to court.
Would the member give way?
I will.
I thank the member for giving way. The member, like me, read the intervention from Jim Gamble at the weekend, where he talked explicitly about the potential exploitation of children. This is a man that's an expert in the field. Would the member agree with me on his analysis and why it was so important to ensure that we kept that criminal age of responsibility at 10?
Absolutely, and I'm going to address that very, very specifically in one moment. So let me just, some cold hard facts, and let me give you some examples of real offending that happens now that would not be a crime, that the police could not investigate, that a victim would not have any engagement in whether they took a criminal case. And let me just explain some of them to you. Aiding and abetting rape by someone a day short of 14. Not a theoretical example that happened in England last year. Someone was prosecuted just last month and convicted. We are in some imaginary world where if there's a group of people responsible for a heinous crime, that we say the person who is guilty of attempted murder should face the full rigours of the law and go to prison for life, but someone who aided and abetted or conspired to commit that murder, who's equally culpable under our existing law, cannot even be arrested. How would the police investigate a conspiracy if all of the people in it who conspired have not actually committed an offence, and only the person who actually committed the substantive offence? They can't seize their phone, they can't seize their clothes, they can't interrogate their an interview. This simply doesn't make sense. There is no logical explanation as to why attempted murder can be prosecuted but not conspiracy to murder. This is stuff for the birds, but it's legislation. The answer is, well, we just picked 5 offences because of the public outrage. That is exactly not the way to make law, avoiding public outrage. And let me give you some other things. I've sat and listened to the testimony of school girls and teachers, and the following things would not be against the law in Northern Ireland for anyone one day before 14. This is what you were passing a law tonight about. This is what you were passing a law tonight about. Upskirting. If I could be heard, upskirting.
Mr. Tennyson, I really do appreciate that tensions are high and people are concerned and there's issues that are going on today. But we are not going and behaving like this. We're not. You don't shout and scunder and yell at each other from a sedentary position. We don't. It's unedifying. So, don't.
Upskirting would not be a crime. What signal does that send in this society that's got a problem with femicide, that it's got a problem with extreme misogyny, that young men who are watching extreme porn, young men who are influenced by bigots and misogynists online, think it is okay to upskirt a school teacher? I will give way to Mr. O'Toole.
To be honest, it almost feels utterly pointless to be debating any of this because we're not going to be allowed to have a legitimate vote on it, Mr. Burrows. And by the way, I disagree with him, but you are as entitled to have that opinion as. I'm not trying to silence your voice. The problem is, you, by signing or doing a deal with what's left of your parliamentary party, have created a situation where this entire thing is going to be rendered pointless. So it's all well and good fulminating, but do you understand that you, in this role, of your own volition, have fundamentally called into question the operability of these institutions? Do you understand that? And that many people who do want this place to work and who go watch our proceedings with hope and a degree of exasperation will just see this nonsense tonight and just think this is being blocked again.
Order, Mr. Fruit.
Is it right and proper that members across this chamber can impugn a man's character, whereby he is not allowed to make a decision of the functions of this House, namely sign a petition of concern on a point of principle, instead of saying it's some sort of dirty deal or some sort of political negotiation? It is a point of principle that a person would sign a petition of concern. Thank you.
Every time I try and give real...
Thank you. Yeah. Members should
Members should accept an intervention and the member should be called, but we need to avoid abusing points of order, okay, to make points. We must make sure that decorum remains. Do we understand? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, indeed. It does seem that when reality collides with theory, those on this side of the House seem to want to shout me down. Let me just finish the examples I'm giving. Upskirting would not be a crime if the suspect was 1 day below 14, and if the teacher rang the police because the suspect denied it, and they had on their phone an image that they wanted to circulate. The police could not even seize the phone. They could not prove or disprove the offence. What does that say to women in our society? What way is that to treat women in our society? So, Miss Sheeran stood up and says, well, they can wear trousers. Hang on a second. Women shouldn't have to wear trousers not to be upskirted in our schools. And I supported the right to wear trousers if they wished. But I'm...
On that point, Mr.
Yes.
Sheeran.
There was a proposal by Paula Bradshaw a few moments ago in respect of Standing Order 25. Have you made a ruling on that? And if not, can you give some clarity to the House, Deputy Speaker? Because, quite frankly, I think what we're engaging in here is it's a farce. It's a farce. It's a farce, and we've got the members opposite gloating on it because I think they've claimed some victory here today. It's an abuse of assembly time. It's an abuse of democracy. If you're not going to accept Standing Order 25, what's the point in any of us still being here tonight? Because it's a farce.
Members, you will notice that we've been taking a considerable amount of advice back and forth from the Speaker's office during this period. I shall say this. For a closer motion, I am required to assess that all the parties present have had a reasonable opportunity to contribute to the debate. That is, all the parties present. I will continue with the debate until that point. That is what is laid down in the standing orders. That is the advice we have had from the Speaker's office, and that's what we shall continue to do. Order.
To bring clarity. I think you need to bring clarity to this debate, to this debacle, because quite frankly, if we're not going to have a vote on this, there's no point in continuing this farce, and that's exactly what it is. And with all due respect, Deputy Speaker, how can you make a ruling on this while still sitting in the chair during this debate?
Do you want me to repeat what I just said? I have made a ruling. Closure motion will be held if it's been raised after the appropriate numbers of parties have been heard. There's been indication to this chair and to this table that other parties wish to speak. We will continue with the debate until that point is complete.
Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, I understand that you will wait until all parties have an opportunity to make their contribution to the debate. However, I am standing here not as a member of a political party but as a minister. And I will therefore not have an opportunity, but all parties will have had an opportunity to address the amendments. Is that in order?
Yes, Ms. Lambert.
Minister, taking advice from the chair, it is if all of the parties have spoken, then the closure motion can then go to that stage. That is what the rules, that's what the standing orders of the Assembly say. Claire.
Deputy Speaker, can I confirm that all parties includes the 2 independent members? I have not had any opportunity through representatives of a party, because I don't belong one, to say what I need to say on this debate. And may I suggest that the members who don't want to continue with the debate remove their name from the speaking list?
Ms Sugden, the indications were clearly there would be other parties present and also other independent members as well. That was taken as a given. Mr Burrows, back to you.
Mr Speaker, I will just run through some other offences. Down-blousing would not be a crime. The victim could not get any justice. Cyber-flashing, deep-fake porn, threatening to rape. There are cases in Northern Ireland where children and teachers have been threatened with rape. If they rang the police would say no crime was committed. That is an horrendous signal at the wrong time. sexual humiliation and harassment. This is not progressive. It is deeply irresponsible. I asked the Justice Minister, was the amendment screened against violence against women and girls, against our executive-wide strategy to combat violence against women and girls? The answer was no. We didn't even assess this. That was deeply irresponsible. Let me turn to the 5 offences that are listed. Because the fact that 5 offences and 5 offences only were listed is an example of the irrationality of this amendment. There's a glaring contradiction. At the first point we say young people are not able to understand right from wrong. Yet we then say we're prepared to put a young person on trial for their liberty for life in the most complex, high-stress Crown Court environment, a murder trial. That they don't understand a lesser charge, but they are able to navigate a Crown Court case. We get the other contradiction, that you can be, as I said earlier, charged with murder and attempted murder, but not conspiracy to murder. That you can be charged with attempted murder, but not GBH with intent. That even if someone showed all of the premeditation and understanding of what they did, as in a premeditated petrol bombing of a migrant's house, and they wore a balaclava, they went home, they got washed, they got changed, they had alibis all lined up, that would show premeditation, it would show an understanding of the criminal law, it would show that you knew exactly what you were doing was wrong. They couldn't face justice. But someone who punched somebody once and they fell and hit their head off the curb could face life imprisonment. This is where arbitrary offences simply don't make sense, and I'll put you through that again. Someone who has planned a serious murder over months and months and months would be deemed not to understand the offence. Someone who struck someone once in an emotional bad temper and they hit their head off a curb could be convicted for life. That isn't fair. That isn't justice. That isn't an amendment fit for purpose. The legal flexibility completely disappears from our criminal justice system. Currently, we have one of the best youth diversion systems in Europe. We have a compassionate and human rights compliant police service. It's been said to me, the age of criminal responsibility, and they name some despotic countries, is higher than it is in Northern Ireland, as if that is a sign that we have a human rights problem. I say to you, would you rather your son or daughter was arrested in Northern Ireland, where there's a criminal age responsibility of 10, or in one of the despotic countries like Russia, where there's a higher criminal responsibility? The age is not the issue. It is the fact you have a police service that's human rights compliant, that's proportionate, that takes a compassionate view on young people. The PPS is extremely flexible. They only charge as a last resort. But the system allows us not just to deal with serious cases, but to gather evidence. The nuance completely disappears. I will.
I want to thank the member for giving way, and just as he was talking about Amendments 79 and 82 and the disparity, and I've listened very carefully to the arguments that others have made in this chamber, whilst clearly not agreeing with them. But in the amendments that are listed there, in A24(3), it lists murder, attempted murder, manslaughter, rape and assault by penetration. And perhaps to just highlight the slightly arbitrary list of heinous crimes that are listed here, attempted rape is not on that list. Murder's on the list, and attempted murder's on the list, and rape is on the list, but not attempted rape. And so a victim in these cases could be kidnapped, perhaps even bound, and rescued at some point by a third party. They would have gone through the trauma of that situation, and yet wouldn't be chargeable under these amendments. Would the member agree with me that the list, and I listen, most of them aren't here now, they've all gone home, but most of the arguments that I've heard this evening, I haven't understood where this list came from, or the fact that GBH with intent, for example, which is another heinous crime, has somehow also not made this list. Would the member agree with me that the list looks arbitrary at best and poorly designed at worst?
The list has been drawn up on the back of a fag paper, and it has been designed so that the proposers of the amendments can give some comfort to the public that, look, in this extreme case, there'll be action taken. Don't worry, there'll be no outrage. But it has been done so amateurishly that they include what's called, where you have a serious offence, you have what's called an incomplete offence that can go with it. The substantive offence is murder. What's called the incomplete or incoherent offence is attempted conspiracy, aiding and abetting, incitement. They're all treated exactly the same in law. If you incite murder, you're as equally culpable as the person who commits murder. The sentence is the same. If you conspire to murder, you're equally culpable than the person who commits the murder. This amendment, drafted by a backbencher, runs a coach and horses through that fundamental principle of our law. It says that the conspirer, the inciter, the aider and abetter is completely innocent, but the person who commits it is completely guilty. I will give way to the Justice Minister.
So there have been a number of amendments put by backbenchers in the passage of this debate, many of which were incoherent, including your former colleague, who is actually, I don't believe, competent. But the purpose of further consideration stage, I know the member's an expert in everything, but maybe something to learn about legislation, is for the Assembly to have a further opportunity to refine any amendment that is made. So the issues that have been raised would be taken away, looked at by the department, and should any additionality be required in order to give the complete suite of offences that fall under that determination and under the intention of the member, that would be brought. I've already discussed at length with Mr Frew the changes that will be required to some of the amendments which he has brought. Doesn't mean he's naive or incompetent. It simply means that further work is needed, and no backbench member would have access to the kind of drafting expertise that we would have in the department, which is why we work with other members who wish to work with us to ensure that what we end up with at the end of the day is good legislation.
Deputy Speaker, what a stunning admission of the absolute folly of taking a fundamental change to our criminal justice system on the back of a backbencher amendment. That the backbenchers don't have the expertise to draft properly a law, and yet we were going to pass that law tonight that was going to endanger our citizens.
Order, Mr Deputy Speaker. Is it in order for a member, yet again in this chamber, to take something which I said and to twist it into something which I didn't say? I did not say that members of this House, backbench members of this House, should not bring amendments to bills. That would be foolishness, because committees regularly do so. I welcome amendments from people on backbenches. What I said was very clearly, if some people would be quiet, I could finish my point of order. Mr Deputy Speaker, is it in order for a member of this House to take what I said and twist it into something which I did not say?
Minister, the final decision on those and any feedback on it would of course come from the Speaker's office and would not be made by me at this moment, but you will know from previous experience of the House, indeed today, that those comments can be looked at by the Speaker's office, but nevertheless your comments and your clarification has been placed firmly on the record. Before you continue, Mr Burrows, can I make clear to the House and all corners of the House, particularly those to my left, I don't need anybody to gesticulate towards me or gesture or tell me what I should do, or when I should stop someone, or when I should call someone. I will make that decision, and no gesture will influence that at all. So please, members, bear that in mind. Order, Mr Buckley.
Today, the Speaker made a ruling about abuse of points of order. Could you please clarify from the Church, or from the Chair, which you have done on previous occasions, was that actually a point of order from the Justice Minister?
Mr Buckley, you and others have raised points of order before, which have been questioned from the Chair, including when I was in the Chair. So I'm not going down that road now. I don't think what was made earlier was a ruling, and I think I heard it. I think it was some advice by the Speaker occupying the Chair at that time and urging members not to do lengthy points of order that were not point of order. But there was no ruling as such, and it certainly didn't prevent others that came afterwards from making points of order, as you will be aware. So we're going to continue, Mr Buckley, but if you can refer your pointing order to standing orders, I will take it. If you can't, we'll move on.
Did not, but could I ask again from the Chair, because I know you very much so as a Deputy Speaker have done this on previous occasions, could you please just answer the question, Was that a point of order from the Justice Minister?
I did answer the question, and if you'd listened to the answer I gave the Minister, you would have heard the answer. If you want me to repeat it, the answer was this, and I'll condense it a bit. The answer was that these matters are dealt with by the Speaker's office and decisions made in that context, and that her clarification had nevertheless been put on the record. I could not have been more clear, and I'm not going to answer it again. That is the second time that I've answered it. Point of order, Diane Forsyth.
Speaker, I wonder, could you make a ruling if it is in order for members of this House, and in particular ministers, to declare that other members are incompetent?
Similar answer to the one I gave before. These matters are dealt with by the Speaker's office, and you'll be advised accordingly. Mr Burrows.
I would never speak ill of my former colleague. The 5 offences listed, if I could continue, we've seen no evidence whatsoever presented, other than simply perhaps the level of expertise of the drafters, as to why the 5 offences are listed and the other offences are not. Why there's a cliff edge, either by age or by offence. Why conspiracy to murder would receive no consequences, but murder would receive life imprisonment. Why a child is able to understand the complexities of a Crown Court case for murder, but wouldn't understand the Magistrates' Court case in terms of shoplifting. These are the irrationalities that litter this bill. It simply doesn't stand up to any form of scrutiny. I will give way to Mr Frew.
Member for giving way. And what the Minister in her exchange with you was alluding to was the fact if there is a minor tweak required in an amendment from a backbencher, then that can be resolved at further consideration stage. And I would work with any department in order to iron that out. But what the Minister or what the member is talking about here would require a fundamental change to the psyche and principle of this amendment, to remove the list. Incidentally, that is one of the amendments I have down to amend this amendment, and it's clear that the proposer of the amendment was not going to entertain that amendment to amend. So this would mean a fundamental change is required to this amendment, and no one who's pushing this amendment is in that space.
Yeah, I agree, Mr Deputy Speaker. The amendments are beyond rescuing. They would need fundamentally rewritten, and it has to be done by a youth justice bill. That is the appropriate and responsible way of dealing with this issue. And I would, in principle, like to strengthen some of the provisions of the youth justice system, to actually put a legislative presumption for diversion from many crimes for 10 and 11-year-olds that actually operates in practice under our current legislation. I will work with the Minister. And I don't claim to have any expertise, but I did spend 25 years, whether policing, commentating policing. I do have 2 degrees, a master's degree in this stuff. I have studied it for most of my adult life. I passionately believe that what we're doing was wrong. Let me then turn to investigative capability. One of the things that has been missed, because there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what the minimum age criminal responsibility is that it affects the ability of the police to investigate a crime. Currently, the police, under the Police and Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order, can only investigate criminally a crime for someone who is the age 10 and over. That's where the power of arrest comes, interview comes, bail conditions comes, taking samples comes, taking fingerprints comes, putting on an ID parade comes. So let's go back to the case of the Bulger murder. And we have 2 suspects. And there's a witness who says, I believe it was those 2. And the police want to arrange an identity parade. Quite simply, they could not. They would not have the power to arrest the suspects and put them on an identity parade. And there'll be members on the other side of the room that will say, well, that's really just a minor issue, isn't it? Not for the parents of the murdered toddler. Not for the woman who's been upskirted. Not for the victim who's been tied up and raped. Not for the person who's had their car burnt. Not for the person whose home has been burnt down. Not for the person who's been, their daughter's been driven to suicide because of online abuse. Nowhere did I hear from the people on this side of the House who kept talking about the children in the frame of suspects. Talked about the children as the victims. The girls who were bullied, who were assaulted. The women, no, I'll not give way at the moment. If we just be polite to each other. So let me come back to the investigative capability, because the criminal law is not just about punishment, it is about ascertaining the facts, gathering the evidence, securing justice, proving or disproving an offence. In fact, if you look at the duties of the PSNI, one of them is to bring offenders to justice, but to also prove or disprove. Anyone who understands criminal law knows that the prosecutors, the police, have a duty to find inculpatory evidence and exculpatory evidence. Evidence that rules you in and evidence that rules you out. If you were accused of a serious crime and you were 13 and a half, and let's say it was a very serious crime, the police, by not being able to investigate it, would not be able to eliminate you and identify who the suspects were. Constantly I heard from people in this side of the House, well, there's other ways of dealing with the suspect through social services. But not if the suspect denies the offence. How do you actually establish who did it without the criminal investigation? Are you then going to say to someone, you're going to go through the youth... Thank you for that. You're now going to go into child protection because we think you've done something heinous, but actually you didn't do it and you've no way of getting disproved because the police won't go out and arrest the real suspect. These are real life examples. That those with degrees in criminology and no common sense, that are in the lobby groups, they're in the academic elites. They don't consider these. This is the real world as it is, not as we want to see it. What about repeat offenders? The amendment is silent about repeat offenders. If you have a 12 or 13-year-old who is out of control, the police are unable, under this amendment, to even put bail conditions on. I know the attacks on the Fountain interface. For decades it has been under serious attack. Whenever the police are able to intervene, they make an arrest. Someone gets bail conditions that they're not out during the summer, that they're not out near the interface, that they can't go within 200 metres of the victim's house. None of those are applicable. We would wipe away the ability of the police to prevent crime. We talked about prevention here. Prevention in the woolly, nice sense of sit down on a beanbag. Let's chat about it. Let's have a cuppa. When there are people who do bad things to innocent victims, and sometimes you need the law to say, no, you're not going out tonight. No, you are on remand. No, you are getting your fingerprints taken. And what about the cases of someone, I know no one wants to listen to the hard facts here, but what about the cases where a suspect who's committed a sexual offence and the police service say, well, it's not a crime, so we can't deal with it and we can't take your DNA. That DNA is not on the system. So that years later, if they commit a serious crime and rape someone as an adult, there is not a comparison sample that they can be arrested. Do you even consider these things when you draft these amendments? That women could be raped in our society and there wouldn't even be a DNA sample because you've listened. I will take an intervention, Ms McAllister.
I am intervening on this point because you made the comment around you've been in the policing and criminal justice system for over 20 years. Evidence is taken from a victim. You're saying that no evidence can be taken, no evidence can be collected. Evidence is taken from a victim, and if you recall and remember from your policing days, that crimes can be investigated even where there is no charge put to a suspect, because that is what happens. And you know what? Facts do matter. Facts do matter in the case. And you know fine rightly that evidence can be collected from victims. And you know that there doesn't even have to be a charge for anyone to either be referred to victim support, to social services, or therefore even to be safeguarding put in place, curfew put in place when it comes to social services and interventions from social services too. So it's important to remember that facts matter in all of the points.
McAllister is showing that she does not understand the principle of the minimum age criminal responsibility. The charge is irrelevant. That is how you dispose of a case when you have sufficient evidence. You either charge or not. She's quite right. You can gather evidence before charge. If you put the age of criminal responsibility at 14, the police cannot. And I will challenge you to, and I've asked ministerial questions to the Justice Minister who's confirmed this in writing. The minimum age of criminal responsibility, if you put it to 14, the police do not have the power to interview, to arrest, to take samples. It all must be voluntary. So here's the situation you're in. You put the children in a lottery that if their parents cooperate, I will give way.
To be clear, I've been listening all along. Trust me, I can multitask. The issue isn't that those things can't be done. The issue here is that the child can be detained by the police. The rationale for doing so may be different. But if a child under the age of criminal responsibility, as it stands at 10, were to commit any of the serious offences that you have mentioned, they could be detained by the police. Yes, they would need a legal guardian with them, and yes, they would have to give consent. But that is the case for anyone under the age of minimum criminal responsibility as it stands at the moment. And there are already processes in place to deal with that. So the question I asked earlier, and you ignored, was, since you are obsessing over one case, answer me this. Had the children who murdered Jamie Bulger been 9, do you think they would have been able to walk away scot-free and no action taken against them? It's a simple question.
The powers of the police would not be criminal, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They could detain the child under police protection laws, child protection, for a period of up to 72 hours and place them in a place of safety. It would not allow a criminal investigation. They could not have taken samples. Now, had they been 9 years of age, I agree with Ms. Long. The police couldn't have taken the samples. They couldn't have interviewed. But we have a system where 10 is the minimum floor, and there's no good reason to change it. I'm not proposing to change it to 9 or 8 or 7 or 6. I'm not proposing to change it at all. Ms. McAllister was actually wrong. She said you can take samples of the victim. What sort of society, before I actually answer why she's wrong, what sort of society says to the victim, well, we can take an invasive, and I'll say it, vaginal swab from a victim, but we can't take a penile swab from the suspect? What sort of law is that to pass in this place? That is disgusting. That a girl has to wear trousers so she can't be upskirted. And what you said was that the victim can give evidence, but you need to compare it. You need the semen from the suspect from the semen from the vagina of the victim. This is the real world you don't live in. You're telling me about investigation and victims. The victim won't be a victim because there won't even be a crime. The suspect, the suspect, you won't be able to gather evidence of the suspect. I look at the SDLP, I actually have the highest respect for the SDLP. I genuinely believe if you were... well, I do, and I've worked with them for... I've worked with them for many, many years in different guises. And I'll tell you this, I actually genuinely believe if you really, really read in depth at this, you would not actually go along with it. That you could have a constituent who's saying to you, I want justice. I have been subject to serious and repeat violations. And you say, I'm sorry. We passed a law that said no matter how serious the impact on you, no matter how grave, no matter how much it violated you, we have taken away your right. You don't have a voice. Your voice is irrelevant because we're thinking of the child. And if the same suspect went out to do it to a different constituent, we would say exactly the same thing. I will use every power in my being to stop women and girls being abused with impunity in this society and make no apology for it. I'll give way.
I'll ask the member one question. He speaks with incredible passion, and for some people, maybe even with some point of authority and knowledge, and indeed he might be persuasive in the words that he's using. But does he not accept, has he not the slightest comprehension that he has totally and utterly lost the plot the moment he, Ms Armstrong, Mr Chambers and Mr Butler signed that petition of concern? Does he not appreciate that if he genuinely believes in the arguments that he's forcefully and graphically putting in this House tonight, if he stands by and genuinely understands and believes that this House should be persuaded of the words that he's used, why on earth did he sign a petition of concern?
Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'll leave the petition of concern for 1 minute. We'll come back to it. I was under no illusion when I walked into this chamber that no matter what I said, it wouldn't change the minds of people here. Because this is law based on ideology. It is law based on a progressive, mistaken fallacy. It is law based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how our youth justice system works. It is a law that is silencing victims and empowering perpetrators, and it is a law. I will give way to Ms Long, I always do.
I'm surprised at the moment that the member feels not only does he speak on behalf of policing and justice and victims and everyone else, but he's now presuming to speak on behalf of the youth justice system. I mean, I can be very clear that the experts within the youth justice system who deal with young people every day support a change. Support a change.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have heard so many experts down the years, and I'll tell you who I listen to. I'll tell you who I listen to. Thank you for the abuse. And I actually don't abuse anyone in this chamber. I might argue with passion and intensity, but it's always in facts. I always give way to one of my favourite MLAs.
I wish I was one of your favourite MLAs. Can I just say, you've just talked about, women who could be the victims of rape and them being disenfranchised. In the 10 years that I have been in this House, the times that I have been disenfranchised is when cross-community voting is called, and you have disenfranchised me. You don't know how I was going to vote. You don't know how I was going to vote. I think, Mr. Speaker, can I speak? I've been given an intervention. But can I just say, Mr. Burrows, if you have any respect for women, and when it comes to being given a vote, perhaps you would stop using a petition of concern to take my vote away.
I will give way to Mr. Chambers.
Earlier, Mr. Dixon has referenced the petition of concern. Earlier in this debate, Mr. Tennyson made some remark. He mentioned my name and suggested I had received, I didn't hear the exact words, that I had received some reward for signing the petition of concern. Can I just place on record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that my conscience is not for sale and it can't be bought. And I'd say that my principle and my conscience is not dictated by an inducement from anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is disappointing, some of the remarks we've had. Let me go back to deal with the point. I'll give way to Mr. Brett.
Would the member agree with me that it's absolutely disgraceful that someone who has been in public office and elected before the member who criticised him was even born is an absolute disgrace, and that Mr. Chambers has given dedicated public service, whether you agree politically with him or not, for generations during the most difficult times in Northern Ireland, and that he should be apologised to for that disgraceful remark?
Well, I absolutely do, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Burrows, point of order, Ms. Ennis.
Speaker, could you make a ruling on whether it's appropriate for male members across the way to jeer at female members as they enter the chamber, as just happened moments ago when we come in?
I will confess I didn't hear the remark. I'm prepared to ensure that that is referred to the Speaker's office. I'm sure they will take very seriously any record, visual or otherwise, or Hansard report of the debate, including all comments in the background. Mr. Buck.
A very serious allegation has been made there, and I would just like to correct the record for clarity. I didn't jeer. I said, "Hear, hear, welcome back."
Point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And to clarify, the member who's just spoken and his colleague both winked at me and said, "Welcome back." You did.
Okay, members. The record which exists on Hansard or any audio or video members have asked questions. These are the answers. The record that exists on Hansard or video or audio recording won't need any correction from any member. They will be the record, and that's the basis on which replies will be given to Ms Ennis and Ms Sheeran, who have raised the point of order. Mr. Burrows.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, so I ran through, and it was not challenged. In fact, it was accepted that the ability to even investigate to confirm guilt, to dispel, to exonerate, to impose bail conditions, to put bail conditions on two people not to conspire, not to be in contact with each other, not to contact the victim. All of the tools that the police rely upon to keep victims safe and to keep the public safe would be robbed of the police. And these are not theoretical examples. And I'll go back to the fountain interface. Because about 15 years ago, I launched an operation at the fountain interface. We released the images of young people who were rioting week after week after week, throwing petrol bombs, some of which landed through the window of the residents of Alexander House, a nursing home. Do you know what the elderly people did? They stopped reading at their front window. They had to go to the dark back of the nursing home. You see, that is someone towards the end of their life who deserves to sit on a nice day and a nice evening. They would sit out the front, and I do get emotional. They would sit out the front in the sun in their 80s and read a book or listen to the birds sing. But that was disrupted because kids en masse were throwing petrol bombs and bricks. The only thing we could do to stop it, after we appealed for weeks for parental responsibility, was to arrest, was to put in curfews, was to use bail conditions. I cannot look one of those residents in the eye as I did and say, I will not do everything I can to protect you. I give them that oath in 2007. And I give them that assurance today when I'm in this place. I will do nothing that stops the police protecting those 80-year-olds. That is the reality. The 13-year-old that cannot be controlled. I do feel sorry for them. Do you know at the end of the operation, when we had actually dealt with about 200 young people, do you know how many people we actually formally put through the criminal justice system? About 3. I will.
This is a really valid point, that this amendment would destroy all that work that the PSNI could do to intervene on young people and their activities. And that is why people like Jim Gamble, an expert in his field, has come out and not only commented about the subject matter, but the actual petition of concern process. And he stated that MLAs should put their overriding obligation to protect children and society above any genuine ethical discomfort about backing the DUP attempt to block legislation on the age of which criminals can be prosecuted. And that's the point that we should make here today.
Public protection, protecting the vulnerable, supporting those who go astray, getting the truth, getting justice. We live actually in a society we should be grateful that we've actually a police service that's remarkably restrained, we've a justice system that's remarkably rehabilitative, that only puts children in a prison. An absolute extremist. I will give way to Ms Middleton, who knows the fountain very well.
Thank you very much for giving way. I was trying to get in a couple of times for the fountain, but I didn't want to interrupt anyone else. But I just want to ask if you agree that what we're talking about right now, if it changed, would take away the deterrent that the residents of the care home and the innocent residents of the fountain deserve to have in place when they're being attacked by children. Thank you.
It would. It would. And I say this fundamentally. I was in the Fountain Community Centre run by Jeanette Work, MBE. Wonderful lady. And you know what the really inspiring thing was after the difficult week that we've had? Was the children of colour who are in that youth club, who run up to Jeanette and they call her Granny. They're newcomers. But you see, when they're walking out of the youth club, they have to dodge stones. Even that night, 5 people attacked the fountain. People were arrested with golf clubs coming up to attack the fountain. The last number of children who were arrested were 11 and 12. What do you want the police to do with them? If they can't even arrest them, they can't intervene, they can't put them on bail, they can't take them home, they can't do anything but ask nicely. That's not the way the world works. And the children who would be most vulnerable, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are not the children who I had a privileged upbringing. Apart from the fact we lived under a very high threat. But in terms of life and where I lived, there wasn't antisocial behaviour to any great extent. There wasn't danger in the streets. But some people in parts of Northern Ireland do live in very difficult and dangerous areas. They're the ones that will be exposed. What if an e-scooter ran over a granny, ran over a child and killed him? And the offence would be death by dangerous driving. Not in the list. Just imagine for a moment And not that someone being a migrant suspect should have anything to do with how we treat them. But let me give you a practical example. You looked at the disorder last year in Ballymena. Just think about this for a moment. We have suspects who are newcomers in our country, who, like people who could be from this country indigenously, committed extremely serious sexual offences on a child. And the police turned around and said, but we can't touch them. They're not even at the age of criminal responsibility. A child that had been seriously sexually assaulted. The place would be in flames. Do you know why? Because the public would say there's no accountability. There's a gap that we need to fill. That would be wrong. It sends the wrong signal. Our society is rules-based. It's got accountability. It's there to protect. I look at the members who represent Derry over that side. You know the problems we have with interface violence. The problem in the fountain would be exponentially higher if the police couldn't intervene. Year after year, parades, we were able to make arrests, put people under bail, don't come out that day, abide these bail conditions, don't have a face covering, don't contact the following victim. All of that gone. Then I'll come on to finally, and then I'll sum up very briefly. We already have this wonderful youth diversion system. Please do not break it with a backbench amendment that's ill thought out, that's got flexibility, that's got nuance, that doesn't have cliff edges. Really, what difference does it make in terms of someone's ability to get justice or held to justice? Whether you're, I will in 1 second, whether you're 13 and 300 days or you've just turned 14. 1 day difference. You could be held responsible for a serious crime and go to prison for years. The day before, you couldn't even be touched. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any rational sense whatsoever that we have cliff edge offences. I will give when you're going to say the 10 to the 9, but I'm not proposing a change of law.
10 is also an arbitrary amount and a cliff edge. So what the member is arguing for effectively is no minimum criminal age of responsibility, and that every child from birth should be open to be prosecuted by the courts if they misbehave in public. That is the logical conclusion of what the member argues. Otherwise, there is no particular reason why 10 should be chosen over 12 or 14.
There is. I will give way and then I'll answer the Justice Minister.
I thank the member for giving way, and this is completely pointless given that you've allowed yourself to be used as a pawn in the DUP's game, and you have used the POC to block this progressive amendment. But in terms of your insult, and you've repeated it here several times, and I believe that you said something in the media where you effectively said that the likes of myself and Ms Mulholland and Mr Malone weren't fit to legislate for people. And I'd remind the member that all of us have the right to be here and engage in this process. It's advice. There's advice based on the UNCRC that says that member states should have a minimum age of criminal responsibility of at least 14. You're talking about ill-thought-out legislation. That's advice coming from experts in law relating to the protection of children. So if you're going to throw around insults, wheel away, but consider that the evidence is stacked against you.
Thank you for that colourful intervention. Mr Deputy Speaker, do you see the United Nations? Here's what I would say to the United Nations. Yeah. But do you know what? They're not listening, because they write something down on a tablet of stone. But you know what? Do you see the young girl in Cregan who's sexually assaulted? Do you see the family bereaved? Do you see the old granny who can't sit out her front because petrol bombs are raining down? But the UN says it's not a crime. Let's live in the real world as it is, not the world as the United Nations wish it to be. I mean, if we wanted to go full hog on all this stuff, we would actually. There's some people who say we want to go to 18. No criminal responsibility. Seriously, you can't. You're on the policing board. Well, I'm at loss what the member's saying. So frankly, what the UN says in this matter doesn't cut it with victims. It doesn't cut it with the lived experience of many people. So we have a youth justice system that is rehabilitative, that is diversionary, that is flexible and nuanced, and suddenly it would be salami sliced and shoved into a corner, and the police wouldn't have the flexibility to do their jobs. Yes, we can have rehabilitation, education, but not at the expense of justice, not at the expense of establishing the facts, not at the expense of getting the truth, not at the expense of protecting the vulnerable, not at the expense of saying to a victim that her rights to a prosecution do not matter. Because the United Nations say, the Children's Commissioner says, the Children's Commissioner should represent all children. Up to the age of 16, he says that no one should be brought to account for criminal offence. But what if the victim is under 16? Why do they not even get a choice? How can you ever say to anyone in your constituency, I am victim-led or victim-focused, when you say, we know better than you? I'm removing your ability to ask for a prosecution or an investigation because I have higher morals than you and I don't think you're entitled to it. Would the member give way? I will give way.
I want to thank the member for giving way, and the member opposite described the UNHCR and in fact some of the amendments that were being debated this evening as progressive. The member may be aware of the recent case in Hampshire where 2 girls aged 14 and 15 were raped in separate incidents by 2 14-year-old boys and another boy who was 13. They videoed the rape. In that case, they weren't even given custodial sentences, and in fact, that had to be referred to the Attorney General. Would the member agree with me, and I say this in all sincerity, that we have talked about the perpetrators, we've talked about the conditions that sometimes perpetrators find themselves in, but at the heart of this, there are still victims, and those victims do require some level of justice. And some of the crimes that we're considering this evening are absolutely appalling. And so victims should be in the middle of this, and many of those victims, perhaps not all, but many of those victims will want some level of justice for the crime that I have just read out. Does the member agree with me?
Will you continue, Mr. Rose? Point of order, Ms. Sheeran.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Could you advise the House if it is in order for a member to make reference to a case where the minimum age of criminal responsibility is the exact same as it currently is in the North, and the minimum age of criminal responsibility had absolutely no relevance on the judiciary sentence that was awarded to those individuals. And it is completely inappropriate for you to raise emotive arguments which are not relevant.
Members, Mr. Martin, Ms. Sheeran, I think the member knows when a point of order descends into an exchange across the chamber which resembles much more an intervention than a point of order. So let's reflect realistically, and perhaps also all of us ask ourselves that points of order should be realistic and points of order should be related to standing order. And I'm pretty sure the one you raised is not referenced anywhere in standing orders. So as we move forward, please use points of order responsibly and let members continue. Mr. Burrows.
And I'll deal with the very point. Yes, the age of criminal responsibility in England is the same, 10. The outroar was that despite being arrested, investigated, prosecuted and convicted, the suspects didn't get a day in prison. That caused an outroar for being manifestly unjust. Under this proposal, one of the suspects who aided and abetted the rape could not even be touched. He would not have actually committed a crime. Yes, I will.
I hadn't read the amendments earlier when he misquoted that manslaughter wasn't included. Rape is included as an acceptable offence in this amendment. This is all a waste of time because they've already employed their POC and we're not getting to deliver for children anyway.
I will answer. The member is quite wrong. Attention to detail when we're legislating is vitally important. Rape and attempted rape is included in some of the amendments. Aiding and abetting rape is not. One of the suspects, and let's just remember what he did, to a girl, 2 schoolgirls. They were tied down. I'm obsessed with talking about victims and why they should get justice. I'm obsessed with rape. I'm obsessed with the fact that people want to legalise it. Now, if I can I make the point? Let me go through the very points, and we'll talk about it precisely. The crime of aiding and abetting rape falls outside the amendment. That is a fact, and it is irrefutable. I will give way.
The Chair of the Justice Committee has already said, I appreciate you're only new here to the Assembly and you don't seem to have any idea on how legislation works, but at further consideration stage, further amendments can be brought forward, and the member has already stated, Mr Frew has already stated that he's considering the amendments for that. Would you not be better, instead of standing there and not understanding legislation, actually read the stuff and talk to the people who are going to bring forward further amendments? That's how legislation works.
Members, a couple of points here. First of all, interventions, although they are normally a member responded directly to another member, are still made through the Chair. I know that's not the first time I've said that here in the evening time, so heed it please, or I will intervene on every occasion that people aren't addressing the Chair, whether that's the person taking the intervention or the person making the intervention. Further to that, the person who has been given permission by a Speaker to make the intervention should take note that if the person who gave way rises again to their feet, the intervention stops immediately. It's in the gift of the person who gave way to decide when that intervention stops. Mr Burrows.
Whenever we try and give a real-life example which causes the nostalgia to the left of me to collapse under scrutiny, we get howls of protest and distraction. No, I'm not going to give way at the moment. Just to reiterate the point, the case in England where 2 schoolgirls were held down, were repeatedly raped, where it was videoed, where it was shared on social media, where the girls were called slags, where one of the girls says she wanted to end her life. One of the people convicted of that was convicted of aiding and abetting rape. It is a matter of fact that if the amendment proposed by the Alliance Party, signed by Sinn Féin and the SDLP, was passed, that in those circumstances that suspect could not even be arrested. That is simply wrong. The victim would have no choice in that. That is not right. That is not the society we believe in. That is not a society that you can say, I value women and girls. It is wrong what you do. You couldn't even take the DNA of the aider and abetter of a gang rape, who might then commit later offences and whose DNA would never be in the system. This is crazy stuff. Because you couldn't prove or disprove the offence, you would not be able to deal with safeguarding issues in the future when it came to vetting. And the person might actually say, it wasn't me, I didn't do it, but the police wouldn't be able to prove or disprove. And these aren't minor sandpapering of the amendment. It's fundamentally flawed. Fundamentally flawed. When I give you the practical examples, people just look at me vacantly. Oh, but the UN said. Well, the UN can get in a plane and they can fly to Hampshire and they can tell the victim, sorry, you're not getting justice. It's not acceptable. I'm pointing the finger actually at that point there. Yes. So let me sum up the case. And the case is overwhelming. This was a bad law. It was brought the wrong way through an amateurish amendment written on the back of a fag paper that fundamentally drives the coaching horses through the fundamental premise of a victim-led and victim-led justice system. It is an amendment that completely obliterated the rights of victims, even by their own statement. Those who were victims of the most heinous crimes didn't even have a choice as to whether their perpetrator could be arrested, charged, or brought to justice. It was assumed that the moral high ground occupied by those to my left was somehow superior to the victim that had been violated, that they knew better and the perpetrator's rights trumped the victim's rights. I established very crucially that there were 2 limbs to Amendment 2, despite the wailing and gnashing of teeth, that actually murder and rape was not included in the 10 and 11-year-old as an exemption. That a 10 and 11-year-old who committed murder, the police couldn't even arrest them. The exact replication of the Jamie Bulger case, arrested, abducted, tortured and murdered. There could be no criminal justice outcome. I'm not going to give way to Mr. O'Toole. None. Not an arrest, not a DNA sample. You would just say to the parents of the dead baby, sorry, nothing we can do here. we're going to ask social services to have a chat with your children. Get the beanbag out, have a sit down, because the United Nations says it's not really a crime. That's not going to happen on my watch, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that. And when it comes to 12 and 13-year-olds, we established very clearly and incontrovertibly, despite again the shaking of the head and the protestations and the jumping up and down, with points of order, Mr. Speaker, to try and throw Mr. Burrows off his stride, that inciting murder was not included. Conspiracy to murder was not included. Aiding and abetting murder was not included, but somehow attempted murder was. Utterly irrational. By people, I'm afraid I did say, I think they need to take stock, that when they're changing fundamental aspects of their law, at least take a modicum of care. At least do it through a youth justice bill, for goodness sake. At least don't just scribble in the back of an amendment, something, and sneak it through on a piece of legislation that I'm not going to...
This motion that we're debating at the moment, the amendments and the set of amendments that we're debating here this evening, have gone through the normal processes. They were considered, first of all, for drafting by the Bills Office in this House. And whilst they may benefit from further finessing at further consideration stage, they were nevertheless judged competent by the Speaker. I would be grateful if the Speaker's office would reflect on the comments that Mr. Burrows has made, because it seems to me that he's actually not just questioning the content of these amendments, but their competence. The fact that they were, and I quote, written on the back of a fag packet is not just a slur against the Assembly staff, but I would argue is actually a slur against the Speaker.
Members, I would urge, in light of what the Minister said there, that members consider the remarks very carefully, because members should know the processes through which legislation is progressed and processed in this House. So, in light of that, I am sure the Speaker's office will advise accordingly, and I'm going to call Mr. Burrows.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it may have been procedurally competent, but it can still be dangerous law. It is the duty of someone standing here as a legislator to point that out. And you know what I've noticed as I sit here today with people who live in a cloistered environment with very good wages? I think it was Diane Abbott said, the job we live in, and I'm privileged to do it, it's clean, it's indoors, it's no heavy lifting. They want to run to this, Mr. Speaker, for accountability about something said which was slightly unsettling. But yet they would say to the victim of a serious crime, sorry, your feelings don't count. You see, when you've more care for the feelings of well-paid legislators who live in leafy areas of Northern Ireland than you do children and women who've been upskirted, down-bloused, sexually assaulted, sexually humiliated, you realise that this place has lost its moral compass. It is shameful what you propose today. To legalise the most serious crimes, to make up law without going through a decent due diligence, to have it pointed out that one type of incomplete offence, attempted murder, was included, but conspiracy to murder wasn't, and then say, well, we could just finesse this in the amendment stage. Finesse? This is fundamentally flawed. This needs ripped up, thrown out, and looked at again. So I've dealt with the fact that this is ill-advised. It dealt with the fact that this is based on a world as we want to see it, but not the world as it is. The world, I'm afraid, where we read in textbooks, where we listen to academics, as I said, who've degrees in criminology but no common sense. By those who labour about the... Yes, I have a degree in law and politics, a degree in international criminal justice, which is a master's, and I've also a master's in human rights law. Thank you.
Top that, Minister. Top that. What's your degree in, Minister? What's your degree in, Minister?
For the absence of doubt, for the absence of, and for the absence of doubt,
members. It's a debate. It's a debate. It's not an echo chamber. Mr. Burrows, and the chair's here.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am very modest about my credentials, which is why. I am a man of modesty, but the Minister asked me a straight question, she got a straight answer. I did come into politics promising straight talking, and it is a BA Honours, an MSc and an LLM. With distinction, but we'll move on. And an aspect of my thesis was on the criminal responsibility of young people, but we'll leave that aside for 1 second. So, it certainly prepared me for coming in here and listening to the highly experienced legislators who are passing a law that don't actually know what it means. Anyway, thank goodness that there are emergency brakes that we can pull in extremis. I've then ran through the cold, hard facts that cut through nostalgia like a hot knife through butter. All of the nice words. And yet the victims. There was admission that the case of Jamie Bulger couldn't be investigated. There was admission that serious offences would simply be brushed away. We had desperate attempts to say, the police could detain someone aged 9. Yes, they could, but they couldn't criminally investigate them. There were people asking us to justify why we're not changing the law from 10 to 9, even though it is them bringing the change to the law, and it's for them to justify it. And they fundamentally failed to do so, and their case collapsed. And as it did, they shook their head, they chuntered, and they got annoyed. I'm not going to give way anymore. I ran through examples in our schools of teachers being upskirted and down-bloused and sexually assaulted and threats to rape. And I asked, was it fair that the victim didn't get a choice in whether prosecution could be taken? I got no answer. Consistently I asked, does the victim, I know the members don't want to hear this, does the victim get a choice? Does the victim get a say? Does the victim even get consulted? The answer, no. The state will tell you whether you're entitled to justice. Not the young girl assaulted. Not the girl who has been cyber-flashed, who's been bullied. Not the teacher that's been sexually assaulted. Not the family of someone who's been run over by an e-scooter. Not the residents of Alexander House when petrol bombs rain down upon them. No, they don't get a say. We're delegating that say to the United Nations. Because that really works for our victims. I demonstrated that the investigative capability of the police relies upon the minimum age of criminal responsibility. Miss McAllister jumped up and said, oh, no, you can still take samples of the victim. Oh, yes, you can take samples of the victim. You can swab the victim for the semen of a suspect, for the blood, for the cuts. I haven't come to that yet, Ms McAllister. But the suspect cannot have the samples taken unless they consent. There is a lottery, says the law. There is a lottery because your parents would have to consent for you. So the good parent who says to their child, wee Johnny, let the police take a sample that's going to prove you raped someone, or you were involved in aiding and abetting of rape, or you were involved in a joyriding accident that has wiped out a family. Give your sample. Oh yes, little Johnny, who's a naive fella, he's naive, he gives his sample. But the more wily child, with the parents who aren't as responsible, say nothing, son. And the police can't do a thing. We would reinforce not doing the right thing. Are we in a society where a family could be wiped out by a joyrider who's a day short of 14 and the police have to ask nicely for the forensics? Please, would you give me your forensics? No, I won't. Oh, thank you very much. The United Nations sends their regards. What sort of law are you trying to pass? What carnage would there be in your constituencies? And I can see the penny drop in some of you right now. You're laughing.
Members, too much comment from a sedentary position. I suppose I'm on my feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, I do understand. There's been a lot of... Right, I don't want to be on my feet. I want people to speak and be heard when they're speaking. And I'm sure the members speaking from a sedentary position would expect similar treatment were they on their feet. So if we can continue, please, if anyone wishes to speak, indicate. Don't do it from a seated position. Mr. Burrows.
So we established beyond any reasonable doubt that there was no ability for the police to establish to any standard who did what. Fundamental premise. Establishing the facts. The best we hoped for was, well, social services might find out. Really? Social services are going to investigate the crime? Social services are going to take the samples, get them off to the forensic lab? Social services are going to put the bail conditions on? Real-life examples that collide with an ideology that is dangerously foolish, that is informed by people who do not live in the real world. The world in which victims operate, the world that I have seen, and the world in which many people in this place simply, clearly have no comprehension of. And I would ask anyone who was going to vote for these amendments tonight, could you genuinely look your constituent in the eye? And the member's actually shaking her eyes. Yes, I could look them in the eye and say it is right that you are the victim of a serious sexual assault and that you don't have a say as to bringing the perpetrator to justice. You feel comfortable with that? Ms Long, I always give way to the Justice Minister.
Would the member agree that there are cases currently with adult complainants and adult defendants where the victim has no say because the PPS determine whether or not a case will be prosecuted, not the victim?
This is a fundamental misunderstanding, Mr Deputy Speaker, because in that circumstance it is based on the evidence whether the case has been made out, not on whether the victim has any right to have a case investigated at all. Under the current law, and if the Minister for Justice is telling her that in the department that she oversees, there are members of the PPS who are saying to a victim where there's sufficient evidence of incitement to commit rape, sorry, we've got the evidence but we're not prosecuting it. Is that what you're saying, Minister? Because if there is, there needs to be a public inquiry into your department. You see, every time I'll always give way to the Minister.
We've established that, if nothing else. First of all, the PPS is not in my department, so let's be clear about that. Something else that the member isn't an expert on. It's good to have identified something. And secondly, that isn't the point that I made. And this, I am genuinely concerned that all of the shouting that Mr Burrows is doing is impairing his hearing, because every time I give an intervention and I state something I think quite clearly, he comes back and misrepresents the point that I've made.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not misrepresenting any points, and if I am, let Hansard be scrutinised, let it be investigated, and let me be brought to justice. Yeah. Something that would be denied victims of serious crime by this amendment. I'm talking about by the Speaker's office. So, we've established, despite the shaking of the head, the distractions, the denials, the jumping up and down, the points of order interventions, the desperate tactics, that the police will not be able to investigate any crime because of these amendments, even serious ones, and that the victim has no choice. I just want to say it one more time to the members, the good members of the SDLP, that the victim would not have a choice. It's a sexual assault. It's perhaps someone who has lost a limb. It is a grievous bodily harm. It is a migrant's house that has been burnt down. It is a glider that has been destroyed. It is a petrol bomb that has left a police officer in intensive care. And the suspect the day before 14 can't even be investigated. That's what you were about to pass. I don't think you realised it. And the suspect would only have to be asked to give samples. The victim would be told, none of your concern. The United Nations say no. You've got to have burns for the rest of your life. Imagine you actually were in that situation. You're living with first-degree burns, third-degree burns, whatever the case. Your life's fundamentally affected. You're a paraplegic and your family's got to look after you. And the suspects couldn't even be investigated. That you had no voice, you had no say. No matter how passionately you said, I want the facts. I mightn't even want them to go to prison for a long time, but I want a court to say you committed a crime against me, against my relative, against my mum or my dad or my daughter. And you're saying that shouldn't happen. And some people will shake their head. That is exactly what you were going to pass. And thank goodness we have emergency brakes, negotiated in 1998. Because if not, We were going to disrupt and damage people in this society. I'll give way to Sinead.
Thank you very much. I suspect I'm probably the good member of the SDLP that you're talking about. But anyway, look, you've covered a lot of ground. Absolutely a lot of ground. But can you understand that the frustration is not in some of the areas that you're discussing? It is how you have abused these institutions and the petition of concern. You have withdrawn all of the validity of some of the things that you're saying because you have used the system to disallow the democratic process to actually happen here today. And that's what the great disappointment from the good member of the SDLP here is, and my colleagues as well. That's where our disappointment lies, in this misuse and the appalling behaviour of voting against democracy.
Are all honourable members, and I pay tribute to the SDLP, and I did so in a recent speech, who actually, despite having differences of views with you, you were always peaceful. You opposed violence, unlike the members on this side. But I simply think, in this case, there was a democratic lever that is legal, that is on the statute book, and I've used it in extremis. I would rather walk out of this place and never come back than not do what I could. I know you might enjoy that. That's fine. Don't have to like each other. But I don't actually abuse anybody in here. I just argue on the facts. I don't. I don't abuse anybody. And if I do, please refer me to the Speaker. Please refer me to the Speaker, because I don't. The facts I provide might not be palatable. They mightn't be what is heard on the beanbags or the... I'm not going to give way again. And I'm going to draw to a conclusion. This was potentially the most catastrophically dangerous piece of law that could ever have been passed. It would have stripped victims of their rights and their voice. It would have empowered perpetrators. It would have denied justice. It would have enabled extreme misogyny. It would have provided immunity to upskirting and downblousing and sexual assault. It would have said to one victim that you're the victim of attempted murder, you're going to get justice. It would have said to another victim who's the victim of grievous bodily harm with intent, you're not going to get any justice at all. It would look at 5 people who were in the exact same criminality and say to one of them, you're getting justice and you're getting taken to court for attempted murder. But the other 4, for conspiracy, you're not getting touched. It would rob the police of their ability to investigate, rob the police of their ability to gather evidence, rob the police of their ability to gather forensics, rob the police of the ability to put people on bail conditions, rob the police of the ability to do ID parades, rob the police of the ability to do any of the things that investigate crime, stop disorder, and intervene to keep us safe. And in the name of what? In the name of the UN? In the name of it's progressive? There is nothing progressive about taking the voice of victims. There is nothing progressive about giving immunity to people who commit crime. There is nothing progressive about actually preventing a young person who is facing a serious charge not being able to plead guilty to a lesser offence. There's nothing progressive. I will give way.
For giving way, because you appeared to be directing your speech at me. And you've referred multiple times there to the UN as if it's some hot take, as if the UN don't hold any clout in the world that we're all operating within. In 1998, part of what was agreed was a Bill of Rights for the North. And the advice that we got during the last mandate, your party blocked it. The same man that's facilitated this tonight, Alan Chambers, was part of the committee and blocked a Bill of Rights for the North after going through the process. And a lot of the advice that we took, and other members were present as well, was based on the UNCRC to ensure rights for children. So see, every time you sneer about the UN and you refer to the great job you've done tonight, You're blocking rights for children, John. That's what you have done here. You've allowed yourself to be part of petty politicking from the DUP, and you've blocked rights for children.
Through the chair.
1998, the proposed Bill of Rights. The organisation that your party is connected to was still shooting children in the knees.
Members, I didn't really think I would have to get to my feet again at this time of night, and it appears to be a source of amusement to some, but not all members. They seem to be amused that in a parliamentary debating chamber you direct your comments through the chair. Imagine such a thing, that's a source of amusement. Now, I'm going to ask one more time, and I might just stop the next person if they feel they can't do it. Remarks through the chair, interventions through the chair, responses through the chair. Mr. Burrows.
Addressing the United Nations Convention for Human Rights and the Bill of Rights that in 1998 was proposed. Sorry? Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I always respect the role of the chair. I will give way, yes.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that also included within the 1998 agreement was indeed the petition of concern?
Yes, and I will address that in 1 second. Let me just go back to the activities of the organisation linked to Sinn Féin, because whilst they were promoting a Bill of Rights, they were still mutilating children, taking them with cudgels up back alleyways, dispensing their own form of justice, I have to say, shooting children in the knees, robbing banks, preventing people engaging with the PSNI about sexual assault and domestic violence. And I've had people come to me who said, I got permission eventually to report this to you. Who from? Sinn Féin. So I'll take no lectures about the Bill of Rights. From a political party. From a political party that still says it is okay to blow people up because it was necessary. And I'm afraid your view on justice has contaminated those on this side, unwittingly, to somehow seek immunity. And perhaps immunity is something you're familiar with when you seek, Mr. Speaker, your on-the-run letters and your pardons and all of these things. But here's the thing, and I am drawing to a conclusion. These are important issues. That thankfully, and I want to address what the member for Foyle said, that I've made some very good points, but it's the petition of concern. The points that I'm making, which are irrefutable. Okay, I'll run through all the facts again. Because we did establish that there was legal immunity if you're 10 and 11 for murder. The victim, the parents of Jamie Bulger would not be able to report the case to the police would not be able to arrest the suspects, that they would not be able to take forensic evidence. We established, the Minister accepted herself, that the ability to take forensic samples was only by consent, as if someone is going to consent to give forensic samples is going to implicate them for a rape. Well, every time I say a fact, I'm told it is made up, and then I repeat the facts waiting for someone to correct me. Well, it's not a matter of political opinion that under this law, someone could be guilty of aiding and abetting a rape and they couldn't be arrested, investigated or charged. That under this law, with an exact replica of the Jamie Bulger case, Mr. Speaker, that the police would not be able to intervene with the suspects. That under this law, they would not be able to seize their clothes and match the crime scene with the offender and the victim. These are facts, they're not opinion. It is not opinion that upblousing or upskirting or downblousing would not be covered by the legislation. It is not opinion that the ability of the police to investigate a crime, impose bail conditions, take samples, exonerate or prove guilty. It is not an opinion that the victim has no choice in these amendments. Not even does it say their victim has a right to be heard, let alone a right to actually make a decision, a right to say, I want the case brought against my perpetrator. I've explained scenarios that are jaw-dropping, that run a coach and horses through the idea that a child is not capable of understanding right or wrong. And let me give you a recap. One of the most extreme examples. that a child could be held guilty, tried for murder, because they could punch someone who could fall over, hit their head on the curb in a one-punch attack, and they could be tried for murder. But yet, if they planned carefully over many months a serious attack on a victim, and they burnt their home down, they went back home and they cleared the evidence, they got alibis, they wiped their phone. Yes,
Mr. Burrows. I'm going to, after those repeated attempts to have comments made through the chair, and I think it's some time since I've heard any reference to the chair, I'm going to reiterate that, but also draw your attention to Standing Order 17.7, that's 17.7, which refers to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or tedious repetition. Now, there has been at the very least, I'm being reasonable, members, I'm being serious and I'm being reasonable. There has been at least repetition. And even on my part, reminding you that it's not through the chair. So can I ask, we get to the point, we stick to the amendments, and we conduct all of that through the chair.
In conclusion, dangerous law, badly drafted, obliterated the rights of the victim, put on a pedestal the rights of the perpetrator, sacrificed the rights of the victim on the altar of political correctness, nostalgia, and for wanting to see the world as they wish to see it and not the world as it is. Their proposals collapsed spectacularly under any scrutiny whatsoever. Things they said were opinion have now been accepted as fact. Things they stated as fact have now been proved to be simply myth-truths. Those who sit on this side shaking their head.
Chamber to accuse other members of this House to have spoken mistruths in the Chamber. I certainly know that under Erskine May it is not appropriate for somebody to accuse another member of speaking mistruths.
Minister, I will admit that I didn't hear the comment because I was answering a query to my left and there was another query being answered here on my right, and I'm sure you will understand that. But like the previous requests for clarification and guidance that will be referred to the Speaker's office, Mr. Burrows.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I am drawing to a conclusion.
Following on from the Justice Minister's point, could the Deputy Speaker make a ruling under Standing Order 65 whether it was reviewing Mr Burrows' comments, whether it was an order for him to accuse parties in this chamber to want to legalise rape, whether those comments were dangerous and misleading, and if they are found to be dangerous and misleading, which I think they are, would Mr Burrows be asked to retract and clarify those comments?
That's in the hands of Mr Burrows, of course, after I finish giving this reply, but this reply is that, like the previous points that were raised, it will be referred to the Speaker's office. Mr Burrows.
Mr Deputy Speaker, we're here to speak hard, cold facts because we're legislating. Now let's take, for example, Mr Carroll's amendment, which is perhaps the most dangerous amendment known to any Parliament anywhere in the British Isles. Well, Ms Long thinks it's amusing. To actually say no one beneath the age of 16 is capable of committing an offence. And it says, conclusively it shall be proved that nobody under the age of 16 shall be capable of committing an offence. I said that that has the effect of legalising rape. It does. Because if you cannot commit an offence, the offence has not been committed. Now, people can say, oh, that's, hearty words. But here's the thing. I've been reported to the Speaker. We've had Erskine May. We've had the United Nations. It seems to be that the feelings and sentiment and precise words used by a member are more capable of being arbitrated and held to account for than horrendous offending by a suspect. Why do we look for this cloistered protection in here of going to the Speaker about a word that has slightly hurt my feelings? I'll give you standards. I am not answerable to the people in here. I'm answerable to the people out there. I don't give a fig. And let me say this. I don't give a fig, frankly, if nearly everybody in this chamber can't stand me. I will still ask questions. I don't frankly care that I'm not liked by some people. Do you know what my duty is? It is to protect the citizens of Northern Ireland, the people who need us. We're not going to jump in. They're not going to jump in their car, drive home, nice pension, big contribution to it, nice staff. Oh, isn't this a lovely environment to work? Oh, we get a nice allowance. Oh, we get all these perks. But we have the audacity in this place. This is where this place needs fundamentally changed, the culture. We have the audacity.
Mr. Burrows,
I'm going to
surely you will accept that you have strayed somewhere off the amendments that are before us tonight in this House. Now, despite, I think, the perfectly reasonable request to address the Chair, avoid repetition, a number of other things, I hope you would accept that I have given some latitude here. But that's not latitude, that's an entirely different subject and a different debate and what I think I've heard before as well elsewhere. But can we please return to the debate through the Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I justify the phrase about legalising rape because the de facto outworkings of Mr. Carroll's dangerous amendment and Ms Mulholland's amendment when it came to 10 and 11-year-olds, Amendment 82, was that rape was not capable of being committed by certain citizens of our country where it can be committed now. That is a fact, and that fact is incontrovertible. So I stand by the fact. I stand by that we would be legalising aiding and abetting rape or inciting rape because we would be taking it off the statute book where it is a crime now. If this had went through, it would no longer be a crime. That is legalisation. I can't put it any clearer. I know you're offended by it. I'm more offended by the victim who wouldn't get justice. And so I say, finally, and I mean it in conclusion, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, I really thank you for your generosity and patience, because I am very passionate about this, if we turn to seriousness. It was bad law, badly drafted. We thankfully have an emergency brake, because if we didn't, we would be looking at potential chaos in our streets. We'd be looking at migrant workers who would be attacked in their homes without consequence. We'd be looking at a police service that was made impotent by not being able to investigate or intervene. A justice system that put the rights of perpetrators above the rights of victims. And I am glad that I stood tonight and spoke the hard truths. If it has offended some sensitivities, if it has ruled me out of a plush job in the United Nations, and if I do, thank you. So in conclusion, I thank everyone for their forbearance. This was a passionate debate, and I'm glad that actually, despite the earlier interventions, my voice has been heard, that the Ulster Unionist Party will stand under my leadership, always for victims, always for public protection, yes, for a compassionate justice system, Mr. Speaker, but we will never silence victims. We are always on victims' side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Ms Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Standing Order 65, good order of this House, can I ask that the Speaker's office make a ruling on whether or not it's appropriate for some of the comments that have been made that have undermined the credibility and the ability of our Bills Office, who help all members to table and write up and draft amendments for this place. I just find it very disingenuous, disappointing and insulting as someone who has had a wealth of experience of using the Bills Office that type of attitude is being taken in this House.
Yep, Ms Armstrong, as a member, you've put your point on the record. It's not totally dissimilar to one that was raised before by the Minister, and I would expect the Speaker's office can advise on that. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It might be a hard act to follow, but certainly this is the most consequential group of amendments to this bill on the minimum age of criminal responsibility in Northern Ireland. The age is currently 10 years, and amendments have been submitted proposing to change that to 12, 14 and even 16, or even to have different minimum ages for different types of offence, which would be very problematic. Clearly there is disagreement on this matter among the political parties. Sinn Féin, who've been playing hokey cokey, don't even seem able to decide if they want to be in the chamber or not, but they're back for the third time. Yes, we'll give way.
Give way, just to clarify, I do not want to be here.
Right, okay. Well, right, well, you're under no obligation. Right, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't know what. So I think we can, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think we can all agree that children who are charged with or convicted of committing crime should be dealt with differently from adults who commit crime. That is already the case. That is why we have the Youth Justice Agency, to recognise that a child does not have the independence of an adult. It is why social services will generally become involved to consider whether parental responsibility has been lacking and if the child and family needs additional support or intervention from statutory and voluntary services. All of these agencies can and do become involved already. The sentencing bill, which the Justice Committee is now considering, sets out at the start of the bill the purpose of sentencing. These are stated as A, the punishment of offenders, B, the protection of the public, including victims of crime, C, the reduction of crime by deterrence, D, the rehabilitation of offenders, and E, the making of reparation by offenders to persons affected by their offences. This is a helpful list, in my opinion. I believe that these apply whether the perpetrator is an adult or a child. The purposes of punishment, protection, deterrence, rehabilitation and making reparation. Sian Mulholland, in her speech earlier, she's not in the chamber now, seemed to imply that for child offenders, rehabilitation is the most important purpose. Now, actually, I would say rehabilitation is an important goal for all criminals to turn their lives around and not commit further crimes. However, that does not negate the importance of the other purposes of the justice system, that of fairness, deterrence, punishment and protection of the public. So I cannot accept an argument, as we have heard in this debate, that children aged 10, 12, 14 or 16 do not know right from wrong. Though I will briefly, yes.
The member for giving way and for bringing some calm to the proceedings. The issue is not that rehabilitation only matters for young people. I agree with him on that. But it is that for young people, it can have a more profound effect. They're in their formative years and it can prevent a lifetime of offended behaviour. That was the point which Sian had made. But also, would the member agree with me that when it comes to the other issues, whether that be accountability or anything else, reparations and so on, that those can be dealt with in an environment that does not necessarily have to be a justice-based environment, and we've seen that work very well for lower level offending. And what we're trying to do is expand the use of those deterrents and those measures that will actually allow particularly younger children to turn their lives around and desist.
I agree with the Minister. Rehabilitation is important for young people to give them that chance to turn around, but so also is the message of deterrence for others, for young people and for everyone to see that crime does have consequences. It has consequences for the victim, but it must have consequences for the perpetrator. And the programmes that she talks about, as Sian Mulholland talked about earlier, those are happening within the current framework, within 10 being the minimum age of criminal responsibility, so it can work. Those wanting to increase the minimum age would effectively be saying that any action of a child up to 12, 14 or 16 cannot be considered to be a crime, even though there would be a victim of that crime. I've been in many situations where young people have been taking part in public disturbances. To say that a child aged 12, 14 or 16 cannot commit a crime would, in my view, actually make them more vulnerable to exploitation by those who wish to orchestrate public disturbances or involve them in criminal activity such as drug trafficking. The Alliance Party spoke passionately about rehabilitation projects, as we've discussed, These are, of course, working within the context of MACR currently being 10. There is already that multi-agency working and holistic approach, but it happens within the context of compulsion, not just voluntary. That the seriousness of the offence is recognised, and that process is an opportunity to turn their lives around if they are ready to take it, but they cannot escape the consequences for their offending. The Alliance Party argues that 10 to 13-year-olds should not be charged or convicted, but then accepts that they can be charged and convicted of certain major offences such as murder, manslaughter, rape or assault by penetration. This seems to be a position based on avoiding public outrage rather than on any principle about age. Alliance Party and Sinn Féin members have spoken a great deal about the needs of the poor young perpetrator, but have given virtually no mention of the victims of crimes. I will give way.
I would ask the member to reflect and withdraw what he's just said. Right. Sean Mulholland spoke at length about the impact on victims, and I do think it's disingenuous. I don't mind having robust debate. I don't mind the fact that we disagree on this matter, and we clearly do. But to misrepresent the comments that Sean made when it came to victims, I think is wholly inappropriate and frankly something that I would expect better from the member, because he's normally quite decent and fair.
Okay, well, I think there was a compliment in there somewhere, but no, I do stand. I think the majority of the comments have been about the young people and helping them to turn their lives around. But we're talking about circumstances in where there are victims of crime, and that should be where our first focus is. At the heart of this debate are questions: at what age is a child responsible for their actions? At what ages should their actions not be considered as a crime? That the police would have no role in investigating it, even though it would otherwise be a crime? At what age are there consequences of committing crime? At what age can the victim know that they have importance, that they are recognised as being a victim of crime? The public messaging and perception of this is important. I have heard nothing from the proposers of this amendment and those who have spoken in support of it that convinces me that we would gain anything by raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility. As I've said, we already have the Youth Justice Agency, social services, and a multiple agency approach to child offending. I see no advantage in saying that the offence is not a crime just because the offender is 12, 14 or 16. I see no advantage in saying that the Police Service of Northern Ireland cannot be involved. On the contrary, I think their involvement highlights the seriousness of the matter to both the young person and their parents or guardians. So, in closing, I return to the observation that we have agreed during this debate that children should be treated differently in our justice system. The crime should be investigated by the PSNI, and if children are identified, they should be referred to the Youth Justice Agency to take the lead. However, our position in the DUP is that children from the age of 10 are old enough to know right from wrong, that they should not be told that just because you are 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 or 15 years old, you can't be convicted of a crime. And the victims of those crimes are entitled to receive justice and to know that the matter has not been dismissed by the police or by our justice system. Thank you.
Members should be aware that the Assembly agreed that the sitting could be extended to 10:30 p.m. this evening. Therefore, this would seem to be a convenient moment at which to adjourn. I have taken that decision based on the fact that there have been a number of speeches of considerably over 10 minutes, and I don't think, in light of the fact that everyone has been given such latitude and the time to speak, that it would be reasonable to cut anyone short on this occasion. Therefore, this debate will continue tomorrow, and as it stands, the next speaker will be Nuala McAllister. So the next item is item 5 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound.